Chapter 1798. Time passed, and another month passed. During this month, the ancient moon-sacred land was in turmoil. The experts of the four forces searched everywhere, but Lu Ming seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No matter how hard the four forces searched, they couldn't find anything. After a month, the four forces finally quieted down. They seemed to know that it was useless to continue searching like this. Lu Ming, on the other hand, swaggered around the 1,000-spear exchange to cultivate. When he was free, he would go shopping and buy some treasures. He was living a carefree life. I still haven't broken through to the Supreme Saint level, but I should be soon. I feel like I'm about to reach the limit of the Bright Saint level. When the time is right, I'll be able to break through naturally. Lu Ming strolled around a street, then bought some spiritual herbs and dragon bones. During this time, he bought some absolute Saint Dragon Bones and Dragon Blood in the 1,000-spirit exchange. However, after refining them, his spirit body didn't evolve. It was too difficult for a mid-level heaven spirit body to evolve into an upper-level heaven spirit body. After all, the upper-level heaven spirit body was the highest level of spirit body. Lu Ming bought some things and returned to the inn to continue cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. In the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the Enlightenment ancient tree. At this moment, dragon roars came from his body, and saint power gushed out like a pillar, shooting into the sky. In his dantian, the two saint hearts spun wildly, and endless saint power gushed out. Boom! Lu Ming's aura suddenly skyrocketed. He had broken through to the Supreme Saint level. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large pile of upper-level origin stones appeared. Devour! Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and began to devour the energy of the origin stones and refine them. Lu Ming's body was like a black hole, and endless origin chi poured into Lu Ming's body, turning into his saint power. Lu Ming's saint power grew stronger and stronger, and the two saint hearts became fuller and clearer. The aura they emitted also grew stronger. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally stopped devouring the primordial aura. His aura then stabilized. I've finally broken through to the great saint realm. Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. After breaking through to the great saint realm, his strength had skyrocketed. If he were to fight against one, Ping Yang and Su Ta now, he would be able to kill them with a single slap. There was no need for him to use the chaotic tribulation finger. Now that I've broken through to the great sage realm, I should go out and take a look at the situation outside. Lu Ming pondered. In order to break through to a new realm, it was impossible to blindly go into seclusion. One still needed to gain experience in order to advance to the next level. Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and headed outside. However, the moment Lu Ming went out, he realized that something was amiss. Many people were flying out of the myriad spear exchange. There were a large number of people entering and exiting the 1,000-spirit exchange every day, but it was rare to see so many people flying out together. Uncle, what happened? Lu Ming stopped a yellow-faced man in his 50s and asked with a simple and honest smile. Little brother, you still don't know, right? The ancient Great Pill Evolution Hall has appeared. The yellow-faced man said. Great Pill Evolution Hall. Lu Ming was confused. You don't know? The yellow-faced man said. Uncle, I just came to the ancient moon holy land not long ago, so I haven't heard of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. Why don't I go with you and you can tell me about it? Lu Ming said naively. That's fine too. Come with me, we'll talk as we walk. The yellow-faced man said. At that moment, the two of them soared into the sky and followed the crowd, flying in a direction. On the way, the yellow-faced man also explained. In ancient times, the ancient Moon Holy Land had a sect that was famous throughout the entire Yuan Mountain. This sect was the Great Pill Evolution Hall. The Great Pill Evolution Hall was so famous not because of its strength, but because of its alchemy skills. According to legend, the Great Pill Evolution Hall was passed down to a single disciple. However, its alchemy skills were the best of the world. The Great Pill Evolution Hall's Great Pill Evolution scripture coupled with the Great Pill Evolution Furnace, could refine all kinds of pills. For example, it could directly condense the laws of the world and refine pills that could improve the laws. It could also refine pills that could allow the spiritual body to evolve. This alchemy skill could be said to be incredible. However, in ancient times, the Great Pill Evolution Hall suddenly disappeared in a day. Even the mountain gate of the Great Pill Evolution Hall disappeared. Countless powerful forces and experts almost turned the entire ancient Moon Holy Land upside down, but they still could not find the Great Pill Evolution Hall. Later generations had countless guesses as to why the Great Pill Evolution Hall disappeared without a trace overnight. Some people said that a supreme expert coveted the Great Pill Evolution Hall's inheritance and destroyed the Great Pill Evolution Hall, seizing the Great Pill Evolution Scripture and Great Pill Evolution Furnace. However, many people did not believe this saying. Although the Great Pill Evolution Hall was passed down to a single disciple, each generation of people was a top genius in the world. When each generation grew up, their strength was extremely terrifying. It was not that easy to destroy the Great Pill Evolution Hall. There was another saying that the Great Pill Evolution Hall had too few people, and in the end, its inheritance was lost, so it automatically went into seclusion. In any case, there were different opinions, and there was no unified answer. However, the Great Pill Evolution Scripture, the alchemy skill that could seize the heavens and the earth, was lost. Recently, there was an anomaly at the old site of the Great Pill Evolution Hall, and it was suspected that the Great Pill Evolution Hall was about to appear. Countless people went there to try their luck. According to the ancient records, in a great era where geniuses came out in large numbers, kings contended for hegemony, and all kinds of ancient inheritances would appear one after another, looking for successors. Now that it was a great era, it was normal for the Great Pill Evolution Hall to appear. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The Great Pill Evolution Scripture could directly condense the laws of heaven and earth to refine pills, and it could even refine pills that could allow the spiritual body to evolve. This alchemy skill was really heaven-defying. If a powerful force obtained it, how many geniuses would it give birth to? Lu Ming followed the yellow-faced man and flew all the way. Soon, they saw that the void in front of them was filled with people. They had arrived at the old site of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. The two of them flew into the crowd and found that everyone was looking forward. The two of them looked forward and found that there was a small hill in front of them. That small hill looked like a pill furnace, and it looked very ordinary. This is the old site of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. It looks very ordinary, and there is nothing special about it. Why is it attracting so many people? Lu Ming was very surprised. It's here again. At this moment, someone said, "Buzz." The small hill seemed to be shaking. Then, a green halo spread out. Accompanying the halo was a fragrance. It was the fragrance of medicinal pills. What a strong fragrance of pills. Lu Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath. The fragrance of pills assailed his nostrils, and he felt refreshed and comfortable. What was even more shocking was that the hill was emitting a medicinal fragrance, and, as the halo spread out, it was actually slowly growing bigger. Yes, the hill was growing bigger, and Lu Ming was definitely not mistaken. The hill is growing bigger again. Every time it emits a halo, the hill will grow bigger. Is the Great Pill Evolution Hall really going to appear? It's highly possible, but it hasn't completely appeared yet. We have to wait. Chapter 1799. Half a day later, the hill had doubled in size. It was only a few dozen meters tall before, but now it was 100 meters tall. The halo had also disappeared. After the halo disappeared, the pill fragrance also slowly faded. The Great Pill Derivation Palace is most likely under the ground. Watch me break it open. A burly man stepped out. He exuded a terrifying aura. He was a saint. Whoosh! The man's palm was like a blade. He slashed out, and a shocking blade light formed. It slashed toward the hill, trying to split it open. However, when the blade light landed on the mound, a ring of light burst out from the mound. Under this light, the blade light instantly collapsed. When the burly figure was hit by this light, his body violently trembled. He coughed up blood and retreated. His face was pale and filled with fear. "You overestimate yourself." Someone sneered. "There were so many people here, and many of them were saints. There were even quasi-emperors. I haven't known a tribe before." However, all of them had been injured and retreated. That was why so many people were waiting here. Everyone fell into deep thought. The Great Pill Development Palace was no small matter. It seemed that it was almost impossible for external forces to break it open when it appeared on its own. "Uncle, thank you for leading the way." Lu Ming thanked the yellow-faced uncle. Then he went to the side alone and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak, waiting quietly. As time passed, more and more people arrived. At a glance, the sky was almost filled with people. Every once in a while, the hill would emit light and grow a little bigger. Time passed, and the hill grew bigger and bigger. Half a month later, the hill became tens of thousands of meters tall. It towered into the clouds and was surrounded by clouds. It looked like a celestial mountain. From afar, it looked like an incomparably huge pill furnace standing between the heavens and the earth. And it wasn't over yet. The pill furnace mountain was still growing. It would grow bigger every day. Another half a month passed. Lu Ming had been here for a month. The alchemy furnace mountain was already hundreds of thousands of feet high. It was like a sacred mountain. A large piece of land in the surrounding area had been occupied. The pill furnace mountain isn't growing any longer. At that moment, someone said, the pill furnace mountain hadn't grown in size for 3 days. Could it be that the pill furnace mountain had completely appeared? Many people stared ahead with fiery eyes. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the sky. This figure was shrouded in terrifying divine light. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but he exuded a terrifying aura. He stood high up in the sky, but it gave people the illusion that an entire world was standing there. The shocking pressure caused everyone's expression to change greatly, and even their breathing became a little difficult. Martial Emperor. Someone spoke up, his voice incomparably loud. An emperor-level figure had appeared. With the appearance of a martial emperor, how could they compete? However, this was only the beginning. Next, in the sky, one figure after another appeared. These figures were all emitting divine light, as if they were gods. It was as if they were floating in the sky. Emperor-level experts. They were all emperor-level experts. An emperor-level powerhouse's Saint Heart had condensed into a small world and possessed the power of a world. Just by standing there, it was like a world of its own. There were more than a dozen martial emperors standing in the sky, dominating the area, making people feel a terrifying pressure. However, this was not the end. The number of emperor-level experts was still increasing. In the end, more than 20 emperor-level experts had appeared. Many people were dumbfounded. How many years had it been since so many emperor-level experts had gathered? Obviously, the appearance of the Great Development Pill Hall this time had caused even the emperor-level experts to be unable to remain calm and had personally taken action. It was likely that all the major forces in the ancient Moon Holy Land had sent emperor-level experts. Lu Ming was also secretly surprised. As expected of the ancient Moon Holy Land, more than 20 emperor-level experts had gathered. How magnificent! You guys really came out. In the sky, a strong voice echoed between heaven and earth, causing the void to rumble. Emperor-level experts had condensed a small world. Every move they made had the power of a world, which could destroy heaven and earth. Their power was unimaginable. Even if they opened their mouths to speak, if they were not suppressed, there was still a terrifying power. How can I not come when the Great Development Pill Hall has appeared? Likewise, in the sky, several voices sounded one after another. Below, the others were silent. No one dared to make a sound. The emperor-level experts had appeared. If they dared to make a sound and offended one of them, they would be killed with a slap. That would be a pity. Since you're here, why don't you make a move? The burly figure who had arrived first spoke. No hurry, someone said lightly. You guys are really cunning. You're just waiting for others to take the lead. If you're not going to make a move, I'll do it. The burly figure spoke with a faint disdain in his voice. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward the Pill Furnace Mountain. In an instant, he rushed into the mountain and was hidden by the clouds. Buzz! At that moment, the mountain shook and a halo spread out, rushing toward the burly figure. Open up! A rumbling sound came out from the mountain. Then, a shocking sword light shot up into the sky, as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. The vast sword power caused the faces of all those below the Emperor level to change drastically. In the face of such power, those below the Emperor level were like ants and could be easily destroyed. This was the strength of an Emperor-level expert. It's the great Baron Sword Sex, Martial Emperor. Someone whispered softly. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The sword radiance that could destroy heaven and earth did not destroy the halo. The halo rushed past, and the sword radiance collapsed. The sound of the sword resonated through heaven and earth. Then, a burly figure quickly retreated out of the range of the mountain. The divine light on his body trembled a little and revealed his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with a combat sword on his back. At that moment, his face was a little pale. There's a terrifying formation in the mountain. The middle-aged man said with a gloomy face, "Looks like you can't do it. Let me do it." A cold and arrogant voice was heard. Then, a figure shrouded in golden flames stepped out. Caw! With a cry, the figure turned into a three-legged golden crow. It was extremely huge and looked like a sun in the sky. It was an Emperor-level expert from the three-legged golden crow clan. It was powerful and terrifying. The three-legged golden crow flapped its wings, and its huge figure turned into a golden light and rushed into the mountain. However, the result was the same as the great Baron Sword Sex, Martial Emperor. He was also sent flying by the halo. His expression was ugly, and he was extremely unhappy. Then, other Emperor-level experts tried, but the result was the same. They were all sent flying. I suggest that we join forces. It's difficult to go in alone. A cold voice was heard. This person was extremely terrifying and exuded an extremely sharp aura. There seemed to be countless weapons flying around his body. Each weapon exuded a terrifying power. This person was an Emperor-level expert from the Wan clan. That's right. Let's join forces and break this formation. Chapter 1800. Bam! Bam! Then, 7 Emperor-level powerhouses stepped out and rushed into the mountain. Buzz! The Pill Furnace Mountain continued to vibrate, and rays of light burst out from it. Those Emperor-level powerhouses also made their move. A terrifying rumble erupted in the area, shaking the heavens and the earth. Retreat, retreat. Those below the Emperor level retreated. The Emperor level powerhouses were too terrifying. If they were even slightly affected, they would definitely be reduced to ashes. The world shook, and the Pill Furnace Mountain emitted a bright light. It was enveloped by rings of light. That was the light of Pill Chi, but it could erupt with shocking power. It was incomparably mysterious. Moreover, the shaking became more and more intense. The Pill Furnace Mountain actually became somewhat illusory, as if it would break through the sky at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their figures flashed, and those Emperor-level powerhouses all retreated outside the mountain. We can't force our way in. Otherwise, the Pill Furnace Mountain will break through the sky and escape again. Someone frowned. Then what should we do? Someone asked. It seems that the Great Pill Development Palace doesn't welcome Emperor-level powerhouses. It seems that we can only send those below the Emperor level in to try. An Emperor-level powerhouse said. The others fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Emperor-level powerhouses couldn't enter at all. Even if they all attacked, the Pill Furnace Mountain would probably disappear into the void again. At that time, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. They could only send those below the Emperor level to try. Then, these Emperor-level powerhouses began to send those below the Emperor level. At first, they sent boundary Emperors, but without exception, they were all blasted out. Correspondingly, the strength of the halos was much weaker. They only blasted boundary Emperors out. At most, they would be injured. The power was far from being able to deal with emperor-level powerhouses. Otherwise, they would be able to kill a bunch of boundary emperors in an instant. After that, they sent absolute saints, but it was still useless. The emperor-level powerhouses were very patient. They slowly experimented, and finally, the results were out. Only the younger generation below the age of 50 could enter. The halo was the weakest. Some prodigies could withstand it and enter smoothly. Immediately, the major forces began to send the younger generation here. Soon, all the prodigies gathered here. Not only that, but there were also many prodigies from the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground and the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground. There were also many prodigies from the ordinary Emperor-level forces. Lu Ming was also mixed in with some young people, so he didn't attract any attention. You guys go in. When the time comes, find a chance to wipe out the geniuses of the Divine Elephant Sect and Phoenix Palace, especially Huang Ling and Long Chun. Beside the Wan Clan's sovereign realm expert stood a few geniuses of the Wan Clan. At this moment, the Wan Clan's sovereign realm expert transmitted his voice to them. His voice was extremely cold. Yes, Martial Emperor. The geniuses of the Wan Clan nodded. Don't worry. I've already contacted the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, Sky Bird Palace, and Violet Extreme Sect. Anyone who dares to join forces with Lu Ming and kill my Wan Clan's geniuses will definitely die. The Emperor-level expert from the Wan Clan said coldly. The eyes of the geniuses of the Wan Clan flashed with cold light. Go! The Wan Clan's Emperor-level expert waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The geniuses of the Wan Clan all flew towards the Cauldron Mountain. At the same time, the other faction's geniuses also rushed towards the mountain. Lu Ming mixed in with the ordinary Emperor-class faction's geniuses and also rushed towards the mountain. Many young geniuses rushed into the mountain. The mountain of pill furnaces also emitted layers of light. However, these layers of light were relatively weaker. Lu Ming only felt a slight numbness in his body as he resisted the power of these layers of light. He seemed to be very relaxed. However, not everyone was as relaxed as him. Some of the weaker geniuses' expressions changed drastically. Their bodies shook violently as they quickly retreated out of the range of the mountain. Some people were eliminated before they could even enter. Their expressions were ugly, but there were still many people who resisted the pressure and headed towards the depths of the mountain. Not long after, they entered the depths of the mountain and disappeared into the clouds, disappearing from the sight of outsiders. Who will be able to obtain the inheritance of the Great Pill Development Hall? Everyone pondered, revealing a look of anticipation as they waited quietly. The Cauldron Mountain occupied a vast area. After Lu Ming and the others entered, they were surrounded by white fog, and their vision was not very good. The Cauldron Mountain was still very far away from them. Everyone leaped into the air and disappeared into the boundless clouds and mist. Lu Ming also moved and rushed towards the Cauldron Mountain. However, after running for half an hour, they were still very far away from the Cauldron Mountain. They could only look at it, but not reach it. The people who had entered had already scattered. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single person in sight. It didn't look very far from the outside. I didn't expect it to be so far after entering. Lu Ming muttered to himself as he continued forward. Not long after, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. He saw a few figures flashing in front of him. Those are the figures of the Wan Clan. These people of the Wan Clan are sneaking around. What are they trying to do? Let's follow them and take a look. Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He withdrew his aura and quietly followed. The few geniuses of the Wan Clan went in one direction. Not long after, they set up an ambush at the edge of a valley. Not long after, other people appeared and set up an ambush nearby. It's the people of the Skywolf Pagoda and the Ziji sect. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Behind them, he saw the people of the Sky Bird Palace. These four forces were the ones who had joined forces to establish the Myriad Spirit Exchange. They were on good terms. What were these people trying to do? Soon, Lu Ming found out. In front of him, 5 to 6 figures were running over. Huang Ling, Long Chun. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Among those figures, Huang Ling and Long Chun were among them. As for the others, They were obviously the geniuses of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect. The Wan clan and the others had set up an ambush here to deal with Huang Ling and the others. They're courting death. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he suddenly shouted, "Kill!" His voice spread far and wide, causing Huang Ling and Long Chen's expressions to change. They couldn't help but stop. "We haven't entered the encirclement yet." Which idiot shouted? The geniuses of the Wan clan had gloomy expressions. Someone cursed. The people of the four forces were lying in ambush in different places. They thought that it was the other forces who had called. The people of the other forces were the same. They thought that it was the other forces who had called. "Who's there?" Long Chen's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh. There was a piercing sound as the geniuses of the Wan clan flew out and appeared in front of Huang Ling and the others. Since the ambush didn't work, they could only attack directly. "It's the Wan clan." Huang Ling's face darkened. "And us." Voices were heard as the geniuses of the other three forces appeared. In a flash, they surrounded Huang Ling and the others in the middle. Wan clan, Skywolf Pagoda, Sky Bird Palace, Ziji sect. What are you trying to do? Chapter 1801. What are you trying to do? Huang Ling, Long Chun, you helped Lu Ming kill our four families' sky prides and wreak havoc at the Thousand Spirit Exchange. Do you think we'll let you off just like that? You'll pay with your lives. One of the Wan family's sky pride sneered. His killing intent was icy cold. So if it's because of this, many of your family's sky prides have died. Don't let them all die. Long Chun said coldly. The aura on his body became violent. His body swelled, and his arms became thicker, containing endless power. You're the ones who will die. Let's attack together. The Wan family's sky prides shouted coldly. However, at that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. 4 to 5 figures flew over rapidly, causing the sky prides of the Wan family and Sky Wolf Pagoda to change their expression slightly. In the next moment, there was a flash of light, and 5 figures stood in the sky. Hee, it's really lively. Brother Wan, why don't we join in? One of the golden robe young men said, his voice filled with killing intent. So, it's the brothers from the Golden Crow clan. Great, huh? Let's attack together. The sky prides of the four forces were overjoyed. Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others looked even more upset. Everyone from the Golden Crow clan. We have no grudges against each other. Why are you adding insult to injury? Huang Ling said. Facing the four forces, they were already doomed. With the addition of the sky prides of the Golden Crow clan, they were in even more danger. No grudges? What a joke. You're with Lu Ming. Even if you have grudges against us, you have to kill those who are with Lu Ming. A golden-robed young man said coldly. He was the 9th prince of the Golden Crow clan. Back in the Phoenix Nest, he was almost stripped of all his feathers by Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Let's attack together and kill them. Let's find the inheritance of the Great Pill Development Hall. The leader of the Wan family's Sky Pride shouted. Light spots lit up on his body, and sacred weapons flew out. This person's cultivation was extremely terrifying. He was a lesser great sage and was not any weaker than Wan Pingyang. He was also one of the strongest sky prides of the Wan family. In addition, there were Sky Wolf Pagoda, Ziji sect, and Sky Bird Palace. In total, there were 5 sky prides of the great sage. And this power was extremely terrifying. It was enough to kill Huang Ling and Long Chun. Moreover, he had the help of the Golden Crows. Among the 5 Golden Crows, there were 2 supreme saint prodigies. They were the Golden Crow 5th Prince and the Golden Crow 4th Prince. All of them were consummate chosen, and each and every one of them was strong enough to fight opponents above their level of cultivation. In fact, ordinary great sages were no match for them. Charge out! Huang Ling and Long Chen's faces were extremely ugly. They gathered together and rushed madly in the same direction. You can't escape. Kill! The 4 great forces and the Golden Crow tribe's experts attacked together. Terrifying attacks rained down on the Golden Crow tribe. Long Chun roared furiously and unleashed his full power. Both of his fists punched out continuously. In an instant, he had punched out dozens of times, destroying the attacks one after another. As for Huang Ling, she used the inextinguishable flame law. The cry of a phoenix resounded through the world, protecting the others. However, even with so many experts working together, Long Chun and Huang Ling still trembled. Their faces turned pale, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. The law of undying flame, the law of extreme force, and two king bodies should be killed. One of the Wan clan's chosen sneered, looking jealous. Long Chun and Huang Ling had comprehended the law of king bodies, which were called king bodies. The more they cultivated, the stronger their combat power would be in the future. In the future, they would surpass the rest of the Wan clan's chosen. This was also the reason why the emperor-level experts of the four great forces had ordered them to kill Long Chun and Huang Ling king bodies. When developed, would be extremely terrifying. By then, the strength of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect would be even more shocking, surpassing the other forces. Therefore, such geniuses had to be killed in the cradle. Anyway, even if they died in the Great Evolution Elixir Palace, no one would know how they died, and no one would blame them. Kill the king bodies. Voices filled with murderous intent were heard. More terrifying attacks were launched toward Huang Ling and the others. At this moment, Huang Ling and the others' bodies rippled like water. They moved 100 meters away and dodged the attacks. Kill! In the sky, a loud shout was heard, causing some of the weaker cultivators to scream. Then, a huge finger descended from the sky. It was as if a deity had attacked, pointing toward the Wan clan's chosen. This is the law of chaos. It's Lu Ming. The leader of the Wan clan's chosen let out a cry of despair. He unleashed all of his strength and rushed toward the huge finger with his sacred weapons, hoping to block it. But now that Lu Ming had broken through to the Supreme Saint level, his combat power had skyrocketed. How could he block the chaotic finger of calamity? The chaotic finger of calamity crushed through. The Wan clan's chosen who were below the Supreme Saint level did not even have time to scream. Their bodies exploded, and their souls were destroyed. The Supreme Saint's chosen did not resist for long. He let out an unwilling roar, and his body exploded as well. Another great sage prodigy from the Wan clan had fallen. Whoosh! In the sky, a young man in a black robe stepped down. His black hair fluttered, and his face was cold. Around him, more than 100 sacred weapons danced. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others were overjoyed. As for the other forces chosen, their expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming, how dare you appear again and kill the Wan clan's chosen? This time, you can't escape. No one can save you. A chosen from the Sirius pagoda roared. Who will know if I kill all of you? Lu Ming said coldly. Kill all of us? Ridiculous. Although your combat power is strong, with so many of us joining forces, it's enough to kill you. A young man in a purple robe stepped out from the ZG sect. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was wild. This person's cultivation was at the great sage greater mastery. He had a mid-level heaven spiritual body, and his combat power was shocking. That's right. If we join forces, we can kill him. A person from the Golden Crow clan also stepped out. Together with the ZG sect's chosen, they formed a triangle. Their violent auras pressed toward Lu Ming. He was the Golden Crow 4th Prince, who was stronger than the Golden Crow 5th Prince. He also had a great sage greater mastery cultivation. You guys sent a few people to block Huang Ling and Long Chun. The rest of you, kill Lu Ming with me. The ZG sect's chosen instructed. Suddenly, two figures flashed, and two Supreme Saint chosen rushed toward Long Chun and Huang Ling, blocking in front of them. Their mission was to stall Huang Ling and Long Chun, while the rest of them killed Lu Ming. As long as they killed Lu Ming, they could kill Huang Ling and the others. Purple light burst out, forming an extreme purple battle sword, and charged toward Lu Ming. The Golden Crow let out a long cry, and the fire of the Grand Sun burned fiercely. The golden crow spread its wings, and the terrifying grand sun, true fire, surged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other Supreme Saint Chosen also launched a terrifying attack toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, be careful, Huang Ling warned. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He held a holy weapon in his hand and stepped out. Dong! Suddenly, endless runes appeared in the sky, forming a terrifying sealing power that covered the golden crow fourth prince and the others. Oh no, it's the law of Array Dao, the sealing power. Why does he have two types of law? Chapter 1802. Not only did Lu Ming possess two types of laws, but they were also extremely terrifying. The law of chaos was one of the 10 strongest laws in the world, while the law of array was also one of the sovereign laws, second only to the 10 strongest laws. In the martial sage realm, one could only cultivate one type of law and control one type of law. Only when one reached the martial emperor realm, one could cultivate multiple types of laws. This was an ironclad rule. How could Lu Ming control two types of laws in the martial sage realm? Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword radiance caused the void to tremble. The sword radiance slashed out, and the attack of the ZG Sex genius collapsed instantly. The sword radiance did not stop and slash down. The ZG Sex genius in the Great Sage Realm did not even have time to scream before he was split in half by Lu Ming's sword. So what if he was a genius in the Great Sage Realm? Lu Ming, who had reached the Great Sage Realm, still slashed him in half with his sword. Retreat quickly. This person is demonic. We can't fight him head-on. Someone roared and retreated frantically. The genius in the Great Sage Realm was slashed by Lu Ming in half with his sword. This kind of combat strength was too shocking and made them shiver all over. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince, who had previously relied on his cultivation to act high and mighty, retreated faster than anyone else. However, as soon as they retreated, it was as if they had hit a wall. The space in the void seemed to have solidified. On the other side, Bubble pouted and looked harmless. Kill! Lu Ming stepped on the air and slashed out with his sword. The chi of the war weapon soared into the sky. Poof! Blood splattered, and another genius in the Great Sage Realm was slashed. The others were scared out of their wits. They frantically fled in all directions. However, Bubble used the space-time domain and sealed the void. They could not escape at all. Lu Ming moved and killed another genius. Kill! Then, Lu Ming shouted again, and the divine sword art burst out and blasted into the bodies of the geniuses. Those geniuses below the Great Sage Realm screamed, and then breathed their last. All those below the Great Sage Realm had their souls torn apart by Lu Ming. Even the Great Sage geniuses were trembling and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Lu Ming had broken through to the Great Sage Realm, and his battle prowess had skyrocketed. These geniuses who were at the same level as him, or one level higher, were no match for Lu Ming at all. The difference between them was too great. There were only 4 people left at the scene. The Golden Crow Fourth Crown Prince, the Fifth Crown Prince, the Sky Bird Palace, and the Sky Wolf Pagoda each had a prodigy. Lu Ming, you've killed so many of our men. You're dead for sure. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince roared. How laughable. You were the ones who came to kill Long Chun and the others first. Could it be that you don't allow us to resist? Lu Ming stared at the Golden Crow Fourth Prince and said coldly. Then he charged towards the Golden Crow Fourth Prince. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he seemed to have made some sort of decision. A ruthless expression flashed through his eyes. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a pair of wings. It was a pair of golden wings. At first glance, one could tell that it was the wings of the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince spat out a few mouthfuls of blood on the wings. The wings shone brightly, and the fire of the sun burned fiercely. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince turned into a beam of golden light and flew out like lightning. Crack! The spatial wall set up by the bubble couldn't stop him at all and was directly penetrated. Then, the Golden Crow Fourth Prince ran away at an incredible speed and disappeared without a trace. Emperor-level golden crow wings. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the golden crow fourth prince to have such a treasure. It was clearly a pair of emperor-level golden crow wings. Together with the golden crow fourth prince's origin blood, his speed was extremely fast. In a short time, he had the speed of an emperor-level golden crow. Lu Ming couldn't catch up with him at all. This was the best life-saving treasure. After the golden crow fourth prince ran away, the remaining three showed a glimmer of hope. Lu Ming, you'd better let me go. My fourth brother has escaped. The martial emperors outside will soon know that you killed so many of our people. They won't let you go. If you let me go, I can find my fourth brother first. When we get out, we'll keep this a secret. We won't say that you killed them. The golden crow fifth prince shouted. That's right. We can also keep this a secret. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place when the martial emperors are angry. The sky pride of the sky bird palace said. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming pondered. The golden crow fifth prince and the others were overjoyed. They thought that Lu Ming was really afraid and didn't dare to kill them. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. He stabbed the golden crow fifth prince's dantian and nailed him to the ground. Lu Ming! The golden crow fifth prince shouted. The golden crow fifth prince screamed and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He could not figure out why Lu Ming would suddenly attack. What a fool. Even if today's incident didn't happen, do you think that those martial emperors would let me go? Lu Ming sneered. Because of what happened at the Thousand Spirit Exchange, the four factions were after him. The relationship between them couldn't be eased at all. They wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. What was the difference if today's incident didn't happen? The two sky prides of the Sky Wolf Pagoda and the Sky Bird Palace were also stunned. They didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack. Kill! Kill! Huang Ling and Long Chun exploded with terrifying attacks. Those two were careless and cried out miserably as they were killed by Huang Ling and Long Chun. Their combat strength was inferior to Long Chun and Huang Ling. Now that they were distracted, how could they survive? You didn't have to do anything. Leave them to me. Lu Ming looked at Huang Ling and Long Chun. They came to kill us. How can we not kill them? Long Chun said without any fear. It's a pity that one of them escaped. If the martial emperors of the Wan family find out, I'm afraid they will go crazy. Lu Ming said. These were the top sky prides of the various factions. This was a great loss. Even the powerful factions of the sacred grounds would feel heartache. So what if they go crazy? They killed us first. I must report it to the palace master. It's good enough that we don't find trouble with them. Huang Ling said. Beside Huang Ling and the other sky prides swallowed hard. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they couldn't calm down. A group of powerful sky prides died, just like that. Most of them died at the hands of Lu Ming. He was really a god of death. How many sky prides had he killed during this period of time? Let's pack up and leave this place first, Lu Ming said. He then put away the storage rings of these people and left one after another, heading toward the mountain of alchemy furnaces. Lu Ming changed his form and aura again and followed beside Long Chun and the others. In another direction, a ray of light flashed, and the golden crow fourth prince appeared. At this moment, his face was pale. After he stopped, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and hurriedly put away his wings. Although that pair of wings was an excellent treasure for escaping, every time he used it, it consumed a lot of his body. Lu Ming, you killed several princes of the Golden Crow clan. No one can save you. You will die without a burial place. Chapter 1803. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others continued to walk towards the Pill Furnace Mountain. After walking for another hour, they finally got close to the Pill Furnace Mountain. The closer they got, the more they felt the majesty of the Pill Furnace Mountain. It towered into the sky like an incomparably huge pill furnace. Moreover, there was a rich medicinal fragrance that constantly wafted over. It made one feel energetic and active. Boom! Boom! There was a violent explosion in front of them. It turned out that someone was attacking the mountain. There was a huge stone door on the mountain. A few young geniuses were constantly attacking it. All kinds of terrifying attacks landed on the stone door, causing violent explosions. However, the stone door did not budge at all. After attacking for a while, the few young geniuses retreated and shook their heads helplessly. It's impossible to break through. The entire mountain is indestructible. Someone sighed. There were many young geniuses in this area. All of them had gloomy expressions. They were outside the mountain gate, but could not enter. They were unwilling to accept it. The arrival of Lu Ming and the others attracted the attention of some people. A young man in a brocade robe had an extremely sharp aura. His gaze swept towards Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others like lightning. He revealed a surprised expression and said coldly, "How can you guys still be here?" Why can't we be here?" Huang Ling retorted with a cold smile. Long Chun transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. This young man was also a genius of the Wan clan. He was the #1 genius of the Wan clan, Wan Jingyang. Obviously, not all the geniuses of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the other forces went to attack Huang Ling and the others. Perhaps in their opinion, those people were enough. Wan Jingyang's gaze was cold as thoughts kept running through his mind. He thought to himself, could it be that the others did not encounter Huang Ling? Long Chun and the others must be so. Otherwise, with that force, they could have killed Huang Ling and the others. It's nothing. You guys are quite lucky. Wan Zhengyang smiled faintly. At the side, the other geniuses of Sky Wolf Pagoda, Ziji Sect, and Sky Bird Palace also looked at Huang Ling and the others maliciously. They also thought that Huang Ling and the others were lucky that they did not encounter the people who surrounded them. However, there were geniuses of all the major forces here. It was not convenient for them to attack. Let me try. Another person stepped forward and attacked the stone door, attracting the attention of others. This person had the cultivation of great sage, great mastery. Among the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land, he was definitely one of the top existences. Even so, he was still unable to break open the stone door. After a few dozen blows, the stone door did not budge at all. He could only retreat in defeat. Then, other experts stepped forward, but it was useless. This included Wan Zhengyang. This person was worthy of being called the #1 genius of the Wan clan. His combat prowess was extremely terrifying, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Great Saint Realm. There were not many people in the entire ancient Moon Holy Land who had reached the peak of Great Sage at such a young age. However, Wan Zhengyang did not blast open the stone door. Later on, a few more geniuses at the same level as Wan Zhengyang appeared. They were all the strongest geniuses of various forces, but they still returned without any success. Many people were silent. Outside the mountain, Emperor-level cultivators couldn't enter. They would be blocked. But now, here, a stone door was blocking the path of a young genius. Could it be that he could not enter the Great Pill Development Hall? Many people were extremely unwilling. Did you all see that? There's a brand on the stone door. Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Long Chun and Lu Ming. I saw it. It's very similar to the Origin Immemorial Inheritance token. Lu Ming and Long Chun both nodded. They had seen that there was a brand in the center of the stone door. It looked exactly the same as the Origin Immemorial Inheritance token. Moreover, there were words in the middle of the brand. However, perhaps too many years had passed. The words were no longer clear. Do you want to give it a try? Huang Ling asked. Let's wait a little longer. There's so many people now. If we try it here and open the door, wouldn't it benefit others? Lu Ming said. Huang Ling and Long Chen nodded. Everyone started to wait here. However, after a few days, there were more and more people here. There was no sign of it decreasing. I'll lure them away. You guys take the opportunity to give a try. With that, Lu Ming moved and went along the mountain of alchemy furnaces. He came to the other side of the mountain of alchemy furnaces and then punched the mountain. The mountain shone and let out a violent roar. It could not be blasted open at all, but the sound spread far and wide. There's an entrance. An entrance has opened here. Lu Ming roared at the top of his voice. What? There's an entrance? Is it true? Whether it's true or not, let's go and take a look. Almost everyone moved and pounced in the direction of Lu Ming. Lu Ming changed his appearance again and left the place, heading in the direction of the stone door. After returning to the stone door, he saw that Huang Ling and Long Chen's faces were not looking good. It's useless. Long Chen shook his head at Lu Ming. Long Chen and I tried just now. When we took out the origin immemorial inheritance token, there was no reaction at all. Huang Ling added, "No reaction?" Lu Ming frowned. Could it be that their guess was wrong? However, the brand looked very similar to the origin immemorial inheritance token. They guessed that it was very likely that the ancestor of the Great Pill Development Hall, who was also the successor of the origin immemorial sect, left this stone door. Only the successor of the origin immemorial sect could enter. Could it be that their guess was wrong? Was it just a coincidence? At this time, the other young people had returned. "Damn, we've been cheated," which bastard shouted. "If I find out who's tricking us, I'll kill him." Many people cursed, knowing that they had been cheated. Then, some people began to study the stone door, but they found nothing. Lu Ming, could it be that our inheritance tokens are not of a high enough level? Your gold successor. It might be useful. Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. He had also thought of that possibility. "Lu Ming, I'll lure them away." "You try," Long Chun said. Then, he quietly headed in another direction. Not long after, there was a rumbling sound. "There's an entrance here." Then, there was another loud roar. "Damn, it's the same trick again. That bastard is trying to trick us again. If it's true, let's go and take a look." Some people cursed and rushed in that direction. However, this time, some people did not move and stay behind, especially Wang Jingyang. He had been keeping an eye on Lu Ming and the group. At this moment, when he saw that Long Chun had disappeared, he was even more suspicious and stayed behind. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, but he could not be bothered anymore. The origin immemorial sect's gold inheritance token appeared in his hand. Buzz! As soon as the gold inheritance token appeared, it vibrated. Then, a ray of light shot out and landed on the imprint on the stone door. "It really works." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "You have the key?" Wang Jingyang looked at Lu Ming with a fiery gaze. Buzz! The stone door vibrated and shone brightly. Then, a door of light appeared. "It's open. The Great Pill Development Scripture is mine." Chapter 1804. Lu Ming's face darkened. However, with so many people trying to enter the light door, it would be difficult for him to stop them. However, the result was unexpected. Wang Jingyang crashed into the light door, and his head was spinning. He could not enter and was blocked. "Damn it, how could this be?" Wang Jingyang roared. Then, he looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand, which shone with a blazing light. "Kid, give me your token!" Wang Jingyang shouted and rushed toward Lu Ming. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming, trying to cut off Lu Ming's arm. Swoosh! Lu Ming moved and dodged Wang Jingyang's attack at the speed of lightning. He dashed toward the light door. "Stay here." Two young men appeared in front of Lu Ming. They stood in front of Lu Ming coldly and grabbed at Lu Ming. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted and threw out two punches in a row. Bang! Bang! The two young men's bodies shook violently, and they were sent flying backward, vomiting blood. "The law of chaos. You're Lu Ming." One of them shouted. "Lu Ming, stay here." Behind him, Wang Jingyang emitted a cold, killing intent. Sacred weapons flew out of his acupuncture points, and the aura of the weapons gathered. A terrifying sword qi slashed at Lu Ming. A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he slashed backward, clashing with Wang Jingyang's battle sword. Clang! There was a terrifying vibration. Lu Ming's body borrowed the force to move forward rapidly, rushing toward the light door. The light door was like a ripple, and it did not hinder Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming rushed into the light door and disappeared. "Damn it!" Wang Jingyang roared and slashed at the light door. However, the light door was indestructible, and there was no reaction at all. Moreover, the light dimmed, and the next moment, it disappeared. "What's going on?" At this moment, the other youths rushed over and asked in surprise. "Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming." He went in. Wang Jingyang roared, extremely unwilling. "What? Lu Ming went in? How can he get in? The others were even more confused. He has a key that can open a door of light. Damn it! Shouted Wan Zhengyang furiously. Then he looked at Huang Ling coldly and said, Lu Ming has a key. Do you have one? Hand it over. Lu Ming has it, but why would I? Ridiculous. Huang Ling sneered. Of course you won't admit it. I'll search for it myself. Wan Zhengyang took a step forward and was about to force Huang Ling. As the #1 person in the Wan clan's younger generation, Wan Zhengyang's battle prowess was definitely powerful. Huang Ling was definitely not his match. Boom! At this moment, the entire Pill Furnace Mountain shook violently. Following that, a halo of light erupted from the mountain and swept out in all directions. Anyone who was swept by the halo of light was sent flying out of the mountain. As the light swept across, all of the young men who had entered were swept away, flying out of the mountain. Outside the mountain, countless people stood in the sky, staring at the Pill Furnace Mountain from afar, waiting. In the sky, several martial monarchs stood there, emitting a terrifying aura. It felt like there were dozens of worlds there, trying to devour everything. Suddenly, the Pill Furnace Mountain shook violently. Following this, the crowd saw a glow bursting out. Following this, the youths were sent flying out of the mountain at a shocking speed. They only managed to stabilize their figures after flying out of the mountain. Damn it! Wan Zhengyang let out a long howl, his fury soaring to the heavens. What's going on? In the sky, the martial monarchs of the Wan clan glared at Wan Zhengyang with sharp eyes. Senior martial monarch, someone has entered the Pill Furnace Mountain. Wan Zhengyang said. Facing a martial monarch, even a younger generation would address him as senior martial monarch out of respect. What? Someone has entered the Pill Furnace Mountain? Who is it? The martial monarch of the Wan clans' eyes shone brightly. The powerhouses of the other forces were shocked. They began to look at the geniuses of their respective forces, hoping that it was one of them who had entered. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Wan Zhengyang's voice sounded again. Many people were shocked by his words. Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming again. Not long ago, Lu Ming's name had caused a stir in the ancient moon's sacred ground. He was so bold that he had killed more than 10 geniuses of the 4 major forces at the Thousand Spear Exchange. There are also more than 10 senior great sages. In the end, the 4 major forces sent out a large number of powerhouses and even martial monarchs to search for Lu Ming, but it was to no avail. Even some martial monarchs had heard of Lu Ming's name. After disappearing for a while, he had entered the Pill Furnace Mountain without anyone noticing. Even some martial monarchs were surprised. It's this kid again. How did he enter? Is he alone? The martial monarch of the Wan clan asked. Lu Ming has the key and opened the door. Wan Zhengyang briefly explained the situation inside. Then, he looked at Huang Ling and Long Chun and said, You are with Lu Ming. Do you also have a key? Ridiculous. If we had the key, why would we be here? Huang Ling sneered. At this time, the martial monarch of the Wan clan noticed Huang Ling and Long Chun. He could not help but frown. Didn't he send people to kill Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others? Why were they still alive? Then, he looked around and found that several geniuses of the Wan clan were missing. He frowned and asked coldly, Zhengyang, where are Xianxia and the others? Why are they missing? Where are Dark Wolf and the others from Sky Wolf Tower? Why are they missing? Sky Bird Palace. Then, the powerhouses of the major forces looked around and said coldly. They all found that some people were missing from their respective sections. Whoosh! The martial monarch of the Wan clan looked at Huang Ling and asked, Speak, where did my Wan clan's Wan Xianxia and the others go? Huang Ling's expression changed, and she said, Senior, you must be joking. How would I know where your Wan clan's geniuses are? They're all dead. They were killed by Huang Ling, Long Chun, and Lu Ming. At this time, a loud cry rang out. Everyone looked over and found that the one who spoke was the Golden Crow 4th Prince. What? They were killed? The martial monarchs of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Tower, and the others all burst out with terrifying auras. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. They killed them. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince shouted, his eyes flickering with a sinister light. How dare you kill my Wan clan's geniuses? You're seeking death. The martial monarch of the Wan clan roared and took a step forward. This step shook heaven and earth as if the world was about to explode. The horrifying aura made everyone's expression change drastically as they frantically retreated. Huangling was the same. She quickly retreated, but she still felt a strong pressure. Her delicate figure trembled, and she vomited a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, a figure appeared before Huangling. A similarly horrifying aura burst out and blocked the aura of the Wan clan's martial monarch. A bona fide martial monarch wants to make a move on a junior? Chapter 1805. Phoenix Palace's martial emperor stood in front of Huangling and stared coldly at Wan clan's martial emperor. His terrifying aura made Wan clan's martial emperor stop in his tracks. Huangling, what is going on? Phoenix Palace's martial emperor asked Huangling. It's like this. When Longchen and I were heading to the Pill Furnace Mountain, we encountered people from the Wan family, Sky Wolf Pagoda, Sky Bird Palace, and Purple Pole Palace. Fortunately, Luming arrived in time and saved us. Huangling explained. What? The four superpowers surrounded you? How dare you? Phoenix Palace's martial emperor was enraged when he heard what Huangling said. Dazzling phoenix flames erupted from his body, and a huge phoenix flew out. Wan clan's martial emperor's face changed, and an imperial weapon appeared in his hand. He threw it out to block the flaming phoenix. The four superpowers surrounded Huangling, Long Chun, and the others. In the end, they were killed. Now, the martial emperor wants to deal with Huangling and the others. This is ridiculous. Do you think Phoenix Palace is easy to bully? Phoenix Palace's martial emperor said. A phoenix circled above his head, and its aura grew stronger. The people from the other sects and forces around them understood what was going on. The four major forces secretly sent geniuses to kill Huangling, Long Chun, and arrest. They did not know why, but Luming intervened midway and caused them to be killed. Now, they wanted to blame the people who were besieged. They looked at Wan Clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the other superpowers with a hint of mockery. No matter what, our geniuses were killed. Those who killed them will have to pay the price. Another figure stepped out with a ferocious aura. This person was Sky Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor. Then, two more figures stepped out. They were Sky Bird Palace's and Amethyst Sect's martial emperors. They charged toward Huangling and the others. Ridiculous. Your men were trash and couldn't kill others. Instead, they were killed. Now, the martial emperor wants to step in. Does that mean that I can kill any of you? Someone laughed coldly. Beside Long Chun, a tall and burly figure stepped out. He was like a giant elephant in the sky, and his aura was violent. He was Divine Elephant Sect's martial emperor. The six martial emperors' auras exploded, and they faced each other in the sky. The people around them were forced to retreat. Only the martial emperors could stand their ground. The four of you broke the rules like this. From now on, the younger generation shouldn't go out. Otherwise, everyone who comes out will die. A figure covered in lightning energy spoke indifferently. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the martial emperors of the Wan Clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the other three factions. This was the Thunder God Sect's martial emperor. Thunder God Sect and Phoenix Palace had always been on good terms. Naturally, they would stand on Phoenix Palace's side. The Thunder God Sect's martial emperor's words caused the eyes of all the martial emperors present to flicker. That's right, the younger generation wanted to kill others and was killed in the end. Now, the martial emperor wanted to take revenge. In that case, wouldn't the martial emperors of the other forces be able to stop controlling the situation? If they saw the younger generation of the enemy forces or those below the martial emperor realm, they would directly attack and destroy them. This way, aside from the martial emperors themselves, all the major powers would die. Not a single one would survive. If that was the case, what was the point? This was a violation of the rules. The expressions of the martial emperors of the Wan Clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, and the other three forces turned unsightly. That's right, if they wanted to force their way in, the martial emperors of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect could also act. They had no choice but to be wary of killing those below the martial emperor realm. Their expressions were ugly, and they were caught in a dilemma. Where are Old 4, Old 5, and Old 9? At that moment, a Golden Crow martial emperor looked at the Golden Crow fourth prince and asked, "Dead, they're all dead. They were killed by Lu Ming. Old ancestor, you must kill Lu Ming and avenge Old 5 and the others." The Golden Crow fourth prince shouted, "What? Lu Ming again?" The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The princes of the Golden Crow clan were killed by Lu Ming. This Lu Ming was really audacious. First, he killed the geniuses of the four major factions. Now, he even killed the princes of the Golden Crow clan. Audacious to the extreme, lawless, and out of control. That was the impression that many experts had of Lu Ming. Damn it! How dare you kill my Golden Crow prince? Die! The Golden Crow martial emperor let out a sharp cry that pierced the eardrums of many people. They almost vomited blood. The people of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, Ziji sect, and Skybird Palace were all killed by Lu Ming. This brat suddenly attacked. Despicable. The Golden Crow fourth prince shouted again. Compared to Huang Ling and Long Chun, he hated Lu Ming more. Now that the situation had reached a stalemate, he shifted all his hatred to Lu Ming. He had to kill Lu Ming. In fact, that was the case. Before he fled, the people he saw were all killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming! Lu Ming! The martial emperors of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other factions softly repeated this name. Their voices were not heavy, but they were filled with cold, killing intent. Lu Ming must die. Now that he has entered the Pill Furnace Mountain, we will wait here for him to come out. Once he comes out, kill him without mercy. The martial emperor of the Wan clan said coldly. Then the various major factions surrounded this area and waited for Lu Ming to come out. Lu Ming naturally did not know anything about what was happening outside. After he charged through the door of light, he arrived in a huge stone room. The stone room was extremely spacious and empty. There was almost nothing else in it except for an alchemy cauldron. There was a huge alchemy cauldron in the middle of the stone room. It was at least 100 meters tall. However, this alchemy cauldron was completely corroded. It was covered in rust and did not have any spirituality, like a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming looked around, but found nothing. Is this the Great Pill Evolution Hall? But there is nothing here, not to mention any inheritance. Lu Ming muttered, somewhat disappointed. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out, startling Lu Ming. He retreated and looked around cautiously. Buzz! Another buzzing sound attracted Lu Ming's attention. He looked at the rusty alchemy cauldron. The sound came from the alchemy cauldron. Then, the sound of the alchemy cauldron vibrating grew louder. Crack! Lu Ming saw that the rust on the alchemy cauldron cracked and fell off continuously. A scarlet light spread out. Furthermore, there were many mysterious patterns on the alchemy cauldron. It smells so good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could smell a strong medicinal fragrance coming from the alchemy cauldron. The alchemy cauldron vibrated more and more violently. The rust on it fell off in large chunks. Finally, a scarlet alchemy cauldron appeared in front of Lu Ming. It shone brilliantly like a divine radiance. Buzz! In the end, the alchemy cauldron vibrated and rose into the air, suppressing Lu Ming. Oh no! Lu Ming's expression changed. His body flashed rapidly as he tried to dodge. However, a terrifying force exploded from the alchemy cauldron. Lu Ming's surroundings seemed to be confined. He could not move his body even if he used all his strength. Nestle, will I be smashed to death by this alchemy cauldron? That would be such a waste. Chapter 1806. The Crimson Cauldron emitted a terrifying aura that was scorching hot. As it approached Lu Ming felt as if he was being burnt. However, a strange scene occurred. When the cauldron approached Lu Ming, it shrunk rapidly and turned into a ray of light that rushed into Lu Ming's mind and disappeared. In the next moment, the cauldron appeared in Lu Ming's mind and emitted a blinding light. At the same time, a large amount of information rushed into Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming subconsciously sat down cross-legged and began to digest the information. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Great Development Cauldron, Great Development Pill Scripture. I didn't expect to receive the inheritance of the Great Development Pill Hall. Lu Ming muttered with a complicated expression. There were two main types of information that appeared in his mind. One was the Great Development Pill Scripture, and the other was the Sacred Scripture of Alchemy. The Great Development Pill Scripture is indeed mysterious. Just like the rumors, it can use the laws of heaven and earth to refine pills. Lu Ming's face was filled with amazement. Of course, he only had a rough idea of the contents of the Great Development Pill Scripture. He was still far from comprehending it. He would need to spend more time to comprehend it. There was another piece of information, which was the Great Development Pill Formation. There were ancestors of the Great Development Pill Hall who had carved a powerful formation in the vicinity of this mountain. At this moment, all the information was in Lu Ming's mind and could be easily grasped by Lu Ming. This place is protected by a large formation and rich in origin chi. It's not a bad place to live in the future. Lu Ming smiled. Tap, tap, tap. At this time, in the quiet stone room, there was a clear sound. This sound seemed to be the sound of a wooden stick hitting the ground. Someone's here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Was there still a descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall alive? Lu Ming focused his attention and scanned his surroundings. The tapping sound was getting closer and closer. Then, Lu Ming saw a figure walking out from the depths of the stone room. This was an old man wearing gray clothes. However, this old man was truly very old. Not much of his snow-white hair remained. His body was skinny, and the wrinkles on his face piled up like a mountain. There was no martial aura emanating from his body. He looked like an ordinary old man who was on the verge of death. But Lu Ming did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Since the other party appeared in the Great Pill Evolution Hall, it was most likely not ordinary. How many years has it been? Someone is finally here. The old man spoke in a hoarse voice, but his voice was weak and feeble. He opened his murky eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Suddenly, he bowed to Lu Ming. This old servant greets the new home master. Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hand, and a force lifted the old man up. He asked, "Senior, why are you doing this? Also, who are you?" This old servant is just a servant of the Great Development Pill Hall. I was ordered to guard the Great Development Pill Hall and wait for the arrival of the new descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall. Finally, before I die, the new descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall has arrived. The old man said, "I become the descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. The previous hall master said that anyone who can enter here is the descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall. Otherwise, why would the Great Development Pill Furnace enter your sea of consciousness and recognize you as its master?" The old man explained. "Senior, what's going on? What does this have to do with the descendant of the Hunyuan sect? Can you explain to me?" Lu Ming asked the doubts in his heart. "It's very simple. The previous hall master is also the descendant of the Hunyuan sect. He's a silver descendant." After saying that, a token appeared in the old man's hand. It shone with a silver light. It was the Hunyuan sect's silver inheritance token. The previous sect master said that the Great Development Pill Hall can only appear when the Hunyuan sect's gold descendant is born. The gold descendant is the descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall and the hall master of the Great Development Pill Hall. Some time ago, through the silver inheritor token, I sensed that the gold inheritor of the Hunyuan sect had finally appeared. So, I opened the Great Evolution Pill Palace and waited for the arrival of the gold inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. I did not expect the palace master to arrive so soon. It seems like the palace master is in the ancient Moon Holy Land. The old man explained in detail. I see. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder there was a mark of the Hunyuan sect's inheritance token on the stone door. No wonder no one could enter. not even Huang Ling and Long Chun. He was the only one who could enter. This was because the Great Development Pill Hall had appeared for him. If he did not come, no one else would be able to obtain the inheritance. Then, he thought of another question. The silver inheritance token could sense the birth of a gold descendant. Did that mean that the previous Hunyuan sect's inheritors could sense it? Even some powerful existences knew that a gold descendant had appeared. It seemed like he had to be more careful in the future. Unless it was necessary, he could not reveal his identity as the gold descendant of the Hunyuan sect. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If some powerful existences harbored ill intentions and knew that he was the gold inheritor of the Hunyuan sect, they might slap him to death. By the way, Senior, where are the others in the Great Development Pill Hall? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he asked again. There's no one else. There's only me. If a few more days pass, I'm afraid I'll be buried. Luckily, the heavens have eyes. Before I'm buried, the Palace Master came here and inherited the Great Evolution Pill Palace. Even if I die, I can rest in peace. The old man said, his voice filled with sadness. Lu Ming was shocked, and he said, Why is Senior the only one left in the Great Development Pill Hall? Legend has it that when one reaches the Martial Emperor realm, his lifespan is unlimited and he is almost immortal. Lu Ming was indeed shocked. Lu Ming did not believe that the Great Development Pill Hall did not have a martial monarch realm expert. In the ancient era, the Great Development Pill Hall was famous in the Primordial Mountain. Their alchemy skills were unparalleled, and they were able to establish their own sect in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. Moreover, after countless years, almost all the major factions in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground were on the move. Even martial monarchs showed up. How could such a faction not have a martial monarch? Lu Ming did not believe it. It's true that martial monarchs have an endless lifespan, but none of them are truly immortal. The old man sighed. Lu Ming was confused. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Palace Master, you probably don't know this yet, right? The Martial Emperor realm has an endless lifespan. However, there will be a great calamity every 333 years. Those who manage to overcome it will have their cultivation tempered and become stronger. They might even be able to advance to the next level. However, those who fail to overcome it will be turned into ashes by the great calamity. The old man's explanation made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Martial monarchs had to face a great tribulation every 333 years. Those who failed to survive the tribulation would be turned into ashes. Martial monarchs were not free of worries. They had to face great tribulations to achieve immortality. In other words, martial monarchs pursued strength more than other cultivators because they would die if they were not strong enough. Each tribulation is more powerful than the previous one. If martial monarchs remain stagnant, they will die under the tribulation. So what if you're a martial monarch? You can't escape the punishment of the heavens. Chapter 1807. Could it be that all the previous palace masters have fallen under the great calamity? Lu Ming asked. More or less. The old man said as if he was reminiscing. In the ancient times, although the Great Pill Development Palace had a small number of people, it was extremely powerful. There were a few generations of palace masters who were still alive. Unfortunately, a few generations of palace masters did not manage to survive the great calamity and died under the heavenly tribulation. The Great Development Pill Scripture and the Great Development Pill Furnace of the Great Development Pill Palace were coveted by others. Previously, there were a few generations of palace masters guarding the palace, and no one dared to touch it. However, after the deaths of a few generations of palace masters, other forces started to get restless. After that, the previous palace master had no choice but to seal the Great Development Pill Palace and hide it in the endless void. In the endless years that followed, the others died of old age, and the previous palace master also fell under the great calamity. Only my lineage is left to guard the Great Development Pill Palace for generations, the old man continued to explain, and Lu Ming roughly understood. The old man's lineage was the servant of the Great Development Palace and also the guardian of the Great Development Pill Palace for generations. In the endless years that the Great Development Pill Palace was in seclusion, the others had all died of old age. The previous palace master of the Great Development Pill Palace had also fallen under the Great Calamity. The Great Development Pill Palace was considered to have lost its inheritance, and only the old man's lineage continued to be passed down. However, the old man was the only one left in the lineage. If Lu Ming still did not come, the entire Great Development Pill Palace might really disappear in the long river of history. Palace Master, you can cultivate here in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask this old servant. The old man said, Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was not used to the old man calling him an old servant. No, you're the palace master of the Great Development Pill Palace, and I'm a servant of the Great Development Pill Palace. I should address you as Palace Master. Palace Master, don't call me Senior in the future. This old servant is not worthy of it. Palace Master, you can call me by my name. My name is Dan Kong. The old man said. Then I'll call you Uncle Kong. This matter is settled. Lu Ming said. The old man pondered for a moment before he nodded and said, Hall Master, first familiarize yourself with the Great Development Pill Formation and Great Development Pill Scripture. After that, this old servant will explain some of the profound uses of the Great Development Pill Furnace to Hall Master. It will be of great help to Hall Master. Many thanks, Uncle Kong. Lu Ming cupped his fists. A trace of a smile appeared on Dan Kong's face. He leaned on his walking stick and walked towards the front of the stone room, disappearing from there. Clearly, there was another space in front of the stone chamber. After the old man left, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and familiarized himself with the control of the Great Yin Pill Array. Several days passed in a twinkle. Lu Ming felt that his control over the Great Yin Pill Array was already more or less there. Let's go out for a while. I came in alone earlier. I wonder how Huangling, Long Chun, and the others are doing? Lu Ming pondered, feeling a little uneasy. Previously, he had killed many sky prides of the four major forces and the Golden Crow tribe, but the Golden Crow fourth prince had escaped. This matter would probably cause a commotion among the four major forces and the Golden Crow tribe. He did not know if Huang Ling and Long Chun would be implicated. If he did not get to the bottom of this, he would feel uneasy. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the stone door in the stone chamber. Strangely, when Lu Ming walked to the stone door, a door of light automatically appeared on the stone door, and Lu Ming walked through it. Now, Lu Ming could control the entire Great Yin Pill Array. Lu Ming could enter and exit any place in the Great Development Pill Hall freely. Outside the Pill Furnace Mountain, there were still many people waiting. A few days passed in the blink of an eye for a martial Dao expert. It was nothing. Someone has come out of the Pill Furnace Mountain. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Immediately after, everyone's gaze turned towards the Mountain of Cauldrons. A black-robed young man stepped out of the Pill Furnace Mountain. Who else could it be but Lu Ming? Lu Ming. The martial emperors from the Wan clan, Golden Crow tribe, and Skywolf Pagoda all looked at Lu Ming with eyes as sharp as divine swords. They did not hide their killing intent. However, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others' faces changed drastically. Lu Ming, don't come out. Quickly return to the Pill Furnace Mountain. Huang Ling shouted anxiously. Shut up. The martial emperors from the Wan clan shouted coldly. Their sharp eyes swept towards Huang Ling, causing her face to turn pale. Lu Ming naturally saw the people outside and heard Huang Ling's voice. However, he did not stop and continued to step out. He only stopped when he reached the edge of the Pill Furnace Mountain. He looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Huang Ling and Long Chun were safe. Lu Ming, did you obtain the Great Development Pill Scripture and the Great Development Pill Furnace? The martial emperors from the Wan clan looked at Lu Ming with eyes as sharp as swords. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the martial emperors from the Wan clan. He did not fear the martial emperors at all. Regardless of whether you did or not, come with me to the Wan clan. The martial emperors from the Wan clan said in a cold voice. It was a completely commanding tone, but there was no room for doubt. When a martial emperor spoke, his words carried enormous weight. Aha, how shameless! Since ancient times, treasures have been obtained by those who are fated. Even if Lu Ming obtained the Great Development Pill Scripture and the Great Development Pill Furnace, it is also his good fortune. It is his fortuitous opportunity. You, a martial emperor, actually want to snatch the fortuitous opportunity of a junior. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Beside Huang Ling, the martial emperors from Phoenix Palace spoke disdainfully. Who said that I want to snatch his fortuitous opportunity? He killed many of my Wan clan's prodigies and has to pay the price. Moreover, the evil spirit sect's vice sect master appeared earlier. It is obvious that the evil spirit sect is about to revive. I suspect that he is from the evil spirit sect and specializes in killing prodigies with the potential to become a martial emperor. Why can't I bring him back to the Wan clan for interrogation? The Wan clan's martial emperor quibbled, directly accusing Lu Ming of being from the evil spirit sect. That's right. Lu Ming specializes in killing prodigies. We must bring him back for interrogation. The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor also spoke, greed flashing in his eyes. In their opinion, not only had Lu Ming obtained the Great Development Pill Scripture and the Great Development Pill Furnace, but he also had other secrets. If they could obtain Lu Ming's secrets, it would definitely be of great use to their various factions. Ah, what a joke. This is a martial emperor? You are actually so despicable. Lu Ming sneered, his words full of mockery and disdain. How dare you, a junior? Not only do you not kneel and greet a martial emperor, but you also dare to mock me. I will cripple you now. The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted, and a violent aura erupted from his body, pressing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he retreated at lightning speed. You want to leave? In front of me. That is wishful thinking. The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted coldly. He took a step forward, and heaven and earth rumbled. Then he waved his hand, and an incomparably huge hand blotted out the sky, grabbing toward Lu Ming. Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others' expressions changed drastically. The Wan clan's martial emperor was too shameless. He actually made a move on a junior. However, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, he waved his hand. The entire territory around the Pill Furnace Mountain lit up, and a halo spread out, rushing toward that huge hand. Boom! Chapter 1808. The Wan clan's martial emperor's face darkened. He took a step forward and pointed his finger like a sword. A shocking sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. However, another halo of light rushed out and dispersed this sword radiance. Trying to stop me with the array? How naive! The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted. He took a step forward and rushed into the area of the Pill Furnace Mountain. At the same time, his body glowed and a few weapons appeared. The moment these weapons appeared, a terrifying battle weapon, Qi, soared into the sky. A vast aura covered the sky. Each weapon was dazzling, and even the sun was overshadowed. Emperor weapons. These weapons were all Emperor weapons. The Wan clan's martial emperor cultivated the 10,000 weapon art and sealed Emperor weapons. He held a battle sword in his hand and slashed out. Boom! The sword light and the halo above the Pill Furnace Mountain clashed fiercely, causing explosions to ring out. Go! Lu Ming stood in the void, shrouded in endless halos. He waved his hands, and the entire area of the Pill Furnace Mountain glowed. Beams of halos appeared, as though they had transformed into blades of death, charging toward the Wan clan's martial emperors. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out, and the Wan clan's martial emperor's body shook. He stepped on the air and retreated. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Lu Ming actually dared to fight with a martial emperor. Moreover, he was able to force the martial emperor to retreat. This was simply unbelievable. Lad, You can control the array here. You have indeed obtained the inheritance of the Great Pill Development Hall. The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura surged. Everyone was shocked. No wonder Lu Ming could fight with a martial emperor. It turned out that he controlled the array of the Great Pill Development Hall. However, it was still shocking that he had the guts to fight with a martial emperor. Ordinary people would tremble in fear when standing before a martial emperor. They would not even dare to breathe loudly. They would not even dare to think about fighting with a martial emperor. Even if an ordinary person controlled such a large array, it would be useless. Lu Ming lived up to his reputation. He was really bold. So what if you have a large array? I will let you know what a martial emperor is. Those below a martial emperor are just ants. The Wan clan's martial emperor roared. His aura became even more terrifying. It was as though a world had appeared around him. Terrifying energy gushed out from the world and poured into the imperial weapon. The monarch weapons floated in the air. Their power grew more and more terrifying as they pressed down on Lu Ming. Martial Emperor's World Force. Someone exclaimed. Once the Martial Emperor's World Force was unleashed, it could crush and destroy everything. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He was very clear on how powerful the Great Dam Formation was. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, daring to shout kill at the Martial Emperor. At the same time, the Pill Furnace Mountain emitted many halos, rushing out at an extremely shocking speed, instantly attacking the Martial Emperor of the Wan clan, exceeding the reaction speed of many people. Those halos of light bombarded the Imperial armaments non-stop and began to fight against them intensely. The Imperial armament trembled violently. The world energy contained within the Imperial armament seemed to be on the verge of being dispersed. Break! The Wan clan's martial emperor roared. Heaven and earth were shaking. The power of the world gushed out continuously. However, it was useless. The Wan clan's martial emperor was forced to retreat. Boom! Boom! Every time he took a step back, the void seemed to be on the verge of tearing apart. Although the space of the Yuan continent was extremely stable, many times more stable than the Divine Wilderness continent, martial emperors were too powerful. They could already affect space. A full-powered attack could probably tear space apart. The Wan clan's martial emperor was no match for them and kept retreating. This brat is too daring. He might be from the evil spirit sect. There are no rules when dealing with people from the evil spirit sect. We have to take him down. Brother Wan, I'll lend you a hand. A cold voice rang out. Following that, a figure let out a cry and turned into a huge black eagle, pouncing towards Lu Ming. This person was a fiend arch from the Skybird Palace. How shameful. You need 2 martial emperors to join forces to deal with a junior. You even found such a high-sounding reason. I can't take it anymore. The martial emperor beside Huang Ling shouted. He stepped forward and struck out with his palm. A phoenix flew out and pounced towards the Skybird Palace's fiend arch. Your Phoenix Palace is covering up for Lu Ming. Have you sided with the evil spirit sect? Kill! The Skybird Palace's fiend arch shouted. He flapped his wings like a heavenly blade and scattered the phoenix formed by the Phoenix Palace's martial emperor. At the same time, he did not forget to accuse Phoenix Palace. Bullshit! The Phoenix Palace's martial emperor cursed. His aura erupted as he struck out with his palms. Phoenix cries rang out as phoenixes flew out and engaged in a fierce battle with the Skybird Palace's fiend arch. Phoenix Palace has interfered. We'll settle this score later. Today we must take down Lu Ming. Another cold voice rang out as a figure stepped forward. This person was covered in purple light that shot into the sky. It was a martial emperor from the ZG sect. You've gone too far. The Divine Elephant sect's martial emperor spoke. He stepped forward and appeared in front of the ZG sect's martial emperor. Your Divine Elephant sect wants to interfere too. I want to experience your Divine Elephant sect's ultimate technique. The ZG sect's martial emperor spoke. Purple light burst forth, forming a terrifying attack that blasted towards the Divine Elephant sect's martial emperor. As you wish. The divine elephant sect's martial emperor shouted and punched out. A group of giant elephants formed and stepped on the void. They leaped towards the ZG sect's martial emperor as if they were going to crush him. Several martial emperors had erupted here. The martial emperor's battle was earth-shattering. The others were shocked and frantically retreated, afraid of being affected. Today, you can't stop us. Lu Ming must be taken down. Another voice rang out. It came from the Sky Wolf Pagoda's Fiend Arch. He roared and transformed into a giant wolf. Like a mountain, he erupted with a violent aura and rushed towards Lu Ming. This time, no one stopped him. Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect were close to Lu Ming because of Huang Ling and Long Chen's relationship. That was why they had helped Lu Ming. However, the other forces had no relationship with Lu Ming. Of course, they would not help Lu Ming and offend the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the other major forces. How dare you kill the crown prince of the Golden Crow clan? You must die. The Fiend Arch of the Golden Crow clan shouted and transformed into a giant three-legged golden crow. His body was covered in blazing divine sun fire. He flapped his wings and charged towards Lu Ming like a golden divine blade. The three martial emperors attacked at the same time to take down Lu Ming. The three martial emperors joined forces to take down Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming was taken down today, or even killed in battle, his name would be recorded in the history of the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. Facing the three martial emperors, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. However, there was a raging fire burning in his eyes. This was a strong killing intent. He retreated and controlled the Dying Grand Formation. Rays of light formed and bombarded the three emperor-level powerhouses. Don't let him retreat into the Pill Furnace Mountain. The martial emperor of the Wan clan shouted coldly. He controlled the martial emperor weapon and sent the halos flying towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the Fiend Arch of Sky Wolf Pagoda and the three-legged Golden Crow attacked for both sides. The terrifying attacks broke through the halos and rapidly approached Lu Ming. Chapter 1809. Just as everyone thought that Lu Ming would flee into the Cauldron Mountain to hide, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Boundless light surged out from the surroundings, blocking the three Emperor-level experts. At the same time, a scarlet light shot out from Lu Ming's glabella. It was a cauldron, the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. The Great Pill Derivation Cauldron grew to a height of 10,000 feet and heavily smashed into the ground. Boom! The earth rumbled as Lu Ming descended from the sky and stood on top of the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. It's the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. The Wan clan's martial emperors, the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's martial emperors, and the Golden Crow tribe's martial emperors all had blazing eyes as they stared at the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. The Great Pill Derivation Cauldron, together with the Great Pill Derivation Scripture, could refine pills with the laws and seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Such a treasure was a fatal temptation to any faction. Hand over the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. The Wan clan's martial emperors shouted as they charged at Lu Ming with their emperor-level weapons. The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's martial emperors and the Golden Crow tribe's martial emperors were not slow at all. They unleashed terrifying attacks that blasted away several light halos as they charged at Lu Ming. The three Emperor-level experts charged at Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming stood on top of the cauldron, his eyes flickering with madness. The Wan clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, Golden Crow tribe, Purple Extreme Sect, and Skybird Palace. These five factions had gone too far. From the beginning, Lu Ming and the five factions had only been fighting among the younger generation. Deaths and injuries were unavoidable in a fight among the younger generation. However, when the younger generation of these factions was no match for Lu Ming, they directly sent out the older generation. This time, it was even better. They directly sent out Emperor-level experts to kill Lu Ming. Since that was the case, Lu Ming would go crazy. Otherwise, they would really treat him as a junior that could be casually crushed. Lu Ming stood still as the attacks of the three Emperor-level experts rapidly approached him. Great Dan Formation, smelt all things refined for me. Lu Ming roared. At this moment, the great development cauldron let out a thunderous roar, as though it was resonating with the entire world. Resplendent light erupted in the area, and endless halos condensed from all directions, forming an incomparably huge cauldron that wanted to suppress the three sovereigns. Break! The three Emperor-level powerhouses roared as their terrifying attacks bombarded the cauldron. Great Pill Derivation Furnace, open! Lu Ming coldly shouted. The lid of the great development cauldron beneath his feet opened, revealing a pitch-black space. A terrifying, attractive force erupted from the cauldron, as if it wanted to swallow everything in the world and refine it into a pill. The three Emperor-level experts were sucked into the cauldron by the terrifying suction force. Not good. The three Monarch-level masters' faces changed drastically. They unleashed their world energy and struggled madly, trying to break out of the encirclement. Great Dan Formation, suppress. Lu Ming waved his hands, controlling the Great Dan Formation in this area with all his might. At this moment, Lu Ming, the Great Development Cauldron, and the Great Development Cauldron seemed to have merged into one, erupting with astonishing energy. If the Great Development Cauldron was placed outside without the assistance of the Great Development Cauldron, Lu Ming's current cultivation would not be able to exert such a powerful force to affect the Emperor-level powerhouses. However, with the help of the Great Development Cauldron, it was different. Its power was astonishing, and it seemed to have recovered, erupting with an astonishing suction force. In the sky, endless halos condensed, forming a huge cauldron with raging flames burning inside, suppressing the three Emperor-level powerhouses. The three Emperor-level powerhouses roared and resisted with all their might. However, their bodies still fell bit by bit and were about to be sucked into the Great Development Cauldron. The spectators from afar were dumbfounded. Each of them widened their eyes and stood there in a daze. Shock could no longer be used to describe their feelings. What was Lu Ming trying to do? Was he trying to kill the sovereigns? Was he trying to put the three sovereigns into the cauldron and refine three Emperor-level pills? This simply could not be described as audacious. His courage was even greater than the heavens. A junior, a great saint, actually wanted to kill the sovereigns. Regardless of whether he could succeed or not, such thoughts and actions were absolutely crazy. Martial emperors, even the weakest minor martial emperor realm, were still martial emperors. They had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Their lifespan was endless, and they could condense a small world. Such a person, no matter where they were, would be high and mighty, overlooking all living beings. When ordinary people faced emperor-level powerhouses, it was like a mortal facing a deity. They would not even dare to have any thoughts of blasphemy. However, Lu Ming wanted to kill the sovereigns. One could only imagine how shocked the surrounding people were. Most importantly, the three sovereigns were really falling toward the Great Development Cauldron. Lu Ming, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. The Wan clan's martial emperor roared crazily. He was really crazy. As a martial emperor, he could not take down Lu Ming personally. He needed help from others, but now he was actually defeated by Xiaofeng. In the future, his reputation as a martial emperor was destined to be ruined. He hated Lu Ming to the extreme. He hated Lu Ming for resisting. Why did he not obediently follow him to the Wan clan and obediently give up everything? He was just an ant, yet he dared to resist and humiliate him. Explode. The Wan clan's martial emperor's eyes flashed with pain. He roared and a sovereign weapon flew up. Then, it emitted a bright light and exploded. The Wan clan's martial emperor was forced to explode his sovereign weapon. The explosion of the sovereign weapon was shockingly powerful. The terrifying energy tore a hole in the cauldron formed by the Great Development Cauldron. The Wan clan's martial emperor used the other two sovereign weapons to protect himself and rushed out of the hole. Ga. The Golden Crow let out a long cry. The Golden Crow Beast Emperor flapped his wings and rushed out of the hole like a beam of golden light. Roar! The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Beast Emperor also wanted to rush out. "Stay here," Lu Ming shouted as he controlled the Great Development Cauldron. The cauldron quickly recovered, and the hole shrunk. "No!" The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Beast Emperor roared and smashed at the hole. Unfortunately, the hole had already disappeared. The huge cauldron released a terrifying flame that pressed down on the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Beast Emperor. At this moment, the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Beast Emperor was the only one left. It was even harder for him to resist. The huge cauldron pushed him toward the Great Development Cauldron. Roar! The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Beast Emperor struggled frantically. He unleashed his world energy, and his body expanded rapidly. However, it was useless. His body quickly fell into the cauldron. Finally, his huge body entered the cauldron. Clang! Lu Ming controlled the Great Development Cauldron's lid and covered the cauldron. "Refine!" Lu Ming shouted as he stood on the cauldron. His long hair fluttered. Boom! Fierce alchemy flames spewed out from the bottom of the cauldron. At the same time, the Great Development Cauldron turned into beams of light and surrounded the cauldron, suppressing it. Boom! 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 Chapter 1810. If you want to kill me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed. Turn into ashes. Lu Ming roared, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He controlled the cauldron with all his might, intending to refine the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Demon Emperor. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air, including those Emperor-level experts. Lu Ming was really going to refine an Emperor-level powerhouse. If he succeeded, it would shock the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. A great sage slaughtering an emperor. Even with the help of the Grand Array, there were few such examples since ancient times. It would probably pierce through the heavens. Lu Ming, let go of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Demon Emperor. Do you think the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda only has one Demon Emperor? The Holy Land's foundation is far beyond your imagination. If you really anger us, you'll die without a burial place. The Wan clan's martial emperor roared. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. He had actually lost an imperial armament in this battle. His heart was dripping with blood. That was an extremely rare emperor weapon. How many years had he spent cultivating it? He had only obtained 3 emperor weapons. He had paid a huge price and put in a lot of effort. Previously, he had no choice but to self-destruct one. He wished he could skin Lu Ming alive to vent his anger. Now, Lu Ming was going to refine the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Demon Emperor. Aha! Martial emperors are indeed superior to all living beings. At first, the 3 martial emperors wanted to kill me, but they were no match for me and were defeated by me. Now, they're using the power behind them to suppress me. How impressive! How impressive! I've learned something new. Lu Ming sneered, but everyone could hear the deep mockery in his voice. 3 martial emperors were dealing with a person of a younger generation. After being defeated, they actually brought out the faction behind them. This was truly shameless. The Wan clan's martial emperor's face was extremely gloomy. On the other hand, the rest of the members of the Wan family looked ashamed and resentful. They secretly hated Lu Ming. Lu Ming, how dare you humiliate my Wan clan? You'll regret it sooner or later. Wan Zhengyang gritted his teeth. The humiliation of the Wan clan's martial emperor was equivalent to the humiliation of the entire Wan clan. In the future, when they went out, they would definitely be looked down upon and criticized by others. Of course, they wouldn't think about whether or not they were the cause of all this. They would only blame everything on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let go of the Shifter Emperor. Let him go. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape no matter where you go. The people of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda all roared. Some of them turned into giant wolves and glared at Lu Ming. If you want to save your Shifter Emperor, come and save him yourself. Lu Ming said as he tried his best to refine the Skywolf Pagoda's Faith Arch. However, how could the demons of Heavenly Wolf Pagoda dare to go? What a joke. Even the Shifter the Arch was trapped in the cauldron and couldn't even protect himself. If they went to save him, wouldn't they be courting death? A bunch of gutless rats. Lu Ming sneered. He glanced at the Wan clan's martial emperors and the Golden Crow demonic monarch and said coldly, "If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me, no matter who you are." No matter who it was? Even if it was a martial emperor or a faith arch, Xianxia would still kill them. Arrogant. How arrogant. No matter how talented you are destined to not go far. Kill. The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted. He controlled an emperor weapon and threw it at Lu Ming from afar. However, he did not dare to get close at all. He only attacked Lu Ming from afar, trying to save the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's faith arch. At the same time, the Golden Crow demonic monarch also made his move. He flapped his wings, and suns suddenly appeared in the sky. The suns fell, smashing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming manipulated the great amplification elixir array to form many light screens, blocking the surroundings. Right now, he did not attack. He just needed to block. He focused on refining the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's faith arch. Since they wanted to kill him, he had to make them pay a painful price. The Great Pill Formation blocked the attacks of the Wan clan's martial emperors and the Golden Crow demonic monarch. Roar! Roar! Roars came from the Great Pill Formation cauldron and the roars of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's faith arch. The roars were filled with anger, unwillingness, and fear. Yes, everyone heard the roars of fear. Moreover, as time passed, the voice of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's faith arch seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Everyone looked at each other. Could it be that the high and mighty faith arch was really going to be refined? Let go of him. The Wan clan's martial emperor roared and attacked even more fiercely. However, they were all blocked by the Great Pill Formation cauldron. As for the ZG Sect's martial emperor and the Sky Bird Palace's faith arch, they were blocked by the Divine Elephant Sect's and Phoenix Palace's martial emperors. They could not help. What a joke. You want to kill me, but you still ask me to let go of him. Idiots. Lu Ming berated them directly. He did not care if they were martial emperors or not. He did not give them any face at all. Some of the youths felt their blood boil. He wanted to refine the faith arch in front of so many experts. He scolded the martial emperors and took revenge. He could do whatever he wanted. How delightful and carefree was this? They yearned for it. Of course, if it were them, they would not dare to do it. The Wan clan's martial emperors felt as if there was a rock in their chest. Ever since he had broken through to the martial emperor realm, no one had dared to speak to him like that. The other party was just a young man, but he could not do anything to him. It was extremely frustrating. At that moment, the voice in the Great Pill Furnace became softer and softer. The Skywolf Pagoda's experts felt their hearts sink. In the end, an unwilling voice came out of the Great Pill Furnace. Then, it became completely silent. Huff! Huff! Everyone heaved a heavy sigh of relief as their hearts were filled with waves of shock. A faith arch had fallen, just like that, killed by a junior. Lu Ming had killed a faith arch. This matter was bound to cause a huge commotion in the ancient moon's sacred ground. The Wan clan's martial emperors and the Golden Crow, the arch retreated with ugly expressions. There was a trace of horror in their eyes. Just now, if the two of them had not been fast enough and decisive enough to rush out, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If either of them had been trapped in the Great Pill Furnace, they would have ended up like the Sky Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor. In addition, the martial emperors of the Purple Pole Sect, Sky Bird Palace, Phoenix Palace, and Divine Elephant Sect also stopped fighting and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not open the alchemy furnace immediately. To be on the safe side, he continued to control the fire in the alchemy furnace and continued to refine it for a while. When he could no longer sense any signs of life in the alchemy furnace, Lu Ming then opened the alchemy furnace. Clang! When the furnace was opened, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Was the Sky Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor really dead? The moment the furnace lid was opened, an extremely powerful energy rushed into the sky. It was the power of the laws and also the power of the world. However, it dissipated with the wind. The Sky Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor did not appear again. He had really been refined. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. What a pity! I did not comprehend the Great Pill Scripture, and my cultivation is not high enough. Otherwise, I could have refined an emperor pill. Lu Ming muttered softly. However, the people present were all experts. Although his voice was soft, they heard it clearly. This guy still wants to refine an emperor pill. Chapter 1811. Lu Ming, you killed our demon emperor. Our Skywolf Pagoda will never let you go. Just wait for your death. An expert from the Skywolf Pagoda roared and turned into a giant wolf. His eyes were cold. You're talking as if you'll let me go if I don't kill him. Lu Ming said indifferently with a hint of disdain. The other party had been pressuring him step by step. Even if he didn't kill the other party, they wouldn't let him go. So, he might as well kill to his heart's content. Killing a martial emperor from the other party was a gain for him. Roar. At this moment, a loud roar came from the distant sky. This roar was earth-shattering, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. Even the sun in the sky seemed to tremble as if it was about to fall. Not good. In the sky, the expressions of the martial emperors changed drastically. Their auras erupted and the power of the world circulated, enveloping the experts of their respective sections. The terrifying sound wave swept across, causing the defenses set up by the martial emperors to tremble violently. Some of the people who didn't have the protection of the martial emperors exploded in the air like fireworks. They died before they could even react. Those who were lucky enough to survive turned pale and were terrified. What kind of existence was this? A loud roar could kill a large number of experts. Even the martial emperor's expressions changed drastically. Then, everyone saw a flash of light, and a giant wolf appeared on the scene. This giant wolf was silver all over, and its silver fur shone brightly. It was 10,000 feet tall and incomparably huge. Its cold eyes looked at Lu Ming. Layers of strange light surrounded his body like a divine halo, making him look like a legendary god. The divine light of the world, a true emperor expert. The martial emperor of Phoenix Palace said solemnly. Everyone's hearts trembled. It was a true emperor. Needless to say, the other party must be from the Skywolf Pagoda. Even a true emperor had appeared. The martial emperor realm was divided into the minor emperor realm, intermediate emperor realm, great emperor realm, and heavenly emperor realm. The minor emperor realm had formed a small world. However, at this time, the small world was in the process of evolution. It was chaotic, and living beings had no way of entering. Once they entered, they would be crushed to pieces. Therefore, the minor emperor realm was also called the illusory emperor. In other words, the small world hadn't taken shape yet, and creatures couldn't enter. They were considered illusory emperors, not true emperors. At intermediate emperor, the minor world would be stable enough for living beings to enter. This level was also known as true emperor. This meant that he was a true emperor. As for great emperors, they controlled the great Tao. Small worlds could even give birth to living creatures. This was even more mysterious and unfathomable. At this realm, they were already at the peak of the world. As for the Celestial Emperor, he was a legend in the current world. The emperors that had appeared before were all minor emperors, void emperors. But now, the pagoda sent out a true emperor. Once a true emperor's minor world was formed, they would emit a worldly light. Kid, are you the one who killed my heavenly wolf pagoda's demon emperor? The eyes of the true emperor-level giant wolf shone like two suns. It looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice, "Not bad," Lu Ming replied. He wasn't afraid of a true emperor. If he was going to fight, then he would fight to his heart's content. These great powers were pressing him step by step, so he could only fight to the end. Very well, I'll extract your soul and burn it in purgatory flame. You'll beg for death. The wolf said, brimming with murderous intent. Ask him for his secrets first. At this moment, another voice sounded. Then, the void trembled and cracked open. A figure stepped out from the void. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression and a noble aura. His body was also surrounded by a divine halo. Everyone took a deep breath. Another true emperor had appeared. "Greetings, ancestor." When the Wan clan's martial emperor saw this person, he bowed respectfully. This was a true emperor from the Wan clan. Screech! A terrifying bird cry rang out. Then everyone saw a golden light flying over from afar. When the golden light flew past, the space actually rippled like water, and a hideous crack appeared. Next, the golden light receded and a huge, three-legged golden crow appeared in the sky. Its sharp eyes swept through the area, causing everyone to feel a chill. It was another true emperor from the three-legged golden crow race. In the ancient moon's sacred ground, true emperors wouldn't appear unless something major happened. They would focus on cultivating or traveling in order to become stronger, in order to deal with the tribulation that occurred once every 300,000 years. But today, because of Lu Ming, true emperors appeared one after another. Not good. Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others who were close to Lu Ming became anxious. "Your Excellency, what should we do?" Huang Ling anxiously transmitted to the martial emperor of Phoenix Palace. "This is difficult. Our Phoenix Palace can't interfere in this situation. If our true emperors were to intervene, it would turn into an all-out war. That's why I'm afraid our true emperors won't interfere," the martial emperor said. His words made Huang Ling even more anxious. Would Lu Ming be able to fend off 3 true emperors with the help of the Great Expansion Elixir Array? The power of a true emperor wasn't something a minor emperor could compare to. No one could compete with a grand emperor. The 3 true emperors stared coldly at Lu Ming. There was a grave look in Lu Ming's eyes. With a thought, the great evolution cauldron shrunk rapidly and floated above his head. At the same time, near the cauldron mountain, endless rays of light flashed and circles of light appeared. It was dazzling. "You think a mere formation can stop me?" the true emperor of Skywolf, Pagoda, uttered coldly. He stepped into the air and advanced towards Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! Rings of light rushed towards the true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda. 2 silver rays shot out from the pagoda's eyes. He slashed forward and destroyed all the rings. He was unstoppable. True emperors were much stronger than void emperors. "Condense!" Lu Ming roared and focused on controlling the formation. At the same time, the cauldron vibrated and resonated with the formation. A gigantic cauldron appeared in the sky, emitting a dazzling radiance before blasting at the true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda. "Break for me!" The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda roared and unleashed a wolf claw. Boom! The wolf claw struck the cauldron, resulting in a terrifying explosion. However, the cauldron didn't break and managed to stop the attack. The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda's eyes turned cold after seeing this and unleashed another claw attack. Lu Ming focused on controlling the cauldron to attack the true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda. This cauldron contained the full power of the Great Development Cauldron and Great Development Pill formation. It almost suppressed 3 martial emperors and killed a demon emperor in the end. Boom! Chapter 1812. At the same time, Lu Ming retreated back into the Cauldron Mountain. True emperors were too strong. Even with the formation, he wasn't a match for them. Perhaps there was a chance of survival. "Don't even think about leaving," the true emperor of the Wan clan said coldly. He stepped into the Pill Cauldron Mountain and waved his hand. A small golden pagoda flew out and grew to 10,000 feet in size, crashing down on Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. This force was too strong. He had no choice but to stop and control the Dying formation to set up layers of defense around him. Boom! The huge pagoda suppressed Lu Ming, and a terrifying force blasted Lu Ming like a violent storm. The defense set up by the Great Amplification Elixir Array let out a terrifying roar and shattered continuously. Lu Ming's body was directly blasted to the ground. He retreated continuously for more than 10 steps. Every step he took created a big pit in the ground. After more than 10 steps, Lu Ming stabilized his body and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. If it wasn't for the cauldron, he wouldn't have just been injured. Despicable, several true emperors working together against a junior. Huang Ling and Long Chun clenched their fists. They wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do. A true emperor could kill them with a single breath. Hand over the Great Development Pill Scripture and Great Development Cauldron. Then kneel and cripple your cultivation. Perhaps I'll let you die a quick death. The true emperor of the Wan clan placed his hands behind his back and looked down at Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming roared with an unyielding glint in his eyes. Tough bones. Let's see how long you can last. The Wan true emperor reached out with his palm and pressed down. Buzz! The pagoda trembled as a terrifying attack came crashing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the cauldron and formation to stop them. However, most of the formation's power was used to stop the true emperors from the pagoda. The remaining power couldn't stop the true emperors from the Wan clan. Clank! The great amplification alchemy furnace vibrated. Lu Ming's body was hit by a terrifying force. His bones made cracking sounds and blood seeped out of his skin. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming continued to retreat while coughing up blood. His robe was stained with blood. However, Lu Ming's body remained upright. His eyes were filled with determination and unyieldingness. Kneel! The Wan true emperor shouted. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind. The cauldron lit up and sent waves of light towards the emperor. The Wan true emperor pressed down again, and the light collapsed. The terrifying force forced Lu Ming to retreat while coughing up blood. The pagoda emitted a terrifying pressure that locked down the area. Lu Ming couldn't escape into the cauldron mountain. Kneel! The Wan true emperor's cold voice resounded again. The pagoda unleashed another wave of power on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was pushed back again. His injuries worsened, but he still stood straight. If I don't die, I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His unyielding voice spread in all directions. His voice was filled with unwavering faith and killing intent that was as cold as a blade. If he didn't die, he would kill all of them. Many people were shaken. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming was still unyielding. He still dared to shout in such a manner. This person was truly terrifying. If he didn't die, the consequences in the future would be hard to predict. Many people had this thought. Even the emperors from the Wan clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, and Three-Legged Golden Crow felt a chill down their spine. You won't have a chance. The Wan true emperor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This brat was too extraordinary. Even if he couldn't get anything today, he still needed to kill him. Boom! He took another step forward and unleashed a terrifying aura. Specks of light blossomed from his body. One terrifying weapon after another flew out. The aura of his weapons converged and created ferocious rifts in the air. Clearly, the true emperor of the Wan clan was going all out to kill Lu Ming. Sigh, several true emperors working together to bully a junior at the Grand Saint realm. The ancient moon's sacred ground is getting weaker and weaker. A sigh came about at this time. Then, everyone saw an old man coming out of the Cauldron Mountain. He was extremely old with turbid eyes and almost all of his hair falling out. Wrinkles piled up on his face like a mountain. His aura was weak, and he held a walking stick in his hand as he walked through the air step by step. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming's heart stirred. This elder was the old servant of the Great Evolution Pill Hall, Dan Kong. Who are you? The Wan True Emperor glanced at Uncle Kong and found that his vitality was indeed weak, just like an ordinary old man without cultivation. However, he couldn't be an ordinary old man in this situation. Just a bag of bones about to enter the ground. You wouldn't know who I'm even if I told you. Uncle Kong managed to squeeze out a faint smile. You want to help Lu Ming? The Wan True Emperor asked. Of course, Lu Ming is the Lord of Grand Development Pill Hall right now, so I naturally want to protect him. Uncle Kong said, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. The Wan True Emperor's murderous intent intensified. Might as well try. My old life is about to enter the ground anyway, so what if I die? Uncle Kong smiled. If you want to die, I'll kill you first. The Wan True Emperor shouted and pressed his palm forward. The pagoda unleashed a terrifying aura towards Uncle Kong. It was far stronger than the attack against Lu Ming earlier. He clearly didn't use his full strength against Lu Ming earlier in order to force Lu Ming to reveal the Grand Development Pill scripture. "Uncle Kong, watch out!" Lu Ming shouted. Uncle Kong's expression didn't change. However, he swung his walking stick. When the walking stick was swung out, it began to expand rapidly, turning into a giant staff that could hold up the sky, bombarding the giant tower. Boom! Terrifying waves of energy rippled out, causing the massive tower to continuously tremble before being blasted away. Uncle Kong's walking stick quickly shrank to its normal size and was held in Uncle Kong's hand. So strong, many people were shocked. This old man was able to stop an attack from a true emperor from the Wan clan. Could this old man be a true emperor as well? Lu Ming was shocked as well. Uncle Kong's battle prowess exceeded his expectations. He had guessed that Count Kong was a martial emperor, but he didn't expect him to be a true emperor, a mid-emperor. "So you're a true emperor as well." The Wan true emperor had a serious expression. "So what if you're a true emperor? Do you think you can protect Lu Ming alone? He must die today." Chapter 1813. Whoosh! The demon emperor of the Golden Crow tribe appeared next to the Wan true emperor, emitting a terrifying aura. The three emperors stood side by side. "Since the three of you are here, come out as well." Uncle Kong's expression didn't change. His muddy eyes stared at a certain spot in the sky and said, Many people were alarmed. Were there more experts hiding in the sky? The next moment, the space cracked open and two figures stepped out. One was shrouded in violet light, while the other had a terrifying demonic aura. The only similarity was that they were surrounded by the light of a world. True emperors, more true emperors. True emperors from Violet Extreme and Sky Bird Palace. An emperor said with a serious tone, "Today, the Wan clan, Celestial Wolf Pagoda, Golden Crow Tribe, Violet Extreme, and Sky Bird Palace all sent true emperors here. Perhaps the other powers also sent true emperors, but they didn't show up yet. Haha. 5 true emperors just to deal with a junior at the Grand Saint Realm? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Uncle Kong's gaze swept across the area as he slowly opened his mouth. His voice was filled with ridicule. Lu Ming killed many people from the 5 major forces. He is deranged and has to die. No one can save him today. The Wan True Emperor coldly said, "Oh, you said that Lu Ming killed so many of your people? I'm curious and want to ask a few questions." Uncle Kong said. The Wan True Emperor's group didn't say anything. Lu Ming couldn't escape today. This old man alone couldn't stop them. They wanted to see what he had up his sleeve. Firstly, the people from the 5 major forces that Lu Ming killed were at the Saint Realm. Were they of the same generation as Lu Ming? Were they 7, 8, or 10 years old? Uncle Kong's voice echoed across the area. The Wan True Emperor's group remained silent. Their eyes flashed, but they didn't answer. "Senior, those that Lu Ming killed were all of the same generation. Many of them were older than Lu Ming." Huang Ling said, "Oh, I understand. Thank you, young lady." Uncle Kong smiled at Huang Ling and continued. "Did Lu Ming seek help from the older generation?" The true emperors of the Wan clan and Golden Crow tribe didn't answer. "Senior, I was there during all of this." Lu Ming didn't ask the seniors for help. Huang Ling said, "I can testify." Long Chen said, "Okay, the third question. Did Lu Ming kill the people from the 5 forces with his own abilities?" Uncle Kong asked. "That's right. We'll fight head-on with our own strength." Huang Ling understood. "I understand." Kong Bo nodded and looked over at the Wan clan's group. At this moment, a terrifying aura burst forth from the body of Uncle Kong. It was as though a slumbering, godly beast had been awakened. A frightening amount of essence chi pierced through the heavens, and the blood chi of his entire body began to blaze furiously. His cloudy eyes were no longer cloudy. There seemed to be the sun, moon, and stars revolving within them. They were full of sharpness. In a head-on battle between peers, the people from the 5 major forces are useless. They were no match for Lu Ming and were killed by him. Yet, you void emperors and true emperors are shameless enough to seek revenge. What a joke. And you, Uncle Kong looked at the true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda. One of your martial emperors that came to kill Lu Ming only to be killed by Lu Ming. Do you still want to avenge him? Do you have no shame? Uncle Kong's voice became sonorous and forceful as it echoed throughout the entire place. Lu Ming killed my Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor by relying on the power of the array. The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda said. Nonsense. He's a dignified martial emperor. Could it be that he wants the other party to have a fair fight with a junior at the eminent sage stage? I think you're not only shameless, but also stupid. The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda's expression turned ugly. So what? It's useless for you to say so much today. You can't change the outcome. Lu Ming must die today. The true emperor of the Wan clan spoke while surrounded by weapons. No matter what you say, it's useless. Lu Ming has to be killed. Lu Ming's talents were too frightening. Since they had offended him, they must eliminate him. Otherwise, they would be the ones to be destroyed in the future. Is that so? Uncle Kong smiled and said, This old man didn't say so much to make all of you retreat. Instead, I'm saying that since all of you can act like this, then this old man might as well do the same thing as well. As soon as Uncle Kong finished speaking, he took a step forward. Boom! This step caused the sky to turn upside down. The sun and moon lost their brilliance as the void trembled violently. In the distance, the martial emperors were aghast and shouted, Retreat! They led the people below the emperor level and frantically retreated. They wanted to get as far away from that area as possible because they felt a fatal danger. This is the true emperors of the Wan clan, and Golden Crows narrowed their eyes at this moment. Clank! A sword ray shot out from the cane in Uncle Kong's hand. This sword illuminated the 9 heavens with a peerless brilliance akin to a flying immortal. It broke through space and headed straight for the true emperor of the Wan clan. Myriad soldiers! One true emperor roared. All the weapons around him lit up and gathered together to form a gigantic and strange weapon. It slammed straight towards the sword ray unleashed by Count Kong. Alas, the sword ray shattered the strange weapon into pieces. The sword ray didn't stop there and continued on its unstoppable course. The true emperor of the Wan clan roared and summoned a minor world. His body was trapped inside while he frantically retreated. Alas, the sword ray was even faster. It instantly slashed through the minor world and split it in half like a watermelon in front of the horrified spectators. The sword didn't stop there and continued to slash at the emperor. No! The emperor's eyes were filled with fear. Damn it! He shouted with fear in his eyes. The next second, the sword ray pierced through his forehead. The true emperor of the Wan clan froze on the spot, unable to move at all. His aura had completely vanished, including his life force. Then, to the horror of the crowd, the true emperor of the Wan clan turned into ashes and dissipated from the world. The scene fell into a deathly silence. It was as if everyone's throats were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Not a single sound could be heard. The true emperor of the Wan clan was dead. A true emperor was annihilated by a single slash. Not even his corpse was left behind. This was a true emperor, a peak existence capable of looking down on the world. No one could compete with him except for a grand emperor. But now, he was killed by a single slash. Lu Ming's eyes widened in horror. Chapter 1814. At this moment, Uncle Kong no longer had a trace of old age. He had completely transformed into a peerless swordsman. Under the heavens, who else could surpass him? If a true emperor dares to bully a junior, then I'll do the same to all of you. Die! His eyes flashed like lightning as he took a step forward, causing the world to tremble. Another sword ray slashed towards the pagoda's emperor. The pagoda's emperor frantically retreated while unleashing all of his power. Alas, it was futile. He followed in the footsteps of the Wan clan's emperor and turned into ashes. Another true emperor has been slain. Run, run, run. The remaining emperors from Golden Crow, Violet Extreme, and Skybird Palace were scared to death. They only had one thought in mind, to run as far away as possible. They didn't want to kill Lu Ming at all. All they wanted was to stay alive. Uncle Kong's eyes narrowed as he pointed his finger at the sky. Whoosh! A sword ray appeared in front of the three emperors and directly cut through the void. The three emperors stopped in their tracks with a horrified expression. Do you think you can escape if I want to kill you? Uncle Kong uttered coldly. Senior, please spare us. The true emperor from the Golden Crow tribe shouted, no longer as arrogant as before. He became as obedient as a dying bird. He was scared out of his wits. Wan Clan's and Celestial Wolf Pagoda's emperors were slain by the old man. It wouldn't take him much effort to kill them. Everyone in the surroundings fell silent and could only look at Uncle Kong in horror. One slash to kill a true emperor? What kind of cultivation was this? Could it be a Grand Emperor? Was there a Grand Emperor hiding in Grand Development Hall? One should know that the number of great Emperor experts in the entire Yuan Mountain could be counted with one's fingers. On the surface, there were only a few of them. Even if he wasn't a Grand Emperor, he had to be a terrifying existence among true emperors. The other two true emperors stopped and stared at Elder Kong with trepidation. With their cultivations, they were utterly unable to see through Elder Kong's cultivation. Clang! After sheathing his sword, Elder Kong began to withdraw his aura, making him look like an ordinary old man. Elder Kong's walking stick was a long sword. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The three true emperors heaved a sigh of relief. Let me tell you, Lu Ming is already the successor of the Great Pill Derivation Palace and the current palace master of the Great Pill Derivation Palace. Daoist Kong. Senior, don't worry. We won't touch a single hair on Lu Ming's head in the future. The true emperor from the Golden Crow race said. Elder Kong nodded, and then he swept the crowd with his gaze and glanced at the experts of all the powers before his voice sounded out from afar. In the future, this old man won't interfere in the battles of the same generation. Even if one of you kills Lu Ming and seizes his fortune, I won't interfere as well. However, if some of you old fellows make a move against a junior disciple, then don't blame me for being impolite. When the time comes, I'll make a trip to your sect and stretch my muscles. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. Given Elder Kong's battle prowess, a trip to any sect would be disastrous. Elder Kong could even kill a true emperor with one slash. Even though the great powers had more than one true emperor, they still might not be his match. At that point, not to mention the juniors, even the emperors would die. This was a blatant threat. Alas, the great powers had no choice but to accept it. This was the deterrence of a terrifying expert. Why didn't the experts from the Wan clan and Golden Crow race dare to kill the young geniuses of the Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant sect? Because these two sects had terrifying experts as well. If you kill their geniuses, their experts can also kill your geniuses. This is the deterrence of the strong. Why did the Wan family, the Golden Crow clan, and other forces dare to dispatch powerful figures to kill Lu Ming? They knew that Lu Ming didn't have backer. Lu Ming didn't have an expert behind him who would seek revenge on their juniors. But now, Lu Ming had a backer. All the great powers had to be wary of him. Senior, are you really not going to interfere in a battle between peers? The true emperor of the Golden Crow race asked. This old man is a man of his word. If Lu Ming is no match for his peers and is killed, he will be considered useless. However, I still stand by my words. If your seniors or even emperor-level powerhouses attack him, this old man will not be polite. Now all of you get lost. A sharp glint flashed in Elder Kong's eyes as he waved his hand. Let's go. The true emperor of the Golden Crow race shouted and turned into a golden ray, flying away with extreme speed. The other members of the Golden Crow race also left. Violet Extreme Sect, Skybird Palace, and the other sects also left with flickering figures. The appearance of the Grand Development Pill Hall had finally come to an end. However, the storm was far from over. The entire ancient moon sacred ground was shaken. This time, Lu Ming was the main character. Because of Lu Ming, the the great powers suffered great losses. This was especially true for Heavenly Wolf Pagoda and the Wan clan. The Wan clan lost a true emperor, while Heavenly Wolf Pagoda lost a void emperor and a true emperor. Even a great power like the ancient moon's sacred ground couldn't bear this loss. Anyone who could become an emperor was a peerless genius. Heavenly spirit physiques were said to have the potential to become an emperor. However, that was only potential. It was still very difficult to reach the throne. Moreover, this was a true emperor. Great powers like the ancient moon's sacred ground definitely had more than one true emperor. However, these were accumulated over a long period of time. Losing one would have a significant impact on their strength. Not long after, almost all the powers left. Only Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and a few others stayed behind. Lu Ming, are you all right? Huang Ling walked towards the Cauldron Mountain and came to Lu Ming's side. I'm fine, don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. However, his face was pale and his body trembled slightly. He almost lost his balance. He was already severely injured from the continuous attacks of the Wan clan's true emperors. Huang Ling, let's let Lu Ming heal first. We'll come see him another day. Longshan came over and said, Very well, Lu Ming, take care of yourself first. We'll come see you another day. Huang Ling said and left with Long Chun, Phoenix Palace, and Divine Elephant Sect. Uncle Kong, thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards Uncle Kong. Temple Lord, it is my duty to protect you. However, there are countless experts in this world. The powers of the ancient moon's sacred ground are not as simple as they seem. They have deep foundations and terrifying existences guarding them. The other sacred grounds have as many experts as the clouds. The road ahead will be even longer. You will have to walk it yourself, especially the competition between the younger generation. I won't interfere. You have to face it yourself. Chapter 18:15. That's what I should do. Lu Ming nodded his head. He also knows that Uncle Kong is doing this for his own good. An expert must fight, kill, experience all kinds of difficulties and obstacles. A flower in a greenhouse cannot withstand the test. If he needs Uncle Kong to take care of him everywhere, how can he reach the peak? Palace Master, go back and heal your injuries first. Uncle Kong nodded his head and returned to the Pill Furnace Mountain step by step. Soon after, Lu Ming also returned to the Pill Furnace Mountain. He swallowed a medicinal pill and began to heal his injuries. This time, Lu Ming's injuries are very serious. It took 7 days for his injuries to heal completely. A few days later, Huang Ling, Long Chun, Mu Qingxue, and others came to see him. When they saw that Lu Ming is fine, they felt relieved. Lu Ming brought them around the Great Pill Development Palace. However, Phoenix and others did not stay for long and returned to their respective sections. Now it's getting closer and closer to the opening of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard in Celestial City. Everyone also has to seize the time to cultivate and improve their cultivation so that they can smoothly enter the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard and obtain the Great Emperor's guidance. Lu Ming also imparted the Divine Breath technique to Huang Ling and others. This is a life-saving secret technique. It's very useful at critical moments. After Huang Ling and others left, Lu Ming also began to cultivate in seclusion. Can the pill fire of the Great Pill Development Furnace really refine the spirit body and make it evolve? With a thought from Lu Ming, the Great Pill Development Furnace flew out and landed on the ground. It turned into the size of a house. During this period of time, Elder Kong told Lu Ming some of the wonderful uses of the Great Pill Development Furnace. The Great Pill Development Furnace sees the good fortune of heaven and earth. It could refine pills with the laws of heaven and earth. It could also refine pills that could make the spirit body evolve. This is the rumor from the outside world. But in fact, the Great Pill Development Furnace is even more mysterious than the rumor. It can directly refine a person's body and make the spirit body evolve. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming waved his hands, and a large number of panacea flew out from his storage ring into the Great Evolution Cauldron. Immediately after, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he dashed into the great evolution cauldron as well. He then closed the cauldron. Refine. With a thought from Lu Ming, a large amount of pill fire gushed out from the great pill development furnace and enveloped Lu Ming. This kind of pill fire was extremely terrifying. Previously, the Celestial Wolf Pagoda's Emperor-level expert had been refined by this pill fire. Pill fire has the power of destruction, but it also has a peerless vitality. All depends on the owner's will. Alchemy fire surged out, and the sacred herbs were instantly refined, turning into energy. Lu Ming's body was engulfed by the elixir fire. Instantly, waves of piercing pain spread throughout his body. Great! Lu Ming resisted with all his might, but the alchemy fire engulfed his body and burned fiercely. It was as if it wanted to refine his body. Sizzle. A heart-wrenching pain. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured the pain with all his might. He persisted. He understood that it was not that easy for his spirit body to evolve. It was impossible to evolve casually. If he were to buy true dragon bones, true dragon blood essence, etc., he did not know how many origin stones he would need to buy them. But now there was a shortcut, so why not take it? Lu Ming gritted his teeth and persisted. After a while, the energy from the great pill furnace began to gather towards Lu Ming. With the refinement of the pill fire, it constantly seeped into his body. Lu Ming felt that his spirit body was slowly becoming stronger. This cultivation lasted for 7 days. When Lu Ming felt that he had reached his limit, he retreated from the furnace. After a day of rest, he placed some more holy medicines into the furnace and continued to refine them. This method was similar to refining pills, but using one's own body as a pill and using holy medicines as supplementary materials, it was constantly refining and removing the impurities in the spirit body. The energy of the holy medicines was integrated into the spirit body, constantly strengthening the potential of the spirit body. When a certain time came, the potential of the spirit body would erupt and achieve a transformation. This effect was heaven-defying. For Lu Ming, it might not be much. He cultivated the dragon god battle body. As long as he had true dragon bones, true dragon blood essence, etc., he would evolve sooner or later. But for ordinary martial artists, how heaven-defying was this effect? In other words, no matter what level of spirit body you had, as long as you continued to refine it, your spirit body could continue to evolve. Of course, there were some limitations. According to one's potential, there would be some differences. Some people could continue to evolve, but some people had limited potential. Even if they had the great pill furnace, they would not be able to evolve much. There would be a limit. But this was already heaven-defying enough. Therefore, Elder Kong warned him not to reveal this function to anyone who was not on good terms with him. This was because the outside world only thought that the great pill furnace could refine pills that could allow the spirit body to evolve. They did not know that it had this function. Concocting pills required materials. Without materials, it was impossible to concoct pills. But this function did not require specific materials at all. Any holy medicine could be added in. If this was obtained by a major faction, how many geniuses could it nurture? At that time, even with Elder Kong's standing guard, it was inevitable that some major factions would take the risk out of desperation. 7 days passed. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. Lu Ming had been cultivating in the great pill furnace. As for Bubble, it was bored and ran out every day. Lu Ming did not care about it either. With Bubble's current cultivation and space-time law, as long as it did not encounter an Emperor-level powerhouse, it should be fine. Sure enough, Bubble came back every few days. Its entire body was emitting a medicinal fragrance. It even gave Lu Ming a lot of holy medicine. These holy medicines were rich in medicinal strength and were very old. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Bubble, this fellow, must have run to some major faction to steal medicine. Roar. Inside the great pill furnace, a shocking dragon roar came out. Above the furnace, a phantom of 9 dragons danced and spiraled, roaring at the sky as if the real 9 dragons were reborn. Clang! The furnace lid opened, and Lu Ming's figure flew out. His body was surrounded by 9 dragons. Every inch of his skin was emitting a sparkling luster. Under the luster, it seemed to be filled with endless power. Superior heaven, spiritual body. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes bright. After a month of continuous tempering, his spiritual body had finally evolved again, evolving into a superior heaven spiritual body. This was already the highest level of a spiritual body. His strength had reached an astonishing level. In a month's time, although his cultivation did not change and was still at the lesser great sage realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. With my current combat strength, who can be my opponent in a battle of the same level? The Son of Heaven is known to be invincible in the same level. If I have a chance, I must see it. A strong fighting spirit flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then he stepped out of the mountain of pill furnaces and shot up into the air. Boom! Lu Ming punched out. The clouds were pierced, and a 1,000-mile passage appeared. Boom! 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 Then, Lu Ming kept waving his fists. The terrifying fist force surged, and the void boiled. All the air was squeezed and exploded, turning into a destructive force. Chapter 1816. Awesome, this is great. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt refreshed. At that moment, Lu Ming looked outside the pill furnace mountain. There, a figure flashed over. Wherever the figure passed, the space rippled like water. It was as if the figure was shuttling through space. Bubbles, where did you go to steal sacred medicine? Lu Ming smiled and looked at the little girl who appeared in front of him. Brother Lu Ming, this is bad. Sister Huang Ling is in danger. Bubbles said. There was a hint of anxiety in her big eyes. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Bubbles immediately began to chatter. It turned out that Bubbles had sneaked into a place where the Wan clan planted sacred medicine to steal sacred medicine. She had inadvertently heard a secret. The top genius of the Wan clan, Wan Jingyang, had found out where Huang Ling was cultivating. He wanted to join forces with a group of elites to secretly kill Huang Ling, the Wan clan again. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He knew that the Wan clan wanted revenge. Huang Ling and Lu Ming were very close. Some people even said that Huang Ling was Lu Ming's woman. Therefore, they wanted to kill Huang Ling to take revenge on Lu Ming. Bubbles, do you know where Huang Ling is cultivating? Lu Ming asked. I heard from the Wan clan that it's in the Wan Flame Mountain. Bubbles said, where is the Wan Flame Mountain? There's no time to lose. Let's go and find out. Let's go. Lu Ming took a step forward and turned into a stream of light. He tore through the air. Not long after, Lu Ming and Bubbles came to a gathering place. After finding out the location of the Wan Flame Mountain, they quickly headed there. The Wan Flame Mountain was a mountain range filled with flames. Usually, it was the favorite place for those who cultivated the law of fire. Comprehending the law of fire, there was more effective than other places. Huang Ling cultivated the undying flame law. Normally, she would often come to the myriad flame mountain to cultivate. In a valley in the 1,000 flame mountain, flames were burning fiercely. Huang Ling was sitting cross-legged in the valley. An immortal heavenly phoenix was flying around her. The surrounding flames continued to gather. Suddenly, Huang Ling opened her eyes and looked at the entrance of the valley. She shouted, "Who is it?" As expected of the immortal heavenly phoenix body. Your spiritual sense is quite sharp. A cold laugh was heard. Then, 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the valley. Wan Zhengyang. Huang Ling's face sank. The leader of the group was the number 1 heaven's favorite of the Wan clan, Wan Zhengyang. Behind him were 4 other experts, either peak great sages or great circle great sages. These people were almost 50 years old and were at the edge of the younger generation. This is my cultivation ground. What are you doing here? Huang Ling said in a deep voice. What am I doing? Wan Zhengyang's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. He said, Of course I'm here to kill you. That bastard Lu Ming made my Wan clan lose a true emperor. This is irreconcilable. However, he's hiding in the Great Development Pill Hall and doesn't dare to come out. I'll kill you first. As Lu Ming's woman, I'm afraid your death will hurt Lu Ming. Ha ha ha. Huang Ling blushed slightly. It seemed that the outside world had misunderstood and thought that Huang Ling was Lu Ming's woman. However, she did not refute. Instead, a powerful aura emanated from her body. She said, "It won't be that easy for you to kill me. So you've reached Great Circle, Great Sage. But you still have to die." Wan Zhengyang sneered. A terrifying aura also erupted from his body. Great Circle, Great Sage. Huang Ling's expression changed drastically. Wan Zhengyang's cultivation was at peak Great Sage. She did not expect him to have reached Great Circle, Great Sage. If Wan Zhengyang's cultivation was still at the peak of the Supreme Saint, Huang Ling could still fight him with the Immortal Flame Law. However, he had broken through to the Great Saint perfection, and with the help of the other four masters, Huang Ling was not confident. Swoosh! Huang Ling did not hesitate. The phantom of the phoenix flapped around her. Her body soared into the sky and flew up. Roar! A wolf's howl reverberated through the sky. A huge wolf claw grabbed a Huang Ling phoenix wing strike. Huang Ling's expression changed. She slashed her palm upward. A phoenix wing formed and slashed at the wolf claw like a divine blade. Bam! Huang Ling's body trembled. She was hit by a powerful force and fell back into the valley. Roar! Roar! A few wolf howls could be heard in the sky. A few huge wolves appeared in the sky. Sky Wolf Pagoda. Huang Ling's expression darkened. The giant wolves looked at Huang Ling with cold eyes. "If the Phoenix Palace finds out that you've joined forces to kill me, we won't let this go. Do you want to start a war between the major forces?" Huang Ling shouted. "So what if they find out? We've only sent out the younger generation. We haven't sent out the older generation." Wan Zhengyang sneered. Those who came with them were around 50 years old. They were considered the younger generation. Indeed, they had not sent out any of the older generation. As for the younger generation, there were no restrictions on whether they could fight one-on-one or be surrounded. Moreover, as long as you're dead, no one will know that we did it. Kill! Wan Zhengyang shouted. The acupuncture points all over his body lit up. Sacred weapons flew out. He held a supreme, sacred weapon in his hand. His aura was wild as he charged at Huang Ling. 9 phoenix strikes. Huang Ling's arms shook like the wings of a phoenix. She blasted out 9 moves in a row. Phoenixes formed, tore through the void, and charged at Wan Zhengyang. Wan Zhengyang held the supreme, sacred weapon and blasted it out continuously. He collided with Huang Ling. After 9 consecutive explosions, Huang Ling's body trembled and she retreated. After all, Wan Zhengyang was the top genius of the Wan clan. His cultivation had reached the Great Sage realm. His spiritual body was also a mid-level heaven spiritual body. His combat strength was astonishing. Although Huang Ling had mastered the law of kingly path, she was still no match for him when her cultivation was so far behind. The law of kingly path is indeed powerful, but you still have to die. Kill! Wan Zhengyang shouted and charged at Huang Ling again. Deathless cage! Huang Ling shouted. The flames in the area gathered toward her frantically, forming a flame cage and trapping Wan Zhengyang inside. Boom! Boom! Wan Zhengyang continued to bombard the flaming cage, but he did not manage to break through the flaming cage. At the same time, Huang Ling rushed toward the entrance of the valley. Let's attack together. Don't let her escape. Wan Zhengyang shouted. The few elites of the Wan clan who came with Wan Zhengyang attacked together. Terrifying attacks shot toward Huang Ling. At the same time, several giant wolves roared in the sky and pounced at Huang Ling. 9 phoenix strikes. Huang Ling roared. Her arms shook and she blasted out terrifying attacks. 9 phoenixes pounced out. Among the 4 elites of the Wan clan, one of them was a great sage peak. 2 phoenixes pounced on him and killed him directly. He turned into ashes in the flames. The other few people were also greatly shaken as they retreated one after another. Chapter 1817. Huang Ling repelled a few experts from the Wan family and rushed toward the entrance of the valley. She was about to rush out of the valley. Get lost. At the entrance of the valley, sword radiance burst forth. A terrifying sword radiance tore toward Huangling. The power of the sword radiance was extremely terrifying. Huangling's expression changed. At the critical moment, a flaming sword appeared in her hand and blocked in front of her. Bam! There was a terrifying collision. Flames shot in all directions. Huangling's body retreated rapidly. She took more than 10 steps back before she could stabilize herself. A few figures appeared at the entrance of the valley. Demonic aura filled the sky. Falcon, it's you. Huangling's heart sank. The figures that appeared at the entrance of the valley were experts from the Skybird Palace. The leader was the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Skybird Palace, Falcon. Huangling, to be honest, it's a pity for such a beautiful woman like you to die like this. Falcon stepped forward first. His eyes were as sharp as knives. He looked at Huangling passionately. His gaze kept scanning Huangling's body. Bam! Behind him, the flaming cage exploded. Wan Xingyang rushed out of the flaming cage. Cold, murderous intent exploded as he charged toward Huangling. In the sky, a few giant wolves from the Sky Wolf Pagoda blocked the way. Huangling was in a desperate situation. Everyone, it's a pity to kill this woman. Why don't we cripple her first and bring her back to play with her? Falcon licked his lips. His eyes kept scanning Huangling's curvaceous body. His gaze became more and more passionate. Falcon, if you want to play with her, sure. I have an idea. Wan Xingyang's eyes darted around as if he was brewing a vicious plan. He said, you take Huangling and play outside the Pill Furnace Mountain. Lure Lu Ming out. We'll set an ambush and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. As long as we send only the younger generation, the experts of the Great Pill Development Palace won't say anything. Lu Ming's death will be in vain. Huh. After Wan Xingyang finished speaking, he laughed proudly. That's a good idea. However, if the people from the Phoenix Palace find out, they'll go crazy. Falcon's eyes darted around as if he was considering whether the idea was feasible. We'll find a way to hide it from the people from the Phoenix Palace. Falcon, are you so timid that you don't even dare to do this? Wan Xingyang sneered. Who says I don't dare? The flames in Falcon's eyes grew even more intense. Despicable and shameless. Don't even think about it. Phoenix Spirit let out a long cry. Her entire body was about to turn into flames. Endless flames gathered towards her. She turned into a flaming phoenix and charged towards the sky. Get down. Above, several giant wolves attacked at the same time, blasting towards Huangling. A series of collisions rang out. Huangling was alone, and her cultivation was weaker. In the end, she was unable to charge out and was blasted down. Kill. Holy weapons flew around Wan Xingyang. Battle weapon Qi soared into the sky and charged towards Huangling. At the same time, Falcon and the others also charged towards Huangling. Huangling did her best to fight the crowd, but after a few moves, her body flew far away. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and her face was pale. However, her body was still filled with raging flames. She rushed to the side, wanting to rush out. Immortal heavenly phoenix body, immortal fire laws, your vitality is indeed astonishing. But today, your fate is sealed. Accept your fate, Wan Xingyang said coldly. He took a step forward, and more than 200 saint weapons streaked across the sky, making terrifying whistling sounds as they charged towards Huangling. Falcon and the others also attacked at the same time. Wan Xingyang and Falcon alone were more powerful than Huangling, let alone so many experts attacking at the same time. Huangling was no match for them at all. After a few moves, she was blasted away again, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. If it were not for her body and the immortal fire laws that were extremely mysterious, her vitality was astonishing. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed. Even so, Huangling was still severely injured. Swoosh, swoosh. Wan Xingyang, Falcon, and the experts of Sky Wolf Pagoda, a total of more than 10 people, surrounded Huangling. Huangling had no way out. Everyone, let's cripple her. Such a beauty, she must taste good. Falcon's eyes were even more lustful. Huang Ling's heart sank. Then, a ruthless look flashed in her eyes. She would rather die than fall into Falcon's hands and be used to threaten Lu Ming. Boom! The flames on her body went berserk. She wants to self-destruct. Stop her! Wan Zhengyang shouted. More than 200 sacred weapons gathered, forming a terrifying suppressive force. They suppressed Huang Ling, trying to stop her from self-destructing. Don't even think about it. Falcon roared and turned into a huge black divine eagle. He flapped his wings, which were as big as a mountain, and blasted toward Huang Ling. Boom! Boom! A terrifying force shook. Huang Ling's flames were extinguished. Her body was blasted away, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. Her face was filled with despair. There were too many people on the other side. She could not even self-destruct. You want to self-destruct? Dream on. Wait a moment. I'll make you feel like you're in heaven. Falcon shouted coldly. He pounced toward Huang Ling, wanting to destroy her cultivation. Huang Ling was injured, and it was difficult for her to dodge. Just as Falcon's attack was about to hit Huang Ling's body, the air around Huang Ling rippled like water. Then, Huang Ling's body disappeared like a phantom. Boom! The Falcon's attack landed on the ground, causing the ground to rumble and explode, creating a huge crater. Who's there? Falcon's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He shouted and scanned the surroundings. Finally, he stopped in the sky above the entrance of the valley. There, a young man in a black robe stood in the void, exuding a terrifying, murderous intent. A little girl of 2 or 3 years old sat on him, staring at Wan Jingyang and the others with an unfriendly expression. Of course, these two people were Lu Ming and Bubbles. Lu Ming, why are you here? Huang Ling stood beside Lu Ming, full of surprise. Earlier, it was Bubble who had made a move and saved Huang Ling at the critical moment. Bubbles, I accidentally heard that Wan Jingyang and the others were going to attack you, so I rushed over. It seems that I'm still a little late. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Why is he here? When Wan Jingyang and the others saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed drastically. They could not help but take a step back. Lu Ming's notoriety was too great. A month ago, he had refined a shifter emperor in front of everyone. It was terrifying. What are you afraid of? This is not the Great Pill Evolution Palace. He can't control the Great Pill Evolution Formation. He's just an ordinary saint. Wan Zhengyang shouted to stabilize the morale. That's right. He came at the right time. We can kill him here and save ourselves some effort. Falcon also said, that's right. Let's kill him and avenge the shifter emperor. The giant wolves of Sky Wolf Pagoda were even more murderous. Chapter 1818. Huang Ling, you're injured. Enter the mountain river diagram to heal your injuries. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Huang Ling. Lu Ming, you're alone. Don't fight them head on. Huang Ling said worriedly. She was afraid that Lu Ming would fight Wan Jingyang and the rest alone. Don't worry. If I can't beat them, I have Bubbles with me. I can retreat without worry. Lu Ming nodded. Only then did Huang Ling relax and enter the mountain river diagram. Today, all of you will die. Lu Ming exuded a terrifying, murderous intent. His cold eyes swept across Wan Jingyang, Falcon, and the rest. Hee. Do you think this is the Great Pill Evolution Hall? You're the one who's going to die. Kill. Falcon roared. He flapped his wings and pounced toward Lu Ming. His wings were like blades. They whistled out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Falcon was the top sky pride of Sky Bird Temple. He was in the Great Sage Perfection realm. His attack was terrifying. If Lu Ming's spiritual body had not evolved, it would be difficult for him to fight against it. But now, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. The law of chaos flowed. The suppressing hell skill erupted. With a palm strike, a phantom of the suppressing hell monument appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming seemed to be carrying the suppressing hell monument as he blasted it toward Falcon. Boom! Lu Ming's palm collided with Falcon's wings. Falcon's body shook violently. He retreated quickly, feathers flying. His eyes were filled with extreme shock. He was shocked by Lu Ming's power. In the previous attack, he felt a terrifying power surging from Lu Ming's palm as if it was going to suppress him. Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the Great Sage Minor Mastery. How could he have such terrifying power? He stood in the Great Sage Perfection realm, while Lu Ming was only in the Great Sage Minor Mastery. He had just stepped into the Great Sage realm. With such a huge difference in cultivation, he was no match for him in a head-on collision. This was unbelievable. Bam! Lu Ming stepped on the void and charged toward Falcon. Let's attack together. Falcon roared. All of a sudden, the howls of wolves filled the sky and the wings broke through the air. The other experts of Sky Wolf Pagoda and Sky Bird Palace charged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Wan Zhenyang led the Wan family's experts and charged towards Lu Ming. Bubble, stop those people from the Wan clan first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Leave it to me. Bubble flew out and waved her hand. Space rippled like water, blocking Wan Zhenyang and the others' path. At the same time, terrifying space-time power surged towards Wan Zhenyang and the others. Wan Zhenyang and the others could only resist with all their might. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had a battle sword of the level of a saint weapon in his hand. He charged forward and lashed out with the battle sword. Terrifying power flowed into the battle sword, giving it the power to split mountains. It slashed toward the giant wolf. Roar! The giant wolf roared and erupted with all of its strength. Its entire body was suffused with divine light as it blasted towards Lu Ming. This giant wolf was also a Sky Pride of Sky Wolf Pagoda. Although he was not the top Sky Pride of Sky Wolf Pagoda, he was still one of the top few Sky Prides and was very powerful. However, at this moment, he could not stop Lu Ming's sword. The sword slashed down and broke through his attack. Then it slashed down forcefully at his head. No! The giant wolf roared. In the next moment, the battle sword slashed down. Blood spurted out as the giant wolf was split in half. Puff! Then, Lu Ming's battle sword slashed horizontally. A powerful bird was killed by the sword, and feathers flew everywhere. How can he be so strong? The others trembled. Lu Ming was only a lesser great saint, but his combat strength was terrifyingly strong. This time, the weakest of the three major forces who came this time was a peak great saint, but they could not stop Lu Ming's sword. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and the divine sword art burst out continuously. At the same time, he stepped into the air, and the law of array, Tao, was activated. Dense runes appeared out of thin air, covering the remaining experts. Lu Ming's sword Qi was like a rainbow as it slashed continuously. Puff! Puff! Another two experts were killed, and their blood stained the sky. Qi! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Falcon found an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. His terrifying sharp claws grabbed at Lu Ming. A layer of black light shone on his claws, and they were extremely sharp. Clang! Lu Ming slashed out with his sword, and the battle sword buzzed. Falcon was sent flying again, and blood seeped out of his claws. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed a few fingers consecutively. A few huge fingers were pointed at Falcon and the remaining experts. During this time, Lu Ming's Chaotic Calamity Finger had been steadily increasing, and it had already reached 55%. The power of a 55% Chaotic Calamity Finger was terrifying. It was comparable to 75% of a normal law divine power. Only an absolute saint could cultivate to this level. The Chaotic Calamity Finger crushed. Other than Falcon, the other experts were instantly killed, and their bodies exploded under the Chaotic Calamity Finger. Falcon also spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his feathers fluttered. Whoosh! Lu Ming put away his battle sword and stepped out. Like a flickering light, he instantly appeared in front of Falcon and slashed down with his palm. Falcon screamed and fought back with all his might. Dong! Dong! The two constantly clashed, and in an instant, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. After each collision, Falcon frantically retreated. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was far behind Falcon's, Lu Ming's current spiritual body had already reached the peak of superior heavenly spiritual body. Moreover, Lu Ming's spiritual body had also refined a strand of chaotic qi, so the strength of his spiritual body was far above that of a superior heavenly spiritual body. At the same time, Lu Ming cultivated the law of chaos, one of the 10 most powerful laws in the world and the emperor of all laws. Moreover, Lu Ming had 2 saint hearts, and the cultivation of his saint power couldn't be measured by common sense. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the initial level of a supreme saint, because he had 2 saint hearts, the strength of his saint power wasn't weaker than that of a supreme saint greater mastery. With so many factors added together, Lu Ming had crossed such a large distance and suppressed Falcon. This Falcon was also a top genius. If it were an ordinary person, even an absolute saint, Lu Ming could fight with him. Bang! After more than 10 collisions, Falcon crashed into the wall of the valley. Flames flew, gravel flew, and feathers fluttered. Falcon coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. "Wan Jingyang, help me!" Falcon roared. His heart was trembling, and he felt a fatal danger. But at this moment, Wan Jingyang was so scared that his face turned pale. Lu Ming's combat power was too terrifying. Ordinary Supreme Saints were as vulnerable as babies in front of Lu Ming. Even Falcon was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat power was far beyond his expectations. At this moment, he didn't want to help Falcon. He just wanted to escape. Explode. A crazed look flashed across Wan Jingyang's face as he detonated a saint weapon. The terrifying power shattered the spatial defense that Bubble had set up. Several of the Wan family's experts rushed out of Bubble's defense. But they didn't help Falcon. Instead, they rushed into the sky and fled frantically into the distance. "Falcon, you blocked them first. I'll go find experts to save you." Wan Jingyang's voice came from afar. "Damn it!" Falcon roared, revealing a look of despair. "It seems that no one will come to save you. Die, Seal." Chapter 1819. In the collision with Falcon just now, Lu Ming had secretly used the Scroll of Seals. At this time, it exploded with shocking power, making it difficult for Falcon to circulate his cultivation. "No, Lu Ming, you can't kill me," Falcon screamed in horror. "Ridiculous, kill." Lu Ming pointed out a finger and formed the chaotic finger of calamity, crushing toward Falcon. Falcon was already sealed and could not use much of his strength. It was difficult for him to resist. He was crushed by the chaotic finger of calamity and slammed heavily into the wall of the valley. The wall kept exploding. In the end, Lu Ming blasted another valley out. Falcon was already torn into pieces, his spirit destroyed. He was the top genius of Skybird Palace. He never dreamed that he would die here today. He was invited by Wan Jingyang. When he heard that he was here to kill Huang Ling, he agreed without hesitation. He had been coveting Huang Ling for a long time. Initially, he thought that with his cultivation, together with Wan Jingyang and the rest, it would be easy to deal with Huang Ling. He never thought that he would meet Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming's combat strength had reached a terrifying level. He could actually kill him. "Wan Jingyang, you can't escape." Lu Ming looked in the direction that Wan Jingyang escaped with a cold gaze. "Big brother Lu Ming, leave it to me." Bubbles appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder and controlled the space-time laws to envelop Lu Ming's body. Swoosh! Lu Ming moved and disappeared on the spot. He chased after Wan Jingyang at a terrifying speed. Wherever Lu Ming passed, the space rippled. Lu Ming seemed to be traveling through the void. His speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he saw a few figures flying at high speed in front. However, he did not see Wan Jingyang's figure. Obviously, Wan Jingyang was the fastest. He had already left the others behind and flew in front. When those people saw Lu Ming chasing after them, they were scared out of their wits. Seeing that they couldn't escape, they clenched their teeth and charged at Lu Ming, wanting to fight to the death. But the result was already decided. Lu Ming killed them all in just a few moves. "Big brother Lu Ming, over there." Bubbles pointed to the right. Bubble could sense the situation far away through space. As long as it wasn't too far away, Wan Jingyang wouldn't be able to escape. With a slight movement, Lu Ming flew to the right. Soon, not far ahead, there's a mine belonging to the Wan clan. There's a martial monarch expert guarding it. As long as I get there, I'll be fine. I hope those pieces of trash can hold on for a while longer. Wan Jingyang raised the speed to the limit and flew towards a mountain range. The Wan clan needed too many weapons to cultivate the myriad weapon scripture. Therefore, the Wan clan would use all means to obtain weapons. For example, he had established the myriad spirit exchange, established various merchant associations, and traveled to various places, mainly to earn origin stones and buy various weapons. Moreover, he would open up various mines and refine various weapons himself. In the ancient Moon Holy Land, the Wan clan had many mines. There was a large mine near Wan Yin Mountain that unearthed precious refining materials. There was an emperor-level figure guarding it. Wan Jingyang was going to this mine to seek protection. Not long after, a large mine appeared in front of him. Wan Jingyang's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, sooner or later, I'll kill you. Wan Jingyang's eyes flickered with a vicious light. But at this moment, his expression changed because a terrifying fluctuation came from behind. A figure was chasing after him at an incredible speed. Lu Ming, why are you so fast? Run, run, run. Wan Jingyang was almost scared to death. Lu Ming's pursuit meant that Falcon was most likely dead. He was naturally afraid. He erupted with all his strength and flew towards the large mine with all his might. He was getting closer and closer to the mine, but Lu Ming's figure was also rapidly approaching. He was not far away from him. Save me, Patriarch, save me. Wan Jingyang roared crazily. Pushed by the same power, his voice was much faster than his flying speed and spread far and wide. In the mine, many mining and smelting workers raised their heads and looked at Wan Jingyang. That's Wan Jingyang, the #1 prodigy of the Wan clan. He's running for his life. Who wants to kill him? Many people guessed and looked behind Wan Jingyang. Patriarch, save me. Lu Ming wants to kill me. Wan Jingyang roared again, shocking many people. Lu Ming. It was actually Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to kill Wan Jingyang and had even chased him here. Lu Ming's name had spread throughout the ancient Moon Holy Land. Many people had not seen Lu Ming before, but they had heard of him. You can't escape. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he quickly approached Wan Jingyang. At this moment, Bubble opened his mouth and spat out a transparent bubble. Then, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around Wan Jingyang's body, trapping him. Wan Jingyang's figure suddenly stopped. Oh no! Wan Jingyang's expression changed drastically as he frantically attacked, but he could not break through in a short time. Suppress. Lu Ming's glabella shone, and the Tai Chi array disc appeared. It quickly grew larger and suppressed Wan Jingyang. Continuously suppressed by the space-time law and the Tai Chi array disc, Wan Jingyang's body trembled, and he almost could not move. Boom! At this moment, a shocking aura erupted from the Wan clan's mind. A ray of light shot into the sky, and a terrifying pressure filled the world, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. That was the Emperor's aura. A figure appeared in the light, and a rumbling voice came from all directions. Lu Ming, how dare you kill my Wan clan's prodigy? Emperor-level patriarch. Haha, it's an emperor-level patriarch. Wan Jingyang was ecstatic. An emperor-level powerhouse had appeared. His life was saved, but in the next moment, his pupils contracted rapidly. This was because Lu Ming's figure did not stop at all. He appeared beside Wan Jingyang and threw a punch. A force that was like a violent storm surged toward Wan Jingyang. Under the double suppression of the bubble and the Tai Chi array disc, Wan Jingyang could hardly resist. The terrifying power blasted into Wan Jingyang's body, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. All the bones in his body shattered, and even the saint's heart in his dantian cracked. Wan Jingyang was severely injured, and his aura was weak. Lu Ming grabbed Wan Jingyang's neck and stood proudly in the void. A light flashed, and in the next moment, an old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His aura was earth-shattering. and he was like an emperor who ruled the world. This was an emperor-level powerhouse of the Wan clan. "Patriarch, save me!" Wan Zhengyang roared. "Lu Ming, let Xingyang go. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer." The Wan clan's emperor-level powerhouse said coldly. Lu Ming was simply audacious. He had already appeared just now, but Lu Ming still dared to attack Wan Zhengyang and severely injure him. "Make me suffer? Ha!" Lu Ming sneered and looked at the Wan clan's emperor-level powerhouse with disdain. "You dare touch me?" Chapter 1820. A month ago, in the Great Development Pill Hall, an old man from the Great Development Pill Hall killed 2 true emperors in a row, shocking the entire ancient moon sacred ground. That old man had once said that regardless of the outcome of a fight between peers, he would not interfere. However, if the older generation figures, especially the emperor-level powerhouses, were to lay their hands on Lu Ming, he would have to make a trip to the sect of that powerhouse. These words made all the forces feel a chill in their hearts. With that old man's combat strength, if he really went to any sect and started a massacre, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the emperor-level experts of the Wan clan didn't dare to attack Lu Ming, unless Lu Ming was courting death and took the initiative to attack the emperor-level experts. Lu Ming's words made Wan Xingyang's heart turn extremely cold, and he felt a chill down his spine. Was Lu Ming going to kill him in front of the emperor-level experts of the Wan clan? At the thought of this, he was incomparably terrified and cried out miserably, "Ancestor, save me, save me." Lu Ming, it's easy to break too hard. Although your talent is peerless, the senior of the Great Development Pill Hall can't protect you forever. It's best to leave a way out. The emperor-level expert of the Wan clan said coldly. "Leave a way out? Ha, what a joke. Leave a way out to give you a chance to kill me?" Lu Ming laughed, full of disdain. Lu Ming, the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces could no longer be reconciled. It was either you die or I die. Lu Ming left a way out. Would the other party let him go? In that case, why leave a way out? I want Wan Xingyang's life. Let's see what you can do. Lu Ming opened his mouth. His incomparably cold, killing intent was not concealed. No. Wan Xingyang's liver and gallbladder were torn apart as he struggled frantically. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. A terrifying force surged out like a storm and blasted into Wan Xingyang's body. Wan Xingyang let out an unwilling scream. Then, with a bang, his body exploded, his body and soul destroyed. In the mine, everyone looked at this scene in shock. Wan Xingyang was dead. Lu Ming actually dared to kill Wan Xingyang in front of the Wan clan's emperor-level experts, said the great monarch of the Wan clan coldly. A terrifying chi exploded from his body. The sky shook and the earth rumbled. Lu Ming was forced back by this aura. However, his gaze was as resolute as ever. He stared at the emperor-ranked expert from the Wan clan with no fear at all. The martial emperors of the Wan clan were filled with boundless killing intent as they stared coldly at Lu Ming. They really wanted to slap Lu Ming to death. But in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. There were many people in this mine. They came from all sorts of major powers. If he killed Lu Ming, the news would definitely spread. At that time, the expert from the Great Pill Development Hall would be alerted. The Wan clan would face a terrifying calamity. As for himself, his life would most likely be in danger as well, and he would be killed by the Great Development Pill Hall's experts. Therefore, he endured it and slowly retracted his aura. However, his killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Ming, although the senior from the Great Development Pill Hall said that he would not interfere in a battle between peers, as her battle strength gets stronger and stronger, and you continue to provoke the Wan clan, it is impossible for the Wan clan to not fight back. Even if the Emperor-level experts do not interfere, the Absolute Saint Realm experts can. I believe that Senior will not say anything. Otherwise, if we fight to the death, you will not be able to live either, said the martial emperors of the Wan clan coldly. Indeed, Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong. No one in the younger generation of the Wan clan could compete with Lu Ming. As time passed, Lu Ming's battle strength would only get stronger. According to Elder Kong's words, wouldn't Lu Ming be able to continuously kill the Wan clan's people, and the Wan clan would not be able to fight back? How could that be possible? Since Lu Ming's strength had surpassed the younger generation, they could also send the older generation to deal with Lu Ming. As long as they did not go too far, such as sending Emperor-level experts, the other party would not say anything. All right, I will deal with all the absolute saints. I will not let Elder Kong trouble you, said Lu Ming. As long as the Emperor-level experts on the other side did not dare to attack, the absolute saints would only bring pressure and motivation to Lu Ming, allowing him to advance faster. With that, Lu Ming turned around and swaggered away in the air. The martial emperors of the Wan clan were filled with killing intent, but in the end, they did not dare to attack. They could only watch as Lu Ming left. Lu Ming's battle strength has already reached this level. It is shocking that he could kill Wan Jingyang. Not necessarily. Just now, Lu Ming relied on the little girl's help to make Wan Jingyang unable to fight back. The little girl should be a terrifying divine beast, but Lu Ming's battle strength is indeed shocking. Lu Ming is already at the top of the younger generation of the ancient Moon's sacred ground. Other than a few monsters, I am afraid no one is his match. Many people in the mine were discussing. What had just happened would soon spread throughout the ancient Moon's sacred ground. Lu Ming walked all the way to the Phoenix Palace. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Phoenix Palace and released Huang Ling from the mountain and river diagram. Huang Ling's complexion was much better. After she came out, she immediately looked around. This is the Phoenix Palace. When Huang Ling realized that this was the Phoenix Palace, she let out a long sigh. Lu Ming, are you all right? Huang Ling looked at Lu Ming and asked with concern. I am fine. Lu Ming smiled. Wan Jiang, Falcon, I will avenge them sooner or later. Huang Ling gritted her teeth and a cold light flashed in her eyes. I am afraid you will not be able to avenge them because they are already dead. Lu Ming smiled slightly. What? They're dead? You killed them? Huang Ling was dumbfounded. Yes, I should say that Bubble and I killed them together. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, your cultivation has broken through? Huang Ling asked again. Wan Jingyang and Falcon's cultivation had reached the Great Sage Realm and were extremely powerful. Lu Ming could kill them, which was beyond her expectations. My cultivation did not break through, but my spiritual body has evolved. Huang Ling, heal your injuries first. When you are better, call Long Chun and find me at the Great Pill Development Hall. I will show you something good. Lu Ming smiled faintly. No wonder. Huang Ling nodded. Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely powerful. Now that his spiritual body had evolved, his combat strength was even more shocking. With Bubble, it was possible for him to kill Wan Jingyang and the others. What is it? She was curious about the good thing that Lu Ming mentioned. Haha, find me at the Great Pill Development Hall. Lu Ming smiled. He turned around and stepped out, disappearing into the distance instantly. After returning to the Great Pill Development Hall, Lu Ming went into seclusion to comprehend the chaotic calamity finger and the sealing scroll. 7 days later, Huang Ling and Long Chun arrived at the scene. Lu Ming, what is the good thing that you said you wanted to show us? Huang Ling blinked and asked curiously. Lu Ming's glabella shone, and the Great Pill Development Furnace flew out and stood on the ground. He said, This is the Great Pill Development Furnace. Great Pill Development Furnace? The two of them were curious. They had seen it before. The alchemy fire in the Great Pill Development Furnace can refine and evolve the spiritual body. Chapter 1821. He absolutely believed in Huang Ling and Long Chun's character. He planned to let Long Chun and Huang Ling enter the Great Development Pill Furnace to temper their spiritual bodies. Huang Ling and Long Chun both cultivated spiritual bodies related to the top 10 war beasts. If the spiritual flowers evolved and reached the level of high-grade spiritual body, their combat strength would also skyrocket. It can actually temper the spiritual body directly and let the spiritual body evolve. After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, the two were dumbfounded. This effect was too heaven-defying. Who wants to go in and try? However, the tempering process is very painful. If you can't hold on, remind me. Lu Ming said, spiritual body evolution is so heaven-defying. What's a little pain? I'll go first. Long Chun stepped out. Lu Ming opened the lid and let Long Chun enter. Then, he put a large number of sacred herbs into the furnace and closed it. Whoosh! Lu Ming controlled the pill furnace. Inside the pill furnace, the pill fire burned fiercely, enveloping Long Chun and began to temper Long Chen's physical body. Long Chun was also a person with an extremely strong will. How could the intense pain make him give up? He gritted his teeth and endured it. 7 days later, Long Chun reached his limit and came out of the pill furnace. The effect is indeed amazing. Long Chun sighed. It's my turn. Huang Ling couldn't wait any longer and stepped into the pill furnace. In the following days, Huang Ling and Long Chun took turns to enter the Great Development Pill Furnace to temper their spiritual bodies. Lu Ming divided some of his attention to pay attention to the pill furnace. Most of his energy was still on his own cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Long Chun and Huang Ling's spiritual bodies had finally been tempered to the extreme. They had both evolved and stepped into the ranks of high-grade spiritual bodies. Their combat strength had greatly increased. With their potential, they would be able to evolve sooner or later and step into high-grade spiritual bodies by relying on their own cultivation. However, it was unknown how long it would take. Lu Ming, Phoenix Palace, sent me a message before. The date of Celestial City's Origin Mountain Academy has been set. It will be half a year later. Huang Ling said. Half a year later? Lu Ming whispered. He definitely had to make a trip to Celestial City. The Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain was established by a few heavenly emperors. With the heavenly emperors giving lectures, such a good opportunity must not be missed. Moreover, at that time, Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard would gather the top heaven's prides in the entire Yuan Mountain. Lu Ming also wanted to go and experience it. Only by colliding with powerful heaven's prides could he improve faster. Now, all the heaven's prides are cultivating hard, and their progress is very fast. If we can improve our cultivation during this period of time, with our strength, it won't be too difficult to occupy a place in Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard, Huang Ling said again. They chatted for a while longer before Huang Ling and Long Chun bid farewell and returned to their respective sects to cultivate. As soon as Huang Ling returned to Phoenix Palace, someone came to find her. Huang Ling, Palace Master is looking for you. Someone came to report. Palace Master? All right, I'll go now. Huang Ling nodded and headed toward the Palace Master Hall. In the main hall, the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace stood with her hands behind her back as if she was thinking about something. Huang Ling greets the Palace Lord. I wonder why the Palace Lord has summoned Huang Ling? Huang Ling came behind the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace and bowed respectfully. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace turned around and glanced at Huang Ling. Her eyes suddenly lit up and revealed a look of surprise. She said, Huang Ling, your spiritual body has evolved? Yes, Palace Master. I just evolved recently, Huang Ling said. She did not say that she evolved because of the Great Pill Furnace. The Great Pill Furnace's effect was too heaven-defying. Lu Ming told them because he trusted them. Naturally, they would not spread the news, not even to their closest friends or the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace. All right, I have something here. I was considering whether to let you go or not. Now that your spiritual body has evolved and your combat strength has increased greatly, you can go and experience it. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace said. Palace Master, what is it? Huang Ling asked curiously. It's about the Divine Origin Empire. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace said. Ancient Sun's Sacred Ground. Divine Origin Empire? Huang Ling's expression changed. The Ancient Sun's Sacred Ground was one of the 9 sacred grounds of Yuan Mountain and was close to the Ancient Moon's Sacred Ground. The Divine Origin Empire was a huge force in the ancient Sun Sacred Ground. It was an ancient empire that was much stronger than Phoenix Palace. Yes, some time ago, the old emperor of the Divine Origin Empire failed to pass the Great Tribulation and turned into ashes in the tribulation. The palace master of Phoenix Palace said with a complicated expression, "The old emperor of the Divine Origin Empire failed to pass the tribulation." Huang Ling's expression changed. The old emperor of the Divine Origin Empire was definitely an unimaginable existence. He was extremely terrifying. Even if he was not a great emperor, he was probably a peak existence among true emperors. Such an expert was almost at the peak, but he still could not withstand the Great Tribulation and died. With the death of the old emperor of the Xinyuan Empire, the Xinyuan Empire was left without a ruler. The various factions fought for the throne, and internal strife broke out. This battle caused the Xinyuan Empire to suffer heavy losses. In the end, the ancient emperors of the Xinyuan Empire, who had been in seclusion all this time, came out. With their terrifying battle strength, they managed to quell the internal strife. However, the empire cannot be without a ruler. The ancient emperors chose 3 of the most talented young princes of the Divine Origin Empire and planned to test them. The prince who emerged victorious in the end would become the crown prince of the Divine Origin Empire. As long as he could become an emperor in the future, he would be able to take over the Divine Origin Empire and become the new emperor. The branch of one of the princes has always been on good terms with our Phoenix Palace. A few days ago, this prince came to Phoenix Palace and wanted to invite some geniuses to help him compete for the position of crown prince. The palace master of Phoenix Palace explained. Huang Ling was enlightened. So that was the case. The matter that the palace master of Phoenix Palace was talking about was to help this prince of the Divine Origin Empire. The Divine Origin Empire is very powerful and far surpasses many of the factions in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. If we can help this prince obtain the position of crown prince and even inherit the entire Divine Origin Empire in the future, our Phoenix Palace will gain a powerful ally. The palace master of Phoenix Palace explained. Don't worry, Palace Master. I will do my best to help that prince. Huang Ling said, but just do your best. If there's any danger, don't force yourself. This time, the other princes of the Divine Origin Empire will probably invite some powerful geniuses to help. Just do what you can. Now, I'll have someone bring you to meet that prince. The palace master of Phoenix Palace warned and then asked someone to bring Huang Ling to meet that prince. In a courtyard, Huang Ling met the prince. Ouyang Wushuang, it's you? Huang Ling was surprised to see that prince. Huang Ling, the prince of the Divine Origin Empire, Ouyang Wushuang, was also surprised to see Huang Ling here. If Lu Ming were here, he would also be surprised. That was because this prince of the Divine Origin Empire, Ouyang Wushuang, was one of the 6 silver inheritors in the Primordial Chaos Sex assessment. Chapter 1822. Since the 2 of them were old acquaintances, they naturally became familiar with each other very quickly. Huang Ling also had a clearer understanding of the matters of the Xinyuan Empire. This time, another prince has also come to the ancient Moon Sacred Land. His faction is familiar with the Wan clan and the Golden Crow tribe. I'm afraid he will invite the experts of these factions to help him. Finally, Ouyang Wushuang said, Are you mainly inviting the young geniuses this time? Huang Ling asked. That's right. The ancient emperors have set a rule that allows the princes to invite geniuses to help them pass the test. After all, connections are also a form of strength. This is especially so when one is in charge of an ancient empire. Ouyang Wushuang explained. Other than Phoenix Palace, who else did you invite? Huang Ling asked. Ouyang Wushuang smiled bitterly and said, My faction only has good relations with Phoenix Palace and Sky Bird Palace in the ancient Moon Holy Land. However, I went to Sky Bird Palace before and was rejected. Oh, I have a few people that I can recommend to you. Let's see if you can persuade them. Huang Ling said. Who? Ouyang Wushuang asked. Young Sect Master, There's also Longchun. Huang Ling smiled. What? The young master sect is also in the ancient moon Holy Land? Ouyang Wushuang's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, when we entered the Hunyuan sect, it was me, the young sect master, and Longchun who entered together. Of course, he's in the ancient moon Holy Land, Huang Ling said. Since that's the case, I'll definitely pay my respects, Ouyang Wushuang said. Then I'll send a message to Longchun first. Then, she sent a message to Longchun. Longchun had just returned to the Divine Elephant sect when he received news from Huangling. He rushed to the Phoenix Palace and was surprised to see Ouyang Wushuang. After Ouyang Wushuang explained the reason for his visit, Longchun agreed without hesitation. Immediately, the three of them headed towards the Great Pill Evolution Hall. I didn't expect that young sect master is actually the new hall master of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. Standing outside the Great Pill Development Hall, Ouyang Wushuang sighed. In the ancient era, the Great Pill Evolution Palace's name shook the world. Ouyang Wushuang had naturally heard of it. Not long after, Lu Ming came out. Ouyang Wushuang. When Lu Ming saw Ouyang Wushuang, he was also surprised. Ouyang Wushuang immediately explained the purpose of his visit. Ancient Sun Holy Land? Okay, I agree. When do we leave? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before agreeing. In fact, even without Ouyang Wushuang, Lu Ming had already planned to visit the ancient Sun Holy Land, because the only temple was in the ancient Sun Holy Land. Autumn Moon was taken away by the experts from the One Sanctum. It was very likely that she had become a disciple of the One Sanctum. In addition, Lu Ming had another idea. Ouyang Wushuang, as the silver successor of the Hunyuan sect, had to obey Yi Fuqian for at least 20 years. If Yi Fuqian helped Ouyang Wushuang control the Xinyuan Empire, then this powerful force would definitely be on Lu Ming's side. It could even be used by Lu Ming. To Lu Ming, this was absolutely beneficial and had no disadvantages. He had already decided that he must help Ouyang Wushuang obtain victory and become the crown prince of the Xinyuan Empire. With young sect master's help, this trip is not in vain. We can set off at any time. Ouyang Wushuang was overjoyed. Since Lu Ming could become the gold successor of the Hunyuan sect, his potential was definitely amazing. Even if his cultivation was still weak, his combat strength was definitely not weak. He could be a great help. In addition, Huang Ling and Longchun were also silver successors like him. Their combat strength was definitely not weak. Ouyang, in the future, in front of outsiders, don't call me young sect master. Just call me Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Okay. Ouyang Wushuang nodded. Later, the group arrived at the Phoenix Palace. When Huang Ling reported to the Phoenix Palace Master that Lu Ming and Longchun were also going to the Xinyuan Empire, the Phoenix Palace Master was overjoyed. 2 months ago, the news of Lu Ming killing Wan Zhenyang had already spread like wildfire. His combat power was extremely strong. With Lu Ming's participation, Ouyang Wushuang's chances of winning would increase greatly. Even the Phoenix Palace Master, who had originally planned to send other Sky Prides, canceled it. The number of people was not important, but quality. Phoenix Palace's strongest Sky Pride had been in seclusion at a critical moment and could not come out. As for the other Sky Prides, they were not as good as Huang Ling and would be useless even if they went. One day later, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Longchun, and of course, Bubbles followed Ouyang Wushuang and stepped into the Phoenix Palace's teleportation array. They left the ancient moon's sacred ground and headed to the ancient sun's sacred ground. Of course, Phoenix Palace could not teleport directly into the ancient sun sacred ground. They were teleported to a city outside the ancient sun's sacred ground and then flew to the Xinyuan Empire. Along the way, Ouyang Wushuang roughly explained the situation in the ancient sun sacred ground to everyone. The ancient sun sacred ground was as famous as the ancient moon sacred ground, but its structure was worlds apart from the ancient moon sacred ground. In the ancient moon sacred ground, many forces were in confrontation, competing for dominance. There were at least 20 powerful forces in total. However, the ancient sun sacred ground was different. There were only 4 forces in the ancient sun's sacred ground. In a vast ancient sun's sacred ground, there were only 4 forces, each occupying a vast territory and had been passed down for countless years. These 4 forces were the Xinyuan Empire, the one and only Sanctuary, the Purple Flame Villa, and the Daluo Heaven Sect. One had to know that the overall strength of the ancient Sun Holy Land was no weaker than that of the ancient Moon Holy Land. In fact, it could even be said that they were stronger than the ancient Moon Holy Land. One could only imagine how strong these 4 forces were. Each of them was far stronger than the Phoenix Palace and the Wan family. Among them, the Daluo Heaven Sect was the strongest, suppressing the other 3 forces. This time, there were a total of 3 princes who were qualified to compete for the position of Crown Prince in the Xinyuan Empire. The other 3 forces in the ancient sun's sacred ground each supported a prince. The strongest Daluo Heaven Sect supported the first prince, Ouyang Wudao. The one and only Sanctuary supported the first prince, Ouyang Wuji. The Purple Flame Villa supported Ouyang Wushuang. Obviously, if one of the princes became the crown prince, the forces that supported him would gain the friendship of the Xinyuan Empire. It would have a great impact on the structure of the ancient sun's sacred ground. In particular, the Daluo Heaven Sect was extremely strong. If they supported the first prince, Ouyang Wudao, in the future, the Daluo Heaven Sect and the Xinyuan Empire would join forces, and the other 2 forces would be in a very difficult situation. In order to fight against Ouyang Wudao, who was supported by the Daluo Heaven Sect, Ouyang Wushuang and Ouyang Wuji went to the ancient moon's sacred ground to seek help from the geniuses. As they flew, the vast land passed under their feet. Later, they saw a huge city, vast and endless. That was the imperial capital of the Xinyuan Empire, known as the imperial capital of the Xinyuan Empire. Walking into the imperial capital of the Xinyuan Empire, they could clearly see that some of the buildings were destroyed. The Xinyuan Empire had just experienced a fierce civil war. It was said that even the emperor-level experts had died in the war. The imperial capital of the Xinyuan Empire was also severely damaged and had not been repaired yet. Chapter 1823. As one of the top princes of the Divine Origin Empire, Ouyang Wushuang naturally had his own palace. They walked into a palace, and Ouyang Wushuang asked someone to arrange accommodations for Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chun, take a rest first. In 2 days, I will hold a banquet and introduce you to the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa. Ouyang Wushuang said, "All right, if you have something to do, go ahead." Lu Ming nodded. After Ouyang Wushuang arranged accommodations for them, he took his leave. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chun wandered around the hall. This was the first time the 3 of them had come to the ancient sun's sacred land, and they were rather curious. The Soul Holy Temple supports the other prince. I wonder if we will meet the mid-autumn moon. Lu Ming thought. The 3 of them wandered around for a while and chatted for a while before returning to their rooms to cultivate. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, Ouyang Wushuang held a banquet and sent someone to invite the 3 of them to the banquet. When the 3 of them arrived at a large palace, there were already some people seated inside. Ouyang Wushuang sat at the head of the table. On the left side of the palace, there were 8 young men and women. The 8 of them were dressed in the same purple robes with a purple flame embroidered on them. Lu Ming and the rest were shocked. They knew that these were the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chun, please take a seat. Ouyang Wushuang stood up to welcome them. Lu Ming and the rest sat down. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone is here. Let me introduce them to you. These are the geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa. This is Xiao Mucheng, and this is Ouyang Wushuang. First introduced the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa to Lu Ming and the rest. Nice to meet you. Lu Ming and the rest stood up and raised their cups. However, the 8 sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa only chuckled and did not return the toast. Their faces were filled with arrogance. This attitude was somewhat disrespectful to Lu Ming and the rest. This made Ouyang Wushuang's face turn slightly gloomy. Prince Wushuang, I heard that you went to the ancient moon's sacred ground to ask for help. Are these the sky prides that you invited from the ancient moon sacred ground? A young man with a purple flame between his eyebrows spoke. His name was Xianxia, was an extremely powerful sky prides of the Great Sage Realm. His cultivation was Great Sage Realm. That's right. These are the sky prides of the ancient sun, Ouyang Wushuang introduced. Prides? Why haven't I seen them before? Of the purples of the purple flame villas. And he interrupted him. They ancient heavens of the heavens is palaces of them. Xiao Muqing said when the news of a great emperor wanting to establish the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy spread out in the celestial city. Countless sky prides gathered in the city and clashed with each other. Many sky prides had met each other before. The sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa had also been to the celestial city and met many sky prides of the ancient moon's sacred ground. However, they did not know Lu Ming and the rest. How strong could they be if they did not even dare to go to the celestial city? Prides? They obviously did not believe it. Our cultivation was still weak at that time, so we did not go to the celestial city. Long Chan said in a deep voice. Haha, your cultivation is still weak. At least you have some self-awareness. Your cultivation was weak before. Are you saying that you're strong now? I heard that Ouyang Wuji had invited the number 1 Sky Pride of the Sky Wolf Pagoda and the second prince of the Golden Crow clan to the ancient moon sacred ground. Their cultivation is also very strong. A few Sky Prides of the Purple Flame Villa mocked. This made Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen's face turn cold. Ouyang Wushuang's face was also ugly. He waved his hand and said, All right, since everyone is here to help me, then we should work together and not have internal strife. Prince Wushuang, we're doing this for your own good. I hope these people can be of some use when the time comes. Xiao Muqing sneered with a faint disdain. After that, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Everyone casually drank a few cups and left unhappily. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. After the people of the Purple Flame Villa left, Ouyang Wushuang felt a little apologetic. It's normal for people from big forces to be arrogant. I just don't know if they have the corresponding strength. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The Sky Prides of the Purple Flame Villa are still very strong. Maybe they haven't seen you guys before, so they can't help but be a little arrogant, Ouyang Wushuang explained. I hope so. Lu Ming smiled and then said goodbye to Ouyang Wushuang and returned to his residence with Huang Ling and Long Chun. Sigh. Ouyang Wushuang sighed and felt a headache coming on. However, he was still biased towards the Purple Flame Villa. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chun naturally had great potential, but their cultivation was still weak after all. This test mainly relied on the Sky Prides of the Purple Flame Villa, Lu Ming, and the rest to assist them. Lu Ming and the other two returned to their residence and agreed to go to Shenyuan Empire City the next day. Early the next morning, the three of them walked out. The three of them had Ouyang Wushuang's token, so naturally they were unimpeded. Shenyuan Empire City had been passed down for countless years and was vast and endless. Various ancient buildings soared into the sky and looked very spectacular from afar. Although there had just been internal strife, Shenyuan Empire City had basically returned to normal. On both sides of the street, there were forests of shops and a constant stream of martial arts experts. The three of them had no purpose in mind. They wandered around and bought some things that they needed. Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? As they walked, Huang Ling and Long Chen noticed that something was wrong with Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly stopped and looked ahead without blinking. They followed Lu Ming's gaze and saw a woman in front of them. She was otherworldly and peerless. This woman had a slender and graceful figure. She wore a long dress and had an otherworldly temperament. She was like a goddess from the legends, a fairy from the heavens. Even in a vast crowd, she could attract everyone's attention and become the center of attention. This woman's appearance was not inferior to Huang Ling at all. Big brother Lu Ming is a pervert. He can't walk away when he sees a beauty. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder and muttered. Huang Ling and Long Chun were a little surprised. Although that woman was like a goddess, based on their understanding of Lu Ming should not be such a person. At this time, Lu Ming seemed to have not heard Bubbles and Huang Ling's words at all. At this time, there was only one person in his eyes, that Snow-White woman. Mid-autumn moon. Lu Ming did not expect that after so many years, he would see mid-autumn moon again on the streets of Mozhang. It had been more than 10 years since mid-autumn moon had been taken away by the Soul Sanctum's expert. After more than 10 years, mid-autumn moon was still as beautiful as before. However, she had matured and her temperament had become more otherworldly. For more than 10 years, Lu Ming did not know where to look for mid-autumn moon in the vast Yuan continent. For so many years, Lu Ming's parents had been thinking about mid-autumn moon. Mid-autumn moon could be said to have grown up together with Lu Ming. Li Ping and her husband had almost treated mid-autumn moon as half a daughter. This time, Lu Ming's main purpose in coming to the ancient Sun Holy Land was to find mid-autumn moon. Chapter 1824. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He smiled and said to Huang Ling and the rest, I've met an old friend. I haven't seen her for many years. I'll introduce her to you later. After that, Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards autumn moon. He walked like the wind. After a few steps, Lu Ming came to autumn moon and shouted, Autumn moon. Even though Lu Ming's heart was firm, he was still a little shaken. He wondered how autumn moon would react when she suddenly saw him. Hearing the call, autumn moon turned around and looked at Lu Ming. However, the look in her eyes stunned Lu Ming. That was a kind of silence. There was also a vague look of disgust in his eyes, as if Lu Ming was a stranger. Autumn moon, long time no see. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. Get lost. A cold voice came from autumn moon's mouth. The disgust in her eyes became stronger. What's going on? Lu Ming was stunned. Autumn moon would never speak to him like that. Could it be that the person in front of him was not autumn moon? Impossible. Lu Ming grew up with autumn moon. They had been together for more than 10 years. He would never mistake her. Even if autumn moon's temperament had changed, she was definitely autumn moon. Also, no matter how high a person's cultivation had become, their aura would not change. Lu Ming would never mistake autumn moon's aura. The beauty in front of him was autumn moon. Autumn moon. I'm young master. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and reached for autumn moon's hand. Lecher, you're courting death. Xiaoyu shouted. A ray of saber gleam burst forth from Xiaoyu's hand. It was extremely terrifying and bone-chilling. Lu Ming's countenance changed. He retreated and dodged the saber gleam. How dare you flirt with my junior sister Autumn Moon in broad daylight? I'll kill you. A fiery red figure charged towards Lu Ming. It was a young man with a cold look in his eyes. He sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. The blazing flame palm caused the void to tremble. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was in a state of shock. Unexpectedly, he didn't dodge, and the palm heavily slammed into his body. Lu Ming's body shook, and he floated backwards. The young man's eyes turned cold. He felt that when his palm landed on Lu Ming's body, it was as if he had hit an immortal diamond. He couldn't move him at all. With his great sage, great master cultivation base, how could it be possible? It must be an illusion. Kill. The young man took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. Get lost. Long Shen took a step forward and blasted out a punch. The terrifying power whistled in the air, causing the young man's expression to change drastically. He felt that he couldn't withstand this punch. At the critical moment, he stopped his body abruptly and retreated to avoid Long Chen's punch. You're lucky today, the young man snorted coldly. He glanced coldly at Lu Ming, then turned around and left. At this time, Autumn Moon had already left and disappeared into the crowd. From the beginning to the end, she didn't look at Lu Ming. What's going on? Autumn Moon doesn't seem to recognize me at all. Lu Ming frowned and couldn't figure it out. Over the years, although his temperament had changed a lot. After all, he had been with Autumn Moon for so many years. It was impossible for Autumn Moon to not recognize him. Moreover, he had mentioned his name, but Autumn Moon still pulled out her sword. With Lu Ming's understanding of Autumn Moon, it was impossible. Autumn Moon's eyes were very silent, as if she really didn't know Lu Ming. What happened over the years? Another person who doesn't know what's good for him, wants to get close to Autumn Moon Fairy. He's really looking for trouble. Isn't that so? He's really a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Autumn Moon Fairy is one of the two beauties of our ancient Sun Holy Land. Many peerless geniuses wanted to pursue her, but were rejected. This kid is really delusional. He's lucky that he didn't get killed. Around the street, those who witnessed this scene sneered and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? Huang Ling walked over and asked curiously. Based on her understanding of Lu Ming wasn't that kind of person. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't move his hands and feet when he saw beauty. However, Lu Ming's abnormal behavior just now made them very curious. An old friend. I haven't seen her for more than 10 years, but she doesn't seem to know me at all, Lu Ming said and didn't hide anything. He told them about his relationship with Autumn Moon Fairy. That's strange. We cultivators will never forget a person if we remember them. Even if we haven't seen them for 10,000 years, we can still recognize them. Long Chun said with a frown. Cultivators had good memories. Moreover, a person's origin aura wouldn't change. No matter how long it had been, they could still recognize it. She doesn't know you at all. There are only two possibilities. Huang Ling spoke, but she stopped halfway. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. It seemed like she couldn't bear to do that. Let's go back. After Lu Ming said that, he turned around and walked toward Ouyang Wushuang's residence. He knew what Huang Ling wanted to say. There were only two possibilities if she didn't know him. The first possibility was that she had lost her memory. The second possibility was that she had been possessed by an expert. No matter which one it was, something must have happened to Autumn Moon Fairy. He must find out. Lu Ming walked very slowly. As he walked, he was thinking. Long Chun and Huang Ling followed behind Lu Ming and didn't disturb him. After walking for a long time, they returned to Ouyang Wushuang's residence. This lecturer is back. He still has the face to come back. As soon as they walked through the door, they met a few young men from Purple Flame Villa. One of them sneered. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? How dare you have designs on Autumn Moon Fairy? You're really overestimating yourself. And his cultivation is so low that it's pitiful. He was actually sent flying by a supreme sage in the great mastery from the only sanctum. I really don't know why Prince Wushuang invited such a person. He'll just be a burden to us. The other young men from Purple Flame Villa sneered. Obviously, the young men from Purple Flame Villa were also present at the scene on the street. Otherwise, they wouldn't know so clearly. Shut up, Lu Ming shouted coldly, his gaze sweeping across the few of them at lightning speed. Kid, who are you telling to shut up? One of the young men from Purple Flame Villa said coldly. I heard a few wild dogs barking as soon as I came back. Get out of here now. Lu Ming was already in a bad mood. As soon as he came back, he heard these people mocking and ridiculing him. Naturally, he wouldn't be happy. Kid, you're just a piece of trash. If it weren't for Prince Wushuang, I would have thrown you out long ago. How dare you be so arrogant? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place. A burly young man from Purple Flame Villa shouted coldly. He stepped out and closed in on Lu Ming. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Sage realm. He was a powerful young man, and his spiritual body was a middle-level heaven spiritual body. Get out of here. Chapter 1825. Lu Ming's palm seemed to have turned into a prison-suppressing steel, suppressing the heavens. With a strike of his palm, the heavens and earth buzzed, and the void trembled. The terrifying pressure made the burly young man from the Purple Flame Villa change his expression. He roared, and purple flames bloomed on his body, forming a purple beast that pounced on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's palm was unstoppable. With a slash, the purple beast exploded, but the palm did not stop. The burly young man's expression changed again, and he blocked with both hands. Bam! Lu Ming's palm landed on the burly young man's arm. The burly young man screamed and flew out, falling heavily on the ground. His arms were completely twisted, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Previously on the street, Lu Ming could not even block a single palm from a great sage in the Great Completion realm. How could he be so powerful now, injuring the burly young man with a single palm? In fact, Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, the burly young man would have died. How dare you injure the people of the Purple Flame Villa? Let me have a taste of your combat strength. Another young man from the Purple Flame Villa shouted. With a swoosh, he pounced on Lu Ming. His cultivation of Great Sage Complete Realm was fully released. This young man was not weaker than the #1 genius of the Wan clan, Wan Zhengyang. In fact, he was slightly stronger. Purple Meteorite Critical Strike. The burly young man roared. His entire body seemed to have turned into flames. He punched out continuously, and balls of purple flames blasted towards Lu Ming like meteorites. This was a terrifying divine skill that was shockingly powerful. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. The law of primal chaos circulated, and he activated the suppressing Hell Divine skill. His palm was like a knife, and he slashed out 100 times in an instant. Bam! Bam! In the sky, the meteorite-like attack exploded like fireworks after being hit by Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming rushed through the flames, and the flames did not touch his body. He quickly approached the Purple Flame Villa's genius and launched a terrifying attack towards the burly young man. Purple Meteorite Critical Strike, close! The Purple Flame Villa's genius shouted. Flames blazed around him as he slowly pushed his hands out. A huge fireball that was like a purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming shouted as dragon roars came from his body. Then he pointed out with his finger, and the chaotic calamity finger exploded. A huge finger condensed and pointed at the other party. Boom! There was a terrifying roar, and the sky shook continuously. The buildings below were protected by strong cultivators, otherwise they would have exploded. In the end, the primal chaos finger of calamity crushed over. It was as if a supreme deity destroyed the sun with a single finger. The scene was shocking to the extreme. Bang! The body of the Purple Flame Villa's genius trembled violently as he was sent flying back. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying 10,000 meters away. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? He muttered to himself. He was actually defeated. With the cultivation of great sage perfection, he was actually defeated in the hands of a great sage minor mastery. How is this possible? The law of primal chaos. He's one of the Elysian children, the son of chaos. Someone exclaimed. The others looked at Lu Ming in horror. No wonder the son of chaos was so terrifying. Get lost. Lu Ming stood in the air and shouted indifferently. The Purple Flame Villa's people flushed red and left dejectedly. Ever since Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they had been looking at them with contempt. Almost all the top geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land had been to Celestial City. They had seen them before. However, Lu Ming and the others had not been to Celestial City. Their first impression was that Lu Ming and the others were very weak. They looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. Previously, 2 of the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses happened to see Lu Ming being sent flying by a great sage greater mastery on the street. This made them look down on him even more. This time, the Purple Flame Villa's people who helped Ouyang Wushuang were all great sage peak geniuses. There were even great sage perfection geniuses. They believed that the people invited by the other princes were the same. With Lu Ming's cultivation, it was almost useless. Therefore, when Lu Ming and the others returned, they ridiculed them. However, they did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly erupt. Moreover, his combat strength was simply abnormal. They were also geniuses, but Lu Ming forcibly jumped 3 levels and defeated them. How could they have the face to stay here? You overestimate yourselves. Long Chun smiled faintly. Then, they returned to their respective residences and went into seclusion to cultivate. However, early the next morning, Ouyang Wushuang sent someone to invite them to a gathering. It was still the same hall as before. Everyone took their seats. The difference was that the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses looked at Lu Ming with a different gaze. They became a little solemn. Ouyang Wushuang revealed a trace of smile. He naturally received the news of the battle between Lu Ming and the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses yesterday. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his imagination. He could actually suppress a great sage perfection genius. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Prince Wushuang, why did you summon us so early in the morning? A Purple Flame Villa's genius asked. Ouyang Wuji sent me an invitation. He said that he would hold a banquet for me and everyone present. Ouyang Wushuang explained the reason. Ouyang Wuji invited us to a banquet. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Someone frowned. Ouyang Wuji was one of the 3 competing princes. He had the support of the Soul Sanctum and had also invited many geniuses from the ancient Moon Holy Ground. It was definitely not simple to invite them to a banquet at this time. No matter what, he invited us openly. I don't think he would dare to play dirty, Huang Ling said. The test for the 3 princes had not yet begun. Ouyang Wuji would definitely not dare to play dirty and harm them. Otherwise, he would be disqualified. That's right. Therefore, we can't show any weakness. Let's go and see what Ouyang Wuji is up to. Ouyang Wushuang said. No one had any objections. It would be beneficial for them to meet Ouyang Wuji and his helpers first. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The group chatted for a while more. Seeing that it was about time, Ouyang Wushuang led the group, and the rest followed him to a vast palace. That palace was Ouyang Wuji's residence. Someone led them to a spacious courtyard. Haha, 9th brother, you're here. Heroes, please take a seat. A young man wearing a purple gold robe and a purple gold crown laughed and welcomed them. 6th brother, you're welcome. Ouyang Wushuang smiled. Among the princes, Ouyang Wushuang was ranked 9th, Ouyang Wuji was ranked 6th, and Ouyang Wudao was ranked 1st. He was known as the first prince. Ouyang Wuji and Ouyang Wushuang sat at the top. Below Ouyang Wuji sat a dozen young men, each with an extraordinary aura. Lu Ming and the rest sat below Ouyang Wuji and sized each other up. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming saw Autumn Moon at a glance, and his gaze fell on her. Autumn Moon seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's gaze. She frowned and glanced at Lu Ming coldly. You really don't seem to recognize me. Lu Ming frowned. Golden Crow Second Prince, Mo Lang from Sky Wolf Pagoda. Chapter 1826. There were 5 or 6 geniuses from the ancient Moon Holy Ground. They were the top geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Ground. For example, Mo Lang was the number 1 genius of the Sky Wolf Tower. The second prince of the Golden Crow clan was the number 2 genius of the Golden Crow clan. It's Lu Ming. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow clan, and the others saw Lu Ming. Their faces suddenly turned pale. Lu Ming's name was too famous in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Not long ago, he had killed Falcon and Wan Jingyang, who were not weaker than them. Naturally, their expressions were ugly and they were full of fear. It's good that Lu Ming came to the ancient Sun Holy Ground. We can let the geniuses of the One Sanctum deal with him. Each of the geniuses of the One Sanctum has amazing battle strength. It's hard to find a match for them at the same level. They can kill Lu Ming. That's right. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow clan, and the others secretly communicated with each other. All kinds of thoughts were running through their minds. Ha! 9th brother, heroes, I'm very grateful to you for coming to this banquet today. Here's a toast to you. Ouyang Wuji raised his cup and said something polite. Everyone also raised their cups and drank a cup. 9th brother, the assessment will begin in a few days. Are you ready? Ouyang Wuji put down his cup and suddenly asked. Of course. When the time comes, please show mercy sixth brother. Ouyang Wushuang smiled. His words were flawless. Ninth brother, are you confident about this assessment? Ouyang Wuji suddenly changed the topic. Eldest brother has the support of the Daluo Heaven sect. He's very powerful. How can I be confident? Ouyang Wushuang sighed. Yes, eldest brother has the support of the Daluo Heaven sect. There are many geniuses and experts in the sect. I'm afraid that you and I can't compete with them. Therefore, I invited you here to discuss something with you. Ouyang Wuji said. Sixth brother, just say it. Ouyang Wushuang said. All right, I'll be frank. If you and I are separated, we won't be big brother's match. How about this? Let's join forces. Ninth brother will help me obtain the position of crown prince. In the future, I won't forget ninth brother. In the future, when I inherit the throne, ninth brother will be above everyone in the Xinyuan Empire, second only to me. Ouyang Wuji stated his purpose. His words caused the expressions of the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses to change. However, Ouyang Wushuang's expression did not change. He played with the jade cup in his hand, as if he was thinking. After a while, he slowly said, Sixth brother's idea is not bad. You agreed? Ouyang Wuji was overjoyed. I didn't say that I agreed. I just said that it's a good idea. How about this, sixth brother? Help me obtain the position of crown prince, and I can guarantee that in the future, you will be second only to one person and above all others. How about it? Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. Ninth brother, are you messing with me? Ouyang Wuji's face darkened. How did I trick you? Why? Only I can help you. But you can't help me? Ouyang Wuji said lightly. Ninth brother, you have to know your own limits and understand your own strength. In this assessment, you and your helpers will only be reduced to supporting characters. You won't have any chance. Ouyang Wuji's voice turned cold. Those words caused the expressions of the people from the Purple Flame Villa to turn ugly. Ouyang Wuji's words implied that the Purple Flame Villa was weak and could not compare to the Soul Sacred Hall. In fact, that was the truth. The Purple Flame Villa was indeed the weakest of the four major forces of the ancient Sun Sacred Ground. Although the Soul Sacred Hall had the least number of disciples, they were not called the Soul Sacred Hall for nothing. Every disciple of the Soul Sacred Hall had terrifying talent in their respective fields. Sixth brother, are you that confident? Ouyang Wushuang was not angry. It's not confidence, it's the truth. Ouyang Wuji said with great confidence. He continued, Ninth brother, to put it bluntly, your strength is already weak. What qualifications do you have for me to help you? Why don't you help me defeat big brother? Sixth brother, strength is not determined by words. Ouyang Wushuang said indifferently. Oh, does that mean that ninth brother has the confidence to compete with me? Ouyang Wuji said. Ouyang Wushuang did not finish his words. He raised his wine cup and took a sip. Obviously, he agreed. Haha, good. Since ninth brother is so confident, sixth brother would like to see it for himself. Why don't we exchange pointers? Ouyang Wuji said. What kind of exchange? Ouyang Wushuang asked. You and I are well aware of our battle strength. There's no need to exchange pointers. Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. Ouyang Wuji said. All right. Ouyang Wushuang nodded. He understood that Ouyang Wuji's main purpose of hosting this banquet was to suppress his morale and persuade him to help Ouyang Wuji. How could he back down? Set up the battle stage, Ouyang Wuji said. Immediately, a rumbling sound came from an empty space. Then, a huge battle stage appeared. Whoosh! A figure flashed out from Ouyang Wuji's side and stood on the battle stage. He did not hide his aura at all. Layers of white flames bloomed, causing the space around him to distort. My name is Yuji, a disciple of the Soul Sacred Hall. My cultivation is at the Great Saint Realm, and I specialize in the Law of Fire. The Purple Flame Villa also specializes in the Law of Fire. Which Great Saint Realm cultivator in the Great Saint Realm would like to fight me? Yuji glanced at Lu Ming and the others. However, he only glanced at Lu Ming and the others before his gaze landed on the people from the Purple Flame Villa. I'll fight you. A genius from the Purple Flame Villa stepped into the air and rushed onto the battle stage. This person was the one who had been defeated by Lu Ming the day before. The two of them stood on the battle stage. Their auras exploded, causing the battle stage to heat up. A light screen rose around the battle stage, isolating them from the heat. The two of them did not say anything else and immediately started fighting. Both of them cultivated the law of fire and were filled with terrifying destructive power. Their attacks constantly collided, causing explosions and raging flames. However, Yuji's white flames were extremely powerful. In just a few moves, he had gained the upper hand and began to suppress the genius from the Purple Flame Villa. After a dozen moves, the genius from the Purple Flame Villa was no match for Yuji. He was blasted out of the battle stage by Yuji and vomited blood. Yuji was defeated. They were both in the Great Sage Peak, but he was defeated by his opponent in a dozen moves. This made the faces of the geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa turn ugly. Ouyang Wushuang's face also darkened. I've long heard that every genius from the One Sacred Palace is very terrifying. They are known as the only ones in the world. Every attribute and every domain is unique. It's really amazing, Huang Ling said softly. That's right. Yuji's white flames are extremely strange. They can even burn flames. Long Chen also said with a grave expression. Flames could burn other flames. It was really strange and terrifying. Are you worthy of cultivating the law of fire? Chapter 1827. Purple Flame Villa was a fire cultivator, but now they were being looked down upon in this field. This made their faces turn even uglier. I'll fight you, someone roared, and a figure rushed into the fighting ring. It was Xiao Mucheng, the leader of these geniuses from Purple Flame Villa. He was also a complete supreme saint. In fact, many of the top prodigies' cultivation bases were at the Great Sage Perfection realm. After all, there were very few who could reach the absolute saint realm among the younger generation. It wasn't that easy to break through. Of course, there were differences in combat power among those in the same realm. Dying. Xiao Mucheng went into the fighting ring and attacked directly. He kept punching out with his fists. In the sky, huge meteorites with purple flames fell toward Yuji. The white flames around Yuji's body condensed into battle swords. They slashed out violently, splitting the meteorites one by one. On the fighting ring, there were continuous explosions, and it was more intense than before. Xiao Mucheng's combat power was stronger than that of the previous genius from Purple Flame Villa. His theurgy art was more profound, at least 70%. It was very powerful. The two exchanged more than 100 blows. On the fighting ring, there were white and purple flames fighting against each other. However, after more than 100 blows, Xiao Mucheng was still defeated and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After more than 100 blows, Xiao Mucheng was blasted out of the fighting ring by Yuji. Xiao Mucheng was also defeated. The combat power of the disciples from the one only temple was indeed amazing. Who else is in the complete supreme saint realm? Come and fight me. Yuji shouted. His eyes were like lightning as he glanced at the people from Purple Flame Villa. The people from Purple Flame Villa were silent. Even their leader, Xiao Mucheng, had been defeated. The others would only be humiliating themselves if they went up. Hee, you're really weak. Senior brother Yuji isn't the strongest among the complete supreme saints from the one only temple. Someone from the one only temple sneered. This made the hearts of Purple Flame Villa and Ouyang Wushuang sink. Yuji wasn't the strongest among the complete supreme saints from the one only temple? How is that possible? Yuji's combat strength was almost invincible among those of the same level, unless it was a king physique that controlled the law of the king, or a superior heaven spiritual physique. However, such people were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. And in the Soul Holy Temple, there were great sages who were even stronger than Yuji. No wonder the Soul Holy Temple was so arrogant, and no wonder Ouyang Wuji was so confident. Ninth brother, you've seen it for yourself, right? Ouyang Wuji said lightly. The sparring has just begun. What's the hurry, sixth brother? Ouyang Wushuang said. Oh, then let's continue. Since no one in Great Sage Perfection dares to fight, then let's change to Great Sage Peak. Ouyang Wuji snorted coldly. As soon as Yu Ji left the arena, another person from the Soul Sage Cathedral stepped onto the arena floor, revealing a cultivation base at the peak of the Great Sage level. Ouyang Wuji wanted to completely crush Ouyang Wushuang's side at all levels. Peak of the Great Sage realm. Who wants to fight me? The pride of the one and only Divine Palace was full of pride and confidence. The pride of the Purple Flame Villa looked very solemn. In the end, a Great Sage Peak pride stepped onto the arena floor. Unfortunately, he was no match for the pride of the one and only Divine Palace. Just like before, it was basically a one-sided battle. In just a few dozen moves, the pride of the Purple Flame Villa was defeated. Then, the Purple Flame Villa sent out another pride, but he was no match for the one. Great Sage Perfection and Great Sage Pinnacle were all swept away and crushed. Ninth brother, I've said that even if you participate in the test, you won't have a chance. Why don't you come and help me? Ouyang Wuji continued. We've only gone through 2 levels. The Great Sage Greater Mastery hasn't fought yet. Sixth brother, you're too early to say that. Ouyang Wushuang said. Do Great Sage Greater Mastery need a fight? People at this level are almost useless in this test. Ouyang Wuji smiled disdainfully. This time, the pride of the Soul Sage Cathedral was the best of the best. Not only did they have strong spiritual bodies, but their divine abilities were also at the peak of the Great Sage realm. Most of them were Great Sage Perfection. Great Sage Greater Mastery would have no impact on the battle. How do you know if we haven't fought? Ouyang Wushuang said. Since Ninth brother insists, why don't we fight? I happen to have a Great Sage Greater Mastery prodigy on my side. Ouyang Wuji said. Then, a Great Sage Greater Mastery prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral stepped onto the battle platform. Great Sage Greater Mastery. Who wants to fight? The man shouted. The Purple Flame Villa prodigies looked at each other. There was no Great Sage Greater Mastery among them. I'll fight this battle. Long Chen stood up and stepped onto the battle platform. Long Chen's cultivation was at the Great Sage Greater Mastery. Ninth brother, I heard that you've invited a few prodigies from the ancient Moon Sacred Temple to help. Could it be them? Their cultivation is a little low. Ouyang Wuji smiled with a hint of mockery. The prodigies he had invited from the ancient Moon Sacred Ground were all Great Sage Perfection, such as M.O. Lang and the Second Prince of the Golden Crow. Although they were not as strong as the prodigies from the Soul Sage Cathedral, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. The factor that determines one's combat strength is not determined by their cultivation. Ouyang Wushuang replied calmly. Oh, is that so? Not everyone is as talented as Ninth brother. Ouyang Wuji smiled. On the battle platform, Long Chun stood with his hands behind his back. His aura was extraordinary, but it did not sit well with the people from the Soul Sage Cathedral. Do you still want me to fight? I advise you to get off the stage yourself. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral said arrogantly. If you can take 3 of my moves, I'll admit defeat. Long Chun said calmly. What? 3 of your moves? Ha ha. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral laughed out loud. He was not the only one. Everyone below the battle platform laughed out loud. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral was almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Now, Long Chun said that he would defeat the prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral in 3 moves. Wasn't that ridiculous? Ninth brother, this friend of yours is really... Ouyang Wuji was about to mock Long Chun, but his words were stuck in his throat. The trumpeting of an elephant resounded through the sky. One of Long Chen's arms swelled rapidly. He took a step forward and the battle platform shook. Then, he threw a punch at the prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral. Boom! Wherever the fist chi passed, the sky shook violently. The air instantly evaporated, forming a terrifying vacuum. The terrifying power caused the prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral to turn pale. Block it! The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral used all his strength to block it, but it was useless. Long Chen's fist chi smashed through everything that blocked it. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral screamed as his body was sent flying. He fell heavily off the battle platform. Half of his body was smashed, and he was almost beaten to death. How is this possible? Chapter 1828. The prodigy of the One Sanctum was known as the only one in the world who was invincible among those of the same level. But now, he had been defeated by Long Chun in one move. This shocked everyone. Long Chun was being polite when he said 3 moves. In fact, he could not even block one move. It's the ultimate law of power, one of the kingly law. Someone from the One Sanctum recognized Long Chen's law. This person has a kingly body and controls the ultimate law of power. No wonder he's so terrifying. He has a kingly body like the 9th prince. The prodigies of the One Sanctum discussed among themselves. This guy's also so strong. The prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa looked at Long Chun in shock. Previously, Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely strong. They did not expect Long Chun to be so strong as well. He had defeated the One Sanctum's prodigy with one move. Could it be that these people are all so abnormal? They looked at Lu Ming and Huang Ling Mo Lang, the Golden Crow second prince, and the others from the Ancient Moon's sacred ground looked serious. They already knew that Long Chun had a kingly body and controlled the kingly law. What's the point of fighting among those of the same level? Since I'm a prodigy, I should fight above my level. Who among you who are at the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm wants to fight? Long Chen's voice rang out as he looked in the direction of the One Sanctum. Many people were shocked. Long Chun wanted to fight above his level. Wasn't he too confident? To these prodigies, it was naturally not difficult for them to fight above their cultivation level. In fact, it was a piece of cake. But that was only for ordinary martial artists. For example, those with inferior earth spiritual bodies, intermediate earth spiritual bodies, or even superior earth spiritual bodies. But as prodigies, who could say that they could fight above their level? Unless they had combat strength that far exceeded their level. Humph! Although you have a kingly body and control the kingly law, you may not be able to fight above your level. A prodigy from the One Sanctum snorted. Nonsense, do you dare fight? Long Chun was domineering, and his fighting spirit was overwhelming. You asked for it. I'll fulfill your wish. A prodigy from the One Sanctum stepped into the air and appeared in the fighting ring. This was the prodigy who had defeated the peak supreme saint from the Purple Flame Villa. His combat strength was extremely strong. Almost no one in the same level could beat him, let alone Long Chun, who was one level above him. I'll let you understand that even if you control the laws of kings, you're not invincible. The genius from the only temple shouted coldly. A terrifying aura erupted. Dazzling golden light bloomed in his hand, forming a golden battle sword. This person controlled the law of metal and was incomparably sharp. Roar! An elephant's trumpet sounded, and Long Chen's entire body swelled up. The law of power circulated as if it was filled with endless power. Boom! Boom! Long Chun stepped onto the battle platform, which rumbled continuously as he charged towards his opponent. Whoosh! His golden sword was incomparably sharp and was 10 meters long. It slashed towards Long Chun, but Long Chun punched out. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. His opponent's metal sword vibrated violently before exploding. His opponent's body retreated continuously. So strong. Many people were shocked. Long Chen's strength was too great. He was one level higher than him, yet he had destroyed his opponent's attack with a single punch. Again, Long Chun took a step forward and threw another punch at his opponent. 10,000 weapons slash. The only temple's genius shouted. The law of metal circulated, and a dense array of weapons condensed in the sky. They charged towards Long Chun from all directions. However, Long Chen's attack was very simple. He threw out one punch after another, but every punch caused the void to tremble. Wherever the fist force passed, all the weapons would explode. The terrifying fist force continued to surge towards his opponent, forcing him to retreat. Diamond Giants, the genius from the only temple shouted. His saint power surged, and two huge creatures condensed in front of him. These two giants were golden and seemed to be completely made of metal. They were 10 meters tall and had an intimidating aura. Dong! Dong! The two diamond giants took a step forward, and their fists, which are the size of water tanks, charged towards Long Chun. Long Chun was fearless as he raised his fist to meet the attack. It was a battle of strength between the strong. Long Chun's fist collided with the diamond giant's fists, and a terrifying roar rang out. Scrap metal, break for me! Long Chun roared. His fist force was like a rainbow as he continued to attack the diamond giants. Bam! One of the diamond giants could not withstand Long Chun's power and was crushed by his power. Then, Long Chun soared into the sky and stepped on one of the diamond giants. This step was like the resurrection of an ancient dragon elephant, and it suppressed the heavens. This diamond giant was also crushed, and it turned into energy and disappeared. After Long Chun crushed the diamond giant, he used the energy to charge towards the only temple's genius. His fist force was like a rainbow, and it was unstoppable. The genius from the only temple grunted and spat out blood as he flew out of the fighting ring. Long Chun had won again. The crowd fell silent. Previously, it was normal for Long Chun to defeat a genius of the same level as him in one move. But now, he had surpassed a level and defeated the genius from the only temple. This was shocking. Moreover, the genius from the only temple was very powerful. He had just defeated the other geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa. The genius from the only temple looked gloomy. The genius from the Purple Flame Villa was dumbfounded. Only Lu Ming and Huang Ling's expressions did not change. This result was within their expectations. Long Chun had mastered the law of kings, and his spiritual body had evolved into a superior spiritual body. It was normal for him to defeat an opponent who was one level higher than him. In fact, Long Chun had not even used his full strength just now. Good, ha ha ha. Ouyang Wushuang laughed and let out a long breath, exhaling the anger that he had suppressed just now. Ouyang Wuji's face was gloomy, and he did not say anything. Long Chun, let me go up and play. At this moment, Huang Ling stood up, stepped into the air, and landed on the fighting ring. Long Chun nodded and got off the fighting ring. Everyone, I am also in the Great Sage Greater Mastery. I would like to learn from Brother Long Chun and challenge someone who is at the peak of the Great Sage realm. Who would like to spar with me? Huang Ling's voice was heard as she looked at the only temple. Another Great Sage Greater Mastery, challenging someone at the peak of the Great Sage realm? Could this beautiful woman also be a genius of Long Chen's level? How can a genius of that level appear so easily? I don't believe it. I will fight this battle. A woman from the only temple flew up. This woman was quite beautiful, but she was overshadowed by Huang Ling. She was already unhappy when she saw Huang Ling. Now that Huang Ling wanted to challenge someone who was at the peak of the Great Sage realm with her Great Sage Greater Master cultivation, she immediately went up. Without any superfluous words, the two of them directly attacked. The woman from the only temple had mastered the law of water, and her strength was very shocking. However, she had encountered Huang Ling, and her defeat was set. Just like Long Chun, Huang Ling knocked her opponent off the fighting ring in a few moves. The law of undying fire and another king body. How is this possible? Chapter 1829. Previously, there was Long Chun, and now there was Huang Ling, who also mastered the law of kings. Her combat strength was amazing, and she defeated her opponent, who was one level higher than her. Ouyang Wuji's face became more and more ugly. Today, he invited Ouyang Wushuang and Lu Ming to a banquet. His purpose was to defeat Ouyang Wushuang at the banquet. He wanted to defeat Ouyang Wushuang's side with an overwhelming force. In the end, he would force Ouyang Wushuang to agree to help him fight against Ouyang Wudao when he lost all his confidence. But now, Long Chun and Huang Ling were continuously fighting above their level. The momentum that he had accumulated previously had disappeared. Huang Ling floated down and returned to her seat. Sixth brother, I have said that a high cultivation does not mean a high combat strength. Cultivation is only one of the factors that determine combat strength. There are many factors that determine the strength of combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang said with a carefree smile. Humph, ninth brother, no matter how strong they are, they're only great sage greater mastery. They can defeat a great sage peak, but can they defeat a great sage peak? Is it useful to rely on the two of them in this test? Ouyang Wuji snorted and said indifferently. No matter how strong Long Chun and Huang Ling were, they were only equivalent to two powerful great sage peak. How could they affect the overall situation? The test this time wasn't about who was stronger among those of the same level. What's the hurry? The test is not over yet. Ouyang Wushuang smiled faintly. The test is not over yet. The great sage greater mastery has already competed. Are we going to compete with the great sage lesser mastery? Haha. Ninth brother, what's the use of great sage lesser mastery in this test? Are they going to die? Ninth brother, don't tell me you have invited great sage lesser mastery as well. Ouyang Wuji's continuous questions revealed deep sarcasm. At the same time, his gaze swept across the crowd and finally fell on Lu Ming. On Ouyang Wushuang's side, needless to say, the people of Purple Flame Villa were all great sage peak and great sage peak perfection. Long Chun and Huang Ling had shown their cultivation. The only one who had not shown his cultivation was Lu Ming. If there was another great sage lesser mastery, then it could only be Lu Ming. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Sixth brother, I have said that a high cultivation does not mean a high combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang added. How can I not know this? But there must be a limit to a low cultivation. He is merely a great sage minor mastery. Even if he can fight across a level like the previous two, what's the use? He is just equivalent to a great sage, great mastery character. I'm afraid anyone here can defeat him. Ninth brother, at the end of the day, your strength isn't that great. You're still helping me deal with the first prince. I'll say it again, I won't mistreat you. Ouyang Wuji rattled on and on. However, he did not see the expressions of Mo Lang, the Golden Crow Sixth Prince, and the people from the Ancient Moon Holy Land, nor did he see the expressions of the people from the Purple Flame Villa. A great sage minor mastery was equivalent to a great sage, great mastery at most. To Lu Ming, this was simply impossible. Ouyang Wushuang ignored Ouyang Wuji and looked at Lu Ming, saying, Lu Ming, do you want to play? All right, let's have some fun. Lu Ming stood up. Big brother Lu Ming, beat them up, chirp chirp. Bubbles waved her little fists and cheered for Lu Ming. This pervert is going to make his move. The people from the Purple Flame Villa looked at Lu Ming with deep fear in their eyes. However, and naturally wouldn't remind Soul Sanctum. Soul Sanctum had humiliated them earlier, and they were happy to see Soul Sanctum suffer a setback. All right, Lu Ming patted Bubbles' little head and stepped out, landing on the fighting ring. It's this perverted guy. He's a complete piece of trash. Previously, he dared to tease Junior's sister Autumn Moon on the street and was sent flying by my palm. Now he's still pretending. A young man from the Soul Holy Temple sneered disdainfully. So it's this guy? How dare he? Another person from the Soul Holy Temple sneered. Everyone, this guy is not simple. Mo Lang from the Sky Wolf Pagoda wanted to warn the Sky Prides from the Soul Holy Temple. What do you mean by not simple? Isn't he just a great saint in the initial stage? Are you looking down on us because we've lost 2 rounds? Yuji's gaze swept towards Mo Lang, causing him to shiver. He then shook his head and kept quiet. These people from the Soul Holy Temple were very arrogant and looked down on Mo Lang and the others. During this period, Mo Lang and the others have been ridiculed. Since these people did not listen to him, he was too lazy to say anything. Kid, let me tell you, you're just a great saint in the initial stage. No one here is a great saint in the initial stage. You must challenge them. In 2 days, I'll call a junior brother to play with you. A sky pride from the Seoul Holy Temple looked at Lu Ming mockingly. You only know how to challenge people of the same level. How can you be considered a sky pride? You're just a piece of trash. Since you're a sky pride, you must challenge those of a higher level. All of you, as long as you're a great saint, come up and fight me. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? The sky prides from the Seoul Holy Temple, including Ouyang Wuji, were stunned. What did Lu Ming say? As long as they were in the great saint realm, they could challenge him? Was this kid crazy? He was just a great saint in the initial stage. How dare he say that he could challenge anyone in the great saint realm? Did he really think that everyone here was trash? Everyone here was a peerless sky pride. Even an ordinary martial artist in the initial stage of the great saint realm could not challenge a great saint realm in the great saint realm, let alone a sky pride. This kid must be crazy. Ha ha ha. This brat, could it be that he has gone crazy after being hit by my palm last time? The young man who sent Lu Ming flying last time laughed loudly. How dare he say that he could challenge anyone in the great saint realm? If he was not crazy, then what was? Ninth brother. Did you really invite this person here? I'm afraid he hasn't seen the world yet. Ouyang Wuji sneered. A great saint in the initial stage could challenge a great saint in the great saint realm. Moreover, he was a peerless sky pride. Even if you beat him to death, he would not believe that there was such a person in the world. You talk too much nonsense. Do you dare challenge me? Lu Ming scolded, looking down at the sky prides from the Seoul Holy Temple and Mo Lang. Mo Lang and the others felt their hearts skip a beat when Lu Ming glanced at them. They did not dare to look at Lu Ming and lower their heads. They knew that they were no match for Lu Ming. I'll destroy this kid. He just came and stared at junior sister Autumn Moon. I'll let him know what kind of trash he is. A young man from the Seoul Holy Temple shouted coldly and rushed into the fighting ring. His aura was released. He was a peak great saint expert. Senior brother, go easy on him. Don't kill him in one move. That'll be boring. The young man who sent Lu Ming flying on the street said arrogantly. Make your move. Lu Ming looked at him indifferently. Kneel down. The young man shouted and struck with his palm. A huge khaki-colored palm grabbed at Lu Ming. This person controlled the law of Earth and had amazing power. Boom! Chapter 1830. Lu Ming used the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The law of chaos circulated as he punched out. The terrifying fist energy whistled and destroyed the opponent's giant hand. The sky pride from the only sacred temple's face darkened. He shouted coldly, "You're quite capable. Let's see how many moves you can take." The opponent waved his hand. The law of Earth circulated in the sky, forming mountains that pressed down on Lu Ming. I'm too lazy to play with you. Lu Ming spoke calmly. He took a step forward and dashed toward the other party at lightning speed. At the same time, he threw out a punch. A ray of fist radiance pierced through the air and swept away all the mountains. The terrifying fist force continued to blast toward the genius from the one holy temple. The fist energy was unstoppable. It was as if the entire world was being crushed. The opponent's face changed drastically. The law of Earth circulated and set up layers of defense in front of him. But it was useless. Lu Ming's fist energy crushed all the defenses. The sky pride from the only sacred temple spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew far away and fell on the fighting ring. The entire place was silent. The sky pride from the only sacred temple, who was at the peak of the supreme saint realm, had been defeated so easily by Lu Ming. There was no resistance at all. How could a person at the initial stage of the supreme saint realm have such shocking combat strength? The other sky prides from the only sacred temple looked gloomy. Mo Lang, the Golden Crow second prince, and the other sky pride from the ancient moon's sacred ground and Purple Flame Villa had complicated expressions. They had long known about Lu Ming's combat strength. They were not surprised by this result. How is this possible? The young man who had sent Lu Ming flying with one palm on the street widened his eyes in disbelief at this scene. Wasn't Lu Ming sent flying with a single palm strike? Why was his combat strength so terrifying now? Haha, sixth brother, I've told you before. Cultivation never represents combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang laughed. Ouyang Wuji's face darkened, and he did not speak. Huang Ling and Long Chun were able to defeat the Sky Pride from the only sacred temple. But now, Lu Ming was able to defeat the Sky Pride from the only sacred temple. Even Ouyang Wuji found it unbelievable. Great sages, Yang Qi said. If any of you want to come up here and fight, you're welcome. Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring, his voice spreading in all directions. But this time, no one mocked him. Because just now, Lu Ming had used his battle prowess to prove that he had the strength to do so. "Let me," said a voice. Then, a figure stepped into the air and landed on the fighting stage. Yu Ji. Many people's hearts trembled. Yu Ji was a great sage in the Great Perfection Realm. Previously, he had defeated the Great Perfection Realm Sky Prides of the Purple Flame Villa with his powerful combat strength. It could be said that among the great circle of the great sage level, his battle prowess was definitely at the very top. Unless he had a monarch body, he would be virtually invincible. Now, he was going to fight Lu Ming, whose cultivation was only at the great sage minor mastery. Many people were very curious. Could Lu Ming fight with Yu Ji? Although Lu Ming is strong, he can't be a match for Yu Ji. I've heard of a great sage in the lesser mastery defeating a great sage in the Great Perfection Realm, but I've never heard of a great sage in the Great Perfection Realm like Yu Ji. That's right, even a son of heaven would find it difficult to do so. The difference in cultivation is too great. The Sky Prides of the Soul Sanctum were discussing. This time, even Mo Lang, the Golden Crow Second Prince, and the Sky Prides of the Purple Flame Villa thought that Lu Ming's chances of winning were not high. Although Lu Ming could kill a Sky Pride like Wan Jingyang's cultivation was also at the Great Perfection Realm, but he was definitely not a match for Yu Ji. "Make your move," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Kill." Yu Ji's body was covered in white flames, and the temperature was shockingly high. The flames formed a battle saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's chaotic law flowed all over his body as he used the hell-suppressing heaven skill. His palm was like a saber as he slashed out. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the power of flames filled half of the battle platform. Then, a figure could be seen taking 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. That figure was Yu Ji, and Lu Ming did not move at all. Yu Ji has been defeated. Many people gasped in shock. Could it be that even Yu Ji was no match for Lu Ming? The law he controls seems to be the law of chaos. Someone suddenly exclaimed. That's right. The light of chaos is very similar to the legendary law of chaos. Could this person be one of the sons of heaven, the son of chaos? It should be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. I didn't expect the son of chaos to appear here. Many people could also see that Lu Ming controlled the law of chaos, and they immediately discussed it intensely. Ouyang Wuji's face turned even colder. He did not expect Ouyang Wushuang to know a son of chaos. Ninth brother, your connections are really wide. You actually know a son of chaos. Ouyang Wuji said, his voice full of jealousy. Of course, he was jealous. Huang Ling and Long Chun, whom Ouyang Wuji had invited, both control the law of kings, and Lu Ming controlled one of the 10 strongest laws. Although such a genius's cultivation was still weak now, he would definitely be terrifying in the future. Why didn't he know such a powerful genius? Damn it! Yu Ji retreated and growled, his face even gloomier. The one only sacred palace was known as the only one in the world, but now he was defeated by Lu Ming even though his cultivation was so much higher. It was unbearable for him. The flames on his body burned even more fiercely. The white flames danced, distorting the space around him. However, at that moment, Lu Ming's gaze moved away from Yu Ji and looked at the one only sacred palace at Autumn. At that moment, Autumn's gaze was also curiously sizing up Lu Ming, as if she did not know Lu Ming at all. Autumn Moon, I'm Lu Ming. I'm your young master. Do you still remember me? Lu Ming said, his voice spreading far and wide. Lu Ming? Young master? Those words made Autumn Moon frown as if she was thinking. How dare you? This guy is taking advantage of junior sister Autumn Moon again. Senior brother Yuji, teach him a lesson. The genius of the one only sacred palace shouted unhappily. Raging flame storm cut. At that moment, Yuji roared and the flames on his body condensed into a huge battle saber. The battle saber slashed hundreds of times in an instant, and the flaming saber light swept toward Lu Ming. This was Yuji's divine skill, and its power was extremely shocking. Get lost, Lu Ming shouted and pointed his finger. A huge chaotic calamity finger was formed and blasted toward Yuji. Boom! The chaos calamity finger was like the finger of God. With a touch, all the saber gleams shattered. The terrifying force crushed toward Yuji. Yuji retreated all the way to the edge of the fighting ring before he stopped. His body trembled slightly, and he was almost blasted off the fighting ring by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze was still fixed on Autumn Moon, and he did not look at Yuji. Autumn Moon, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. Do you still remember Master and Madam, my father Lu Yin Tian, and my mother Li Ping? They all miss you very much. Chapter 1831. Master and Madam. Master and Madam. Chiyoyu muttered to herself, and the look in her eyes became more intense. She frowned as if she was thinking hard about something. Kill! Yuji roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Flames filled the sky, and in the sky, sabers and swords condensed from flames appeared one after another, and like a storm, they charged towards Lu Ming. This move was Yuji's strongest move, and it displayed the divine art to the extreme. Get down! Lu Ming didn't even look and pointed out another finger. This time, Lu Ming raised the power of the chaotic calamity finger to the extreme. Lu Ming didn't use his full strength in the previous finger. The law of primal chaos erupted, and the chaotic calamity finger was formed and blasted out, crushing all obstacles. All the weapons condensed from flames exploded in an instant. Yuji's face changed drastically, and with a scream, his body was blasted out like a cannonball. He flew out of the battle platform for a long distance before falling to the ground and vomiting blood. He was severely injured by this move. If it weren't for his flame, spiritual body, and tenacious vitality, his physical body would have exploded. Yuji was defeated. He was utterly defeated. Many people were silent. This kind of combat strength was beyond their imagination. A lesser great saint defeated Yuji, who was in the great saint perfection realm. Yuji was a peerless genius, and this kind of combat strength was simply unheard of. Especially the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa, they remembered that when they first saw Lu Ming and the others, they mocked Lu Ming and the others. Now that they thought about it, they felt embarrassed and ashamed. Some of the people from the Soul Holy Temple blushed. Lu Ming said before that as long as they were in the Great Saint realm, they could challenge them at will, and they even mocked Lu Ming for being crazy. Now, it seemed that Lu Ming had a well-thought-out plan. On the contrary, they seemed a little ridiculous. They were like clowns. Ouyang Wushuang laughed heartily. Sixth brother, how is it? So what if you're in the Great Saint Perfection realm? You still lost. It seems that my side is stronger. Sixth brother, do you want to help me get the position of Crown Prince? Ouyang Wushuang smiled. Ouyang Wuji's face was extremely gloomy. He knew that his plan to suppress Ouyang Wushuang and make Ouyang Wushuang help him fight against the first prince, Ouyang Wudao, had failed. It was all because of Lu Ming, Long Chun, and Huang Ling. Ouyang Wuji clenched his fists, his eyes cold. In the beginning, everything went according to his plan. Everything went smoothly. However, after Long Chun made his move, all of his plans were messed up. Long Chun and Huang Ling's battle prowess was extremely powerful. They were actually able to defeat the geniuses of the One Temple. However, this was nothing. No matter how strong Long Chun and Huang Ling were, it would be difficult for them to contend against the geniuses of the great sage perfections. They would not have much impact on the overall situation. However, Lu Ming's subsequent actions completely disrupted his plans. Lu Ming's battle prowess could even defeat Yu Ji. This kind of battle prowess could already affect the battle situation. In this way, he did not have an overwhelming advantage. Why would Ouyang Wushuang help him? Ninth brother. This test is a test of overall strength. Although Lu Ming is strong, he's only one person. I advise you to help me. Ouyang Wuji said with a gloomy face. Oh, if that's the case, we'll see who's stronger during the test. Ouyang Wushuang said. All right, then we'll see during the test. Ouyang Wuji said with a cold face. Various thoughts ran through everyone's mind. However, Lu Ming's gaze was still fixed on Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, what's wrong with you? Do you still remember the Lu family of Wind Fire City? Do you still remember the Mystic Essence Sword Sect? Do you still remember the Burning Sun Empire? Lu Ming's voice was like a bell that resounded between heaven and earth. He continuously asked a series of questions that seemed to penetrate deep into Autumn Moon's heart. Lu family of Wind Fire City? Mystic Essence Sword Sect? Lu family of Wind Fire City? Xiaoyu kept muttering to herself. Her eyes were filled with confusion. After a while, a painful expression appeared on her face. She let out a soft cry and flew up into the sky. She turned into a beam of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Autumn Moon, just as Lu Ming was about to chase after her, a few elites from the only sacred palace blocked Lu Ming's path. Damn it! What did you say to Autumn Moon? Why did you make her so abnormal? If anything happens to junior sister Autumn Moon, you'll die without a burial place. The elites from the only sacred palace shouted coldly, and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. What? Are you trying to bully me with your numbers? Long Chan said as he stepped out and came to Lu Ming's side. Then, Huang Ling did the same. How dare you? Ouyang Wuji shouted coldly and stood up. A powerful aura exploded from his body as he looked coldly at Lu Ming and the others. At the same time, Mo Lang and the second prince of the Golden Crow also stared at Lu Ming unkindly. If they could take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming today, they would be willing to do so. Sixth brother, are you going to start a fight with me before the assessment starts? If word gets out, both of us will be disqualified. Wouldn't that benefit Ouyang Wudao? Ouyang Wushuang also stood up and confronted Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wuji's expression changed. He didn't want to take the opportunity to cripple Lu Ming, but Ouyang Wushuang was right. If the two of them started a fight, the consequences would be unpredictable. Whether they would be disqualified or not, Ouyang Wudao would benefit. Humph! Ninth brother, I'll see you at the assessment. Ouyang Wuji pondered for a while, waved his sleeves, and snorted coldly. Lu Ming, let's go first. Ouyang Wushuang looked at Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming looked in the direction where Autumn Moon had left and frowned. Something must have happened to Autumn Moon. But one thing was for sure. Autumn Moon had not been possessed. If she had been possessed, and Lu Ming kept asking her questions, she would not have reacted this way. Autumn Moon, I will find out what you have experienced. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. The only thing he could do now was to find out what Autumn Moon had experienced. Only then could he find the right solution. Lu Ming did not pursue. He turned around and left with Ouyang Wushuang and the others. In Ouyang Wushuang's residence, Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang sat opposite each other at a stone table in a courtyard. Lu Ming, you asked me about Miss Autumn Moon. Do you know her? Are you really her young master? Ouyang Wushuang asked curiously. That's right. Lu Ming nodded and said, Autumn Moon and I came from the same place. Before she came to Yuan Lu, she was my maid. Lu Ming briefly explained a relationship between him and Autumn Moon. The proud daughter of the One Sanctum is actually your maid. After hearing this, Ouyang Wushuang was shocked. But when Autumn Moon saw me, she seemed to have forgotten me. Something must have happened to her. Ouyang, have you heard anything about this? Lu Ming asked. Just now, Lu Ming came to find Ouyang Wushuang alone to ask about this. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.